Hello, hello. Long time no see. I just saw the chat. Hi, guys. I think this is the first time I took more than like 2 days. I can't remember the last time I even took 2 days off in a row. I took 3 whole days off in a row because some friends were visiting. And I meant to stream yesterday, and then just after I got back from hanging out with them, I just ended up falling asleep. So that didn't happen. But that means there's plenty to catch up on today. And oh my God, it's like, I feel like I have a document with all the stuff that I'm going to cover on stream for the day. And I feel like I can't update it fast enough because everything's just happening so quickly with the Iran escalation. So, let's see. But in some good news, in some really good news, I hope it was fun. It was fun. Thank you. Our boy, Zoran. Why do I have such a hard time saying his name? Mamdani. I only have a hard time saying his name on stream. It's like I think about that clip of him calling out Cuomo for saying it wrong, and it like psychs me out that I'm going to say it wrong, even though I never have trouble saying his name until on stream. So this came out a few hours ago today. Zorn appears to be pull ahead of Cuomo, according to a new poll. Progressive Assemblyman may be leading the former governor in race for New York City, survey finds. So, the Dem candidate for mayor of New York City, Mr. Zorn, open socialist, has drawn level with Cuomo in the city's primary, according to a new poll, as voters brave record-breaking temperatures to cast their ballots. Is it really hot in New York or something right now? I feel bad for supporting Trump because he is no longer the new war's president. I give my vote to Trump thinking it's 2016 Trump, but I do not like the new guy. Okay, 2016 Trump was also a war hawk, to be clear, Male Rights USA. But if you're ready to disavow your degenerate MAGA ways, then yeah, you have a home here, obviously. I'm not going to complain about people realizing, oh, Trump's a fucking hypocrite and liar, and so is it his administration. He wasn't actually anti-war. He didn't care about that. So he may be leading Cuomo, who is 67 years old, and that shocks me every single time because, like, I knew he was older, but he doesn't look 67. So a survey by Emerson College Polling and The Hill found that Cuomo led Mamdani at 35 to 32% within the margin of error for first-choice votes, but when calculated by voters' final round choices, with 6 other candidates eliminated, he came out on top at 52% to Cuomo's 48%. So no matter what, it's probably going to be very, very close. I'm trying not to get too excited. I've gotten my hopes up before for candidates like this, namely Bernard Sanders, and we know how that went twice. So there's a heat wave on the East Coast. Oh, of course there is. Under the new ranked choice system, voters select their top 5 candidates in order of preference. If no candidate surpasses 50% in the first round of voting, the candidate who's last is eliminated and their votes are redistributed. That could, in theory, favor candidates that have not until now featured strongly in the polls, including Comptroller Brad Lender, who was last week detained by ICE agents, and we saw that, or Adrian Adams, the city council speaker, or Scott Stringer, the former comptroller. Mayoral primary does not include Eric Adams, and that's another big thing to keep in mind. That's like a limitation of this poll. Eric Adams is on the ballot as an independent or something like that. I think his name on the ballot is not actually Eric Adams. It's like end anti-Semitism. I'm not kidding. So in some ways, if it was just his name, that would be like a benefit, but he's also unpopular because of all the scandals. So I don't know. What? Yes, this is true. I swear. Hold on. Eric Adams name on ballot. It's like stop or end anti-Semitism. Yeah. April 29, 2025. Eric Adams plans to run on an end anti-Semitism ballot line. A choice that highlights one of his few remaining areas of unbridled political support. And even since then, he met with a fucking neo-Nazi. He met with Sneeko, so... Of course, that doesn't matter because he's a Zionist. Really, what it should say is end anti-Zionism because that's his platform. The mayor is gathering signatures for 2 new ballot lines, end anti-Semitism and safe and affordable. His campaign attorney, Vito Pita, confirmed to Politico. So he needed to secure 3,700 signatures from voters by May 27th for each general election ballot line, and he did that. So whatever, man. So yeah, he's not included in this polling. You never know how much that's going to impact. You know, they have elected stupid mayors in the past, like Rudy Giuliani and Bloomberg. So I could see it going to either of these men. Yeah, as an independent, after becoming embroiled in a fundraising scandal. That's a light way to put it. It's like criminal behavior, basically, but he got all the charges dropped. Cuomo, too, is still charged by the sexual harassment claims that forced him to resign as governor in 2021. It was like that and also the nursing home deaths that he helped cover up. Remember Bill Maher fawning over Eric Adams, saying he's the kind of Democrat we need? I went off on him in the comments and told him good luck with that LMFAO. I mean, he does seem like a Bill Maher Democrat, which is to say practically a Republican. The down ticket race also features another New Yorker, a boomerang candidate with a clouded reputation. Anthony Weiner, subject of multiple sexting scandals, is running for city council. Okay, this is making sense why he was on the Adam Friedland show. I didn't know that. Cuomo has led the polls until now, but Mamdani has surged in recent weeks, setting up a contest between a centrist and a progressive that may or may not indicate the direction of travel for Democrats nationally. Both factions of the party will welcome a win as significantly indicative. Cuomo, whose campaign is lavishly backed by some of New York's richest people, is endorsed by Bloomberg, the former mayor of New York City, as well as Bill Clinton and Jim Clyburn, which I saw over the weekend, the influential South Carolina congressman. Meanwhile, Mamdani scored endorsements from AOC and Bernie Sanders, but not the New York Times editorial board, who called him uniquely unsuited for the city's challenges. Yeah, they said that they weren't going to endorse anybody, so they stuck by their word by, like, only targeting and, like, insulting one of the candidates. And when it's like basically a two-person race, excluding Eric Adams, they're tacitly endorsing Cuomo by doing that. The race between the leading candidates has been colored by international politics, with some accusing Mamdani of being anti-Semitic after he defended the phrase, globalize the Intifada. Do you think this will actually link to something? Let's see. Who's doing this? The ADL, the Holocaust Museum, who he only got on their radar because he was like, you know, the Holocaust Museum translates that to mean like uprising in Arabic when you look at the materials that they provide. In other languages, when they're talking about in the context of talking about like the Warsaw Ghetto or something like that. And they said, how dare you point that out, sir? That's absolutely correct, but how dare you point that out? And then they changed it quietly. And several Jewish leaders have also blasted out to scorch him in the final stretch. Okay, but who? Like rabbis or what? Like, again, leaders. We're not talking about like really voters. We're talking about leaders. Shortly after we meet, a podcast is posted by the Bulwark, in which Mamdani was asked whether he felt uncomfortable about the use by some pro-Palestinians of the phrase globalize the Intifada, which has been condemned by some Jews as a call to violence. All of this, like, some people have said, many are saying this, but they never cite it, or it's like, again, several Jewish leaders. Some have said this. Some people have called it this, but they don't actually cite anything. Weasel words. Mamdani says the phrase has been deliberately misinterpreted to smear him and others who stand up for Palestinian rights. He is absolutely correct. After the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear facilities at the weekend, Mamdani slammed the military action as heralding a dark new chapter for the U.S. Donald Trump ran for president, promising to end wars, not start new ones, he said on X, adding, unconstitutional military actions represent a dark new chapter in his endless betrayals that now threaten to plunge the world deeper into chaos. Cuomo later addressed the subject. Iran cannot have nuclear capability. That's number one. Thank you, Cuomo. Very cool. It's dangerous not only for the region, it's dangerous internationally, it's dangerous for the United States. See, Cuomo is like, oh, I'm going to stand up to Trump. I'm the one with experience. I'm the only one that's ever been able to, like, rein him in. But he agrees with this, but he can't praise him. So he just has to say, use all of the same talking points that are used to justify the current military actions. It's a signal. But there you go. 52% in a poll. Although I don't like that. How many people were in this poll, actually? Hold on. Really? We're not going to, like, name the poll? Hold on. I just want to see. How many people? So this was last month? Oh, wait, no. Okay. This is a new one. They've been doing it monthly, I guess. So 800 people. That's who was asked. 833. Primary methodology. Primary voters conducted June 18th through the 20th. Sample includes likely voters and those who have already voted early. The sample size is 833 with a margin of error of plus or minus 3.3%. The first round of the RCV simulation includes n equals 800 with a margin of error of minus 3.4, plus or minus 3.4%. And then the final round was sample size of 729. Data sets were weighted by 2025 voter modeling, including gender, education, race, ethnicity, age, region, and 2021 vote recall. Wish they said, like, the age of who they asked. Just likely voters is all they say. There's plenty of very controversial and bad historical events that were called guerras, but it literally just means wars in Spanish. LOL, yeah. Let's see. All right, let's get into this. Wait. No, wait, one more thing before. So Mahmoud Khalil was released and did, like, an interview with the Times. So this came out yesterday. It felt like kidnapping, Khalil says in first interview since release. The Columbia graduate and pro-Palestinian activist returned to New York after more than 3 months in detention. The Trump administration is seeking to deport him. Mahmoud Khalil sat in a Manhattan apartment dotted with posters and signs calling for his freedom and described the moment 105 days before when plainclothes immigration agents had handcuffed him in the building lobby. All the Know Your Rights information and flyers I read and familiarized myself with were useless, Mr. Khalil said. There are no rights in such situations. It felt like a kidnapping. Mr. Khalil, a 30-year-old Columbia University graduate and U.S. permanent resident, was the first student protester targeted and detained by the Trump admin. On Friday, after having spent more than 3 months in detention in, Hannah, Louisiana, he was released on bail. He had traveled most of the night to return to New York City, and on Saturday evening turned off a television newscast on America's attack on Iran to speak publicly for the first time about his arrest, his detention, and his plans now that he's free. He said that if President Trump's goals had been to suppress pro-Palestinian speech, the president had "quote-unquote" absolutely failed. When he was in prison, he had received hundreds of letters from people whose interest in the Palestinian movement had been catalyzed by his case. Citing President Trump's reported promise to donors during the 2024 campaign to set the Palestinian... Wait, what? No, I just want to open this in a new tab. What is this? Oh, I never saw this. Hold on. Good old remove paywall. Because it's like could be the first of the month, and I probably would have already used up my my free articles for the Washington Post. I feel like you don't even get one. So this was reported May 27, 2024. Trump told donors he will crush pro-Palestinian protests, deport demonstrators. He waffled on whether the Israel-Gaza war should end, but speaking to wealthy donors behind closed doors, he said that he supports Israel's right to continue its war on terror. Sweet. I didn't even know about this. Of course, this is hilarious reading this as he's still being hailed as like, what about the anti-war president? I thought you ran on peace. Yeah, the promise to donors to set the Palestinian cause back decades. Mr. Khalil said he believed that Mr. Trump had done the opposite. He actually advanced the movement 20 years, he said. In a statement, a White House spokeswoman, Abigail Jackson, said Mr. Khalil's case was not about free speech. This is about individuals who don't have a right to be in the United States, siding with Hamas terrorists and organizing a group protest that had made college campuses unsafe and harassed Jewish students, she said. Allegations that Mr. Khalil expressed support for Hamas have not been substantiated in court. They're probably not going to be substantiated. I feel like if they had evidence of this, we'd know by now after 101 days in detention or whatever. The Trump admin won't hesitate to hold Khalil and others who mimic his tactics accountable, she said. Again, notice others who mimic his tactics, aka you existing as a permanent resident in this country and you going out to a protest at a school you attend lawfully and legally and paid to be there. That's the tactics. The administration is still seeking to deport Mr. Khalil, whose case is wending its way through immigration court. Tricia McLaughlin, a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, said in a statement that Mr. Khalil should, quote-unquote, self-deport by using a government app to schedule his departure from the United States. What the hell is this? Oh, it's this. Weren't they offering them like a fucking putrid stipend of like $1,000 to, quote-unquote, self-deport? And it's like so off-putting. This whole like just download this app off the App Store, and then you too can start your process of self-deporting. Mr. Khalil was never accused of a crime. Instead, Secretary of State Marco Rubio invoked a rarely cited law from the mid-20th century to deport him on the grounds that he had undermined American foreign policy. The administration argued that he had contributed to the spread of anti-Semitism through his role in the protests at the university. It's weird that you would invoke this, like you're undermining American foreign policy, and then the thing that follows that is you're being anti-Semitic. Even though I thought we were talking about foreign policy. Not like he advocated for this position that's like not in American interests. It's like, no, he was allegedly bigoted to people. But Mr. Khalil, a Palestinian born in a Syrian refugee camp, rejected the idea that protesting against Israel is inherently anti-Semitic. I was not doing anything anti-Semitic, he said. I was literally advocating for the right of my people. I was literally advocating for the end of a genocide. I was advocating that the tuition fees that I and other students pay don't go towards investing in weapons manufacturers. What's anti-Semitic about this? Even operating on a few hours of sleep, Mr. Khalil spoke in fluid paragraphs as he related his personal history. He was born and raised in a small refugee camp in southern Damascus to Palestinian parents and was taught, he said, to exercise his inherent right to free speech, even in a country with a repressive government which he opposed. He fled Syria for Lebanon a week after his 18th birthday, having learned that 2 friends had been disappeared by government agents. He studied computer science part-time at the Lebanese American University in Beirut. In 2016, he met Noor Abdallah, an American woman of Syrian descent with whom he fell in love. Around 2022, Mr. Khalil began applying to schools in the United States. While he did not romanticize America, he believed that the country had strong institutions and a robust rule of law, and that his speech would be protected. I came here with a clear understanding of freedom of expression, he said. Even when it comes to Palestine, I never had any sort of concern that speaking up for Palestine would actually get me in jail. I mean, nor should he. This is the correct assessment to have had of the United States and its free speech protections, even if you're not, even if you're quote unquote only a permanent resident, not a U.S. citizen. Like, I'm not anything, but if I went to Europe or if I went to like London or something and I criticized like the monarchy or I criticized like Starmer, I would never expect to be detained. He enrolled at Columbia University in January 2023, even before Hamas's attacks on Israel on October 7th of that year. He felt that the school practiced anti-Palestinian discrimination. When he sought to organize a lecture by a Human Rights Watch official focused on what he called apartheid in Israel, he said that insinuation of what he called apartheid in Israel. The New York Times does not recognize that there is apartheid in Israel. We're not, objectively describing circumstances in this country. We are simply repeating what Human Rights Watch, what one person at Human Rights Watch has come to the conclusion of. He said that the university administration gave him and the Palestinian Working Group, an organization for Palestinian students, a difficult time. It's like, I'm like harping on this, but I can't, could you imagine? It's like, like back in like the 60s or something, like a young, like black student working for like an anti-racist organization, brought in like a professor or like an expert in, I don't fucking know, to talk about Jim Crow, segregation, but they phrase it as what that professor calls segregation in the United States. By October 7th, he said he felt he had a clear view of where the university stood, but he had also grown familiar with its administrators. In the spring of 2024, when students formed an encampment on a campus lawn, he negotiated with the admin on behalf of protesters demonstrating against a war that has now killed more than 55,000 people in Gaza, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Against a war, not a genocide, no surprise there. Columbia is deeply committed to combating all forms of harassment and discrimination on our campus and ensuring all students feel safe and welcome, a spokesman for the school said in a statement. That spring, as protests and counter-protests disrupted campus life, Mr. Khalil began to feel concerned for his safety. Though there appears to be no public record of him having expressed support for Hamas, whose attack on Israel began the war and killed more than 1,200 people, pro-Israeli websites began to portray him as pro-Hamas for his use of phrases such as "from the river to the sea." In the meantime, Mr. Khalil married Dr. Abdallah, a dentist, and applied for permanent residency. In the summer of 2024, Dr. Abdallah became pregnant, and in November, his green card came through. Mr. Khalil's fear for himself and his family spiked after President Trump's election. After the president signed an executive order promising to combat campus anti-Semitism, groups that had targeted Mr. Khalil, including Canary Mission and Badar, began to post about him again. Canary Mission is basically a doxing website. On March 8th, he was returning for...
He's giving me his phone, okay? He's not, I understand, he's not resisting. Like...
Don't worry about it. You're gonna have to come with us. Don't worry.
I'm coming with you, don't worry.
No one's resisting, no one's getting worked up.
You guys really don't need to be doing all of that.
It's fine. It's fine.
حبيبي كيف بدي اتصل فيك؟
Take
Said, how will I call you?
Okay. Hi, Amy. Yeah, they
Footage was filmed by his wife, who called one of his lawyers during the arrest.
And what should I do? I don't know. Nor. Let me ask. Can we get a name, please, of...
No, is my stream down? Are we good? Oh, no. Oh, God. Okay, wait. It just restarted. Why did it do this? I know why it did this. Hold on. Internet took a hit. Okay, hold on, you guys. Yeah, I knew that something happened. There was like the loudest fucking clap of thunder behind me while I was reading, and I was like, oh, I really hope that doesn't do anything to my stream. Of course it did. Let's see. Hold on. Did I lose my YouTube feed? Okay, no, we're good. We're good.
You're going to be under arrest. So turn around.
In custody. Yeah, that's right.
Name, please, of... Let me ask. Can we get a name, please, of... Can we get your name? I understand the lawyer is asking for your name.
Go over there. No, we don't give our names.
The lawyer's asking for your name. He's saying they don't give their names.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We'll be taken to immigration custody at 26 Federal Plaza.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
We'll be taken to immigration custody at 26 Federal Plaza.
She said they're taking him to 26 Federal Plaza. Can you please specify what agency is...
So that is terrifying that he was arrested and detained, or I guess not. No, I guess he was arrested. He was detained when he was not actually in or by people that weren't actually in uniform, just plain clothes. I asked for a warrant. Mr. Cleo recalled the agents never showed him one. The whole episode reminded him of the way government agents in Syria operated outside the law. That's literally what made me flee, he said. Initially, the agents told Mr. Khalil that his student visa had been canceled, which made no sense given that he was a permanent resident. He felt that he would be released as soon as the confusion cleared up. But about 5 hours later, he was shown Mr. Rubio's determination that he was a foreign policy threat. Could you imagine you're like a random student at this school? And yeah, you have a more prominent role in the protests or whatever, but you turn on the fucking news and you not only are having to process that, like, I was detained and I was detained by ICE in plainclothes. I wasn't given a reason why I was being detained. I wasn't actually shown a warrant. And yet, nonetheless, the fucking Secretary of State is saying that I need to be deported because I'm a foreign policy or like national security threat. It was very ironic. I literally laughed, he added. What did I do that I'm a foreign policy threat to the United States? Did I like damage the U.S.-Israeli relationship? Because it doesn't appear so. Mr. Khalil was quickly transferred to New Jersey and then taken back to New York, told only that he was headed for Kennedy International Airport. He felt sure that he was being deported. Only when he was boarding a plane was he told he was being taken to Louisiana, more than 1,000 miles from his home. Once in Jenna, Mr. Khalil, or is it Henna or is it Jenna? Gina? Mr. Khalil said he shared a room with more than 70 other men. He had no privacy and no knowledge of what would happen next. He was racked with concern for his wife and unborn child. Mr. Khalil was, quote, tortured by the uncertainty, he said. I tried my best to make meaning out of my suffering there. I didn't want to just sit around and wait for my fate to be decided. He began to spend his time helping other detainees communicate their needs to the authorities. He spent a few hours each day translating questions into proper English about what had happened to the money in someone's commissary account or why they hadn't received their medications. He read Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, A Chronicle of a Life in a Nazi Concentration Camp, and Unbuilt Walls by Silke Shah, a book describing the history of immigration policy and mass incarceration in the United States, as well as a few novels. He felt joyful when he saw other pro-Palestinian students who had been detained to go free. But the person who most occupied his mind was Dr. Abdallah before and after she gave birth to a boy on April 21st. Mr. Khalil's requests to attend the delivery were denied, which I remember this. I know how much Noor wanted me to be next to her while delivering the baby, he said, his voice catching. He said he tried to prepare himself for missing the birth, but it was never enough in terms of managing my emotions or my thoughts about it. He said that there was, quote, nothing in this world that would compensate me for the time I lost with my family and witnessing the birth of my child. I mean, that really is disturbing. And of course, he'll see no money, I'm sure. In late May, the new federal, because like there was a lawsuit that I think the ACLU had picked up to help families that had been separated through the Trump child separation policy in 2016 reach a settlement with the US DOJ. And Biden was asked about it because there were some figures being floated around about how much money each person, because it was like effectively like a class action against the DOJ, would potentially be getting. And based on some leaked sources or something like that, people were like, oh, they were going to get checks for like $400,000 or something like that. And Biden was like, that's not happening. But he wasn't making a judgment of like that ought to not happen. He didn't know what was being talked about. The reporter just like gave him the information. He was like, yeah, that's like not happening. But then Republicans seized on that and were like, see, even Biden doesn't think it should happen. And then the case got dropped. And I don't think any of those people ended up even settling for any money. So if people that, again, had been organized by the ACLU to try to get compensation for being affected by that unconstitutional policy by Trump, then, and they couldn't even get money, good luck like with him getting money for this. I mean, I hope he does, but I don't think it's going to happen. In late May, the New Jersey federal judge overseeing his case, Michael E. Farbiars, determined that the law Secretary Rubio had invoked was likely to be unconstitutional. This month, the judge barred the Trump admin from detaining Mr. Khalil on that basis and on Friday granted him bail. Still, Mr. Khalil's detention broke his belief in American justice. If you have money, there is rule of law, he said. If you're abiding by the very narrow definition of what this admin is defining as an American value to be, you may get rule of law. Otherwise, you have to fight tooth and nail to get your due process and your rights. He said that his having been freed in no way represented justice. I'm free, he said, but those who made me go through hell are still free outside and actually emboldened. He intends to immediately resume his advocacy for Palestinian rights as well as immigrant rights. I don't think what happened to me would stop me, he said. If anything, it's actually reinforced my belief that what we're doing is right. It's literally what the NRA always claimed they wanted guns for, and now they're silent because it's not white people. Yep, and because the NRA represents gun manufacturers and not actual gun owners. But this was something I was looking at, and it reminded me of, let me see if I can find it. It was like a Cato Institute study. Yeah. So this came out 3 days ago. 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions. 93% no violent convictions. So, new non-public data from ICE indicates that the government is primarily detaining individuals with no criminal convictions of any kind. Shocker. Also, among those with criminal convictions, they're overwhelmingly not the violent offenses that ICE continuously uses to justify its deportation agenda. ICE has shared this number with people outside the agency who shared the numbers with the Cato Institute. And now I'm curious, hold on. There was an article that Ken Klippenstein wrote. It was like on a leaked ICE memo. And I wonder if it's like the same data. I'm curious. Yeah, he put this out. Oh, wait, no, it can't be. No, it can't be because this was June 20th. And this came out June 21st. But he had leaked ICE data. 1 out of 3 illegals detained have no criminal history. And he was shared this image by somebody who I guess works at ICE and gave it to him anonymously. According to ICE, 3,257 people have been deported, including 2,069 with criminal histories, including 185 alleged gang members and 18 known or suspected terrorists. The number of people ICE believes to be residing in the Los Angeles area without legal status is almost like 480,000. But ICE has arrested 5,232 people during its raids. So a significant number of them are just people who's like to the extent that they've committed a crime, it's like a fucking traffic violation or it's some civil violation. As of June 14th, ICE had booked into detention 24,297 individuals since October 1st, 2024, and the start of fiscal year 2025. Of those bookings, 65%, or 133,687 individuals, had no criminal convictions. Moreover, more than 93% of ICE bookings were never convicted of any violent offenses. About 9 in 10 had no convictions for violent or property offenses. Most convictions, 53%, fell into 3 main categories: immigration, traffic, or nonviolent vice crimes. The appendix table at the end of this post has data by detailed crime and broad crime categorization. So the convictions range from property, violence, nonviolent vice, immigration, traffic, other, none, and then the total. So you see the highest number is actually just for none. For violent, it's 14,068. But they practically have the same number of people that were detained for having traffic violations as people that were convicted or had like offenses related to like a violent crime. Yeah, convicted for violent crime. What is a non-violent vice? Like drugs? ICE detains very few serious public safety threats. Because again, literally, these people are not actually criminals. Drunken public vice crimes. Is that what that means? I didn't know that. Using public data from CPP, which does not include details of criminal convictions, we can see the trend in ICE bookings from the start of the Trump admin. During the first 2 weeks of June, ICE brought into custody nearly 927 non-criminals. That represents a roughly threefold increase compared to the rate of non-criminals booked in the first week of his administration. This shift in policy resulted from... Anyone want to take a guess before I read it? White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. At a meeting specifically at the end of May, when he ordered ICE to start arresting more non-criminals. What do you mean you're going after criminals? He said. Why aren't you at Home Depot? Why aren't you at 7-Eleven? Since then, ICE and Border Patrol have shifted to roaming U.S. streets and workplaces to round up immigrants regardless of the public threat that they may pose. Anal. Often includes activities like prostitution, drug use, gambling, alcohol-related offenses, and pornography. I mean, that certainly is... Okay, the nonviolent vice certainly is the way to categorize that. I called it. And I saw like a clip of, I don't have it with me. I don't know that I'm like, can I even show Joe Rogan and that Twitch partner? Is that safe to do? Where he was like, even Joe Rogan was like, if people knew that this was what they were talking about when they meant mass deportations, I probably wouldn't have, people probably wouldn't have voted for this guy. Because he's not, like, he ran on like, oh, I'm going to get criminals out. But when you're looking at who's getting picked up and when you're looking at who they're prioritizing picking up, it's just people, it's like community members. It's people that have been here for years. It's people whose biggest offense is what, like like they ran a stop sign. They were speeding a little bit. They overstayed their visa. If I put Trump deportation, maybe. Yeah, okay. This was the clip.
ICE raids are fucking nuts, man. Watching this protest on television, it's like...
Do you think the raids are nuts?
All of it's nuts.
Yeah, I think both
protest
sides are
nuts,
taking it a little
the
too
raids
hard.
Well,
Both sides, though, guys.
I don't think if the Trump administration, if they're running and they said, we're going to go to Home Depot and we're going to arrest all the people at Home Depot, we're going to go to construction sites and we're going to just like tackle people at constructions. I don't think anybody would have signed up for that. They said...
There's also a dark assessment of what he's saying, which is like, yeah, because people in America want to exploit the cheap labor of these people. It's not because they think that the people who are like looking for day labor at Home Depot were just such valued members of their communities. It's because, oh, fuck, like, I'm somebody who profits from that. I don't want that cheap labor pool that doesn't have any workplace protections, really, to go away. So if this deportation program is going to include that, then I can't really get behind it.
We're going to get rid of the criminals and the gang members first, right? And now we're seeing like Home Depots get raided. Like, that's crazy. ICE raids are fucking nuts.
I mean, like, I agree with him. I'm rolling my eyes because he, like, what, all but endorsed Donald Trump. Gotta get them where they hang out. Deport every single illegal immigrant. If ICE shows up to detain a known illegal immigrant criminal and other illegal aliens are there, they need to go too. Oh, so we're just like reprinting like a Stephen Miller memo for this tweet. Got it. They may not have been the specific target, but if they're there, round them up. Thank you, Professor Duke, for that insight. Just another way of saying one of the good ones, pretty much. Would be more cost-effective to offer a pathway to citizenship for non-violent immigrants that have been here working. I thought this was a Krasinski brother for a second. Deport every single illegal alien. Cross the border illegally, you're a criminal, period. It's like they do not realize how expensive this is, how stupid this is. And it's so, how stupid this is in the sense that, like, a program like this is ridiculously expensive. Undocumented immigrants don't constitute a large amount of crime in the United States to begin with. So this really is just, how do we, I don't care. I do not want to have to see brown people even in my neighborhood. Even in somebody else's neighborhood in a different state that I don't live in, like California. ICE is booking in many more non-criminals in recent weeks. ICE daily average bookings of people with no criminal convictions. Jesus Christ, we're like approaching like 1,000. This understates the change in interior enforcement against non-criminals. This is mainly because ICE also booked some people into custody who were originally detained by Border Patrol. Hence, the pre-Trump numbers include many non-criminals who had never lived in the U.S. before. Since then, the Trump administration has put Border Patrol in charge of mass deportation in California, and it is making interior arrests all along the Mexican and Canadian borders. The Canadian borders, really? I feel like there's no emphasis on this. Is this a meme? Or like how much of it, what percentage of it is this? Like ICE arrests? This is like barely any. 25 Canadian nationals connected to national multi-million-dollar grandparent scam charged in Vermont. Okay, this seems so insignificant in the grand scheme of like of things, that the fact that on March 19th they gave a single Canadian person that was detained a whole like opinion article. It's like it seems like it's the vast minority of arrests. This means that the pre-Trump and post-Trump numbers are not directly comparable. We cannot say for certain how many peaceful individuals are being whisked off America's streets by government agents. That said, when examining ICE total bookings of individuals arrested by ICE, we can see more extreme increase in interior enforcement. Since the beginning of this year, ICE bookings based on ICE arrests have increased nearly sixfold, from a daily average of 215 to over 1,100 per day. It's pretty hard to get into the U.S. from Canada, though, because of the wilderness. But most incidents are people that applied for refugee status here and they tried for the United States. Then they're just weak up in Canada, because I've seen footage from South Texas and people coming across the Rio Grande, and the river is way more dangerous. And also they're climbing literal barbed wire fences to get over. What, are there bears in Canada or something? Where there's a will, there's a way. That's all I'm saying. ICE also books individuals who have pending criminal charges into custody. As of June 14th, the agency had booked 44,897 individuals with only a pending charge. So this means it's not even like a formal indictment. It's not been tried in a court or anything like that. It's just an allegation. The agency sometimes erroneously calls these people criminals. Wonder why. It's almost like they want to inflate the amount of criminals that they have so they can brag and make it seem like, yeah, we're really being tough on crime with this program. We're definitely not just disrupting individual people's lives and their communities and their families just, to be cruel, even without a conviction. This is wrong. We believe in due process in America because many people charged are ultimately never convicted. Yep. ICE admitted in court that it considers even people whose charges were dismissed to still be a criminal for purposes of removal. That's awesome. And many immigrants with pending charges are never convicted. For instance, ICE terminated the legal status of international student Suguru Anda for a dismissed fishing-related citation. Oh my God! The idea that that's the criminal. You want insight into the criminal mind. Okay, yeah, let's talk to Ms. Anda, who, what was it again? Checks notes, a fishing-related citation. What, she fished in a fucking brook she wasn't supposed to? Why is ICE even there? The same thing happened to Ashkar Patel, another international student. I'm sure that's a crazy coincidence that it's international students being targeted for these frivolous, like, violations of citations and ordinances. With a dismissed reckless driving charge. When ICE deports people without giving them their day in court, it not only deprives them of their right to clear their name, but it also denies justice to victims if they are guilty. That's the other thing. Even if you don't care about it, which obviously if you're talking to like the Tim Pools of the world and the conservatives of the world, they'll be like, so what? It doesn't matter. I don't care that they're a fucking resident. They're not actually a naturalized U.S. citizen. You should care because if somebody has done a crime, allegedly, in this country, if that crime includes a victim, then they can't actually get justice if there's never a formal process. Regardless, ICE also hasn't listed what the charges are for, and we know that it is slapping thousands of illegal entry charges on longtime residents to brand them as criminals and force California and other states to help deport them. Nonetheless, focusing on people without pending charges or convictions, the difference in policy is indescribable. ICE doesn't separately report the criminal status of bookends specifically from ICE arrests, but ICE's public numbers on its currently detained population reveal a 9-fold increase in immigrants being arrested by ICE and locked up for ICE for no reason other than their immigration status. And when you talk to people and you try to point this out, that they're not really going after criminals, they try to downplay it, they try to revert back to, but they crossed illegally, but like this says, this is starting to increasingly, like an increasing amount of this is starting to represent people that have been years, that have like post hoc been given a charge that you illegally entered, even though they may have just, as like a longtime resident that's been here. I mean, like, why would you retroactively do this? If it wasn't pertinent at the time to give it to them, then what is the purpose of doing it now? They broke the law. Yeah, pretty much. It's saying like broke any law. It doesn't matter if it's a fishing ordinance or you know, like a variance because you had something up on your house you weren't supposed to, or you were going 10 over the speed limit. Yeah, you're a fucking criminal. ICE is detaining former immigrants who have no convictions or criminal charges. This again. Immigrants in detention at that point in time arrested in the interior by ICE who have no criminal convictions or charges. So this, on May 31st, that was at 7,781. If we look at the net increase in immigrants detained by ICE after an ICE arrest, 70% of the increase in detention has come from people without criminal convictions. Convicted criminals account for just 29% of the increase in people detained by ICE since January. So this is like the least effective way to go about this. And this is because, again, these numbers are still, I'm pretty sure they're reporting them. They're explaining what goes behind the criminal label for these stats. But I don't think that they have actually tried to take them out or determine. They're just using the way that the Trump administration categorizes them. And still, even with their inflated numbers of what constitutes a criminal or somebody with a criminal past, it's still terrible. This is still a horrible fucking ratio. My back of the envelope calculation based on the public numbers is that in early January, ICE was arresting about 32 immigrants per day in the interior who had no criminal conviction or pending charge. By early June, these arrests were approximately 453 per day, a 14-fold increase. This is about 50% more than the daily average for ICE arrests of immigrants of all types in FY 2024 fiscal year. This was the predictable result of President Trump's executive order rescinding ICE guidance, which required ICE to focus on public safety threats. When was this issued again? This was issued January 20th, 2025, so pretty much as soon as he entered office. As a consequence, the overall capacity of ICE to make arrests has grown thanks to shifting many resources from the military and other law enforcement agencies into ICE. It's also borrowing from end-of-the-year appropriations to pay for operations today, leaving it $1 billion in the hole. Where's the thing that's like, hold on, the Cato Institute also said this is going to cost $1 trillion. $1 trillion. When you actually, like, if the big, beautiful bill passes, the amount of money that they have put into that bill to dedicate towards the mass deportation program and shifting resources to the border for like border patrol and stuff like that, it's going to be fucking expensive. Yeah, June 6th, deportations to add almost $1 trillion in costs to the big, beautiful bill. And they go into, in this article, they go into how the estimates that are provided by the Congressional Budget Office, which is nonpartisan, is not factoring in the ways that, like all the different indirect ways that this program will add up over time. And the true cost is a lot closer to $1 trillion than like the 200 million or like the really, really low number they're saying it was going to be. Like immigration immigration and border enforcement swamps all of the law enforcement spending. So you have other IRS, ATF, DHS, DOJ, DEA, which is drugs, Secret Service, FBI, and then fucking immigration's like way up here for spending. The House plans to distort this wildly out of whack law enforcement system beyond recognition. H.R. 1 appropriates $168 billion to agencies whose primary purpose is immigration enforcement. It adds $1.2 billion to all of the law enforcement for the Secret Service. For the Secret Service. This sum comes on top of the $33 billion meaning that if this bill passes, about $200 billion will be made available for immigration enforcement starting fiscal year 2025. This is so insane. And all of that is the reconciliation amounts. ICE is also detaining more people than ever in squalid, inhumane conditions that are worse than those permitted in prisons where serious violent offenders are serving their sentences. I mean, that doesn't surprise anybody. Nothing has changed. Both administrations have really failed to comprehensively address like ICE holding facilities and detention facilities. There were kids in cages under Democratic presidents. There are kids in cages under Republican presidents. And if they don't actually make it a priority to improve that, it's only going to get worse and worse. The White House has ordered ICE to meet an unreasonable quota of 3,000 arrests per day, a target they were nowhere near achieving as of June 14th. And that's with all of this extra money. That's with all of these relaxed regulations. That's with them not being able to wear masks, being able to wear plainclothes, not actually showing warrants to people, not actually convicting criminals, just going up and trying and rounding up, like, you have your eye on one person and still you get like some of their fucking homies that are around them and they still can't meet this number. Agents are complaining about how the quota is undermining public safety in interviews with conservative outlets like the New York Post and Washington Examiner. I mean, and this isn't even getting into like how unconstitutional this shit is, because really the only way that they could be able to to even get close to that 3,000 arrests per day number is they're going to seriously have to start violating constitutional rights even more than they're already doing it now. Like, it can be hyper effective or it could be constitutional, but it's going to be mutually exclusive. You're not going to be able to get this many people without doing just egregious, flagrant profiling. And starting to ask random Mexicans or brown people or Asian people or anyone that you suspect are like a young woman or a man who like looks Indian or Muslim or something like that. Like, oh, are you an international student? Are you actually like a citizen, a resident? The White House is focused on quantity over quality, one agent told the New York Post. What's the context of that? The Trump administration mandates that instead, ICE officers are spending more time rounding people up off the streets. Sources said, all that matters is numbers, pure numbers, quantity over quality. One ICE enforcement insider told the Post. The policy is also unmaintainable at current staffing levels, and it's killing morale. Oh, you guys, will somebody please think of how overworked these poor ICE agents are? I mean, they really are the unsung heroes in all of this. Nobody thinks about their plight, right? I hadn't even thought about that. I mean, you have Trump, like one part of his agenda is Doge, so like gutting the administrative state, but another part is like, yeah, we also want to have this like massive program to do these mass deportations. Well, that requires government employees to do it. You need people to actually coordinate and go out and do these things. The agents told the Post that ISIS quota was forcing them to leave some dangerous criminal illegal migrants on the street. But why? Why does it work out this way? ICE shifted away from fugitive operations to focus on asylum seekers at courthouses, immigrants who regularly check in with ICE, and other non-threats. I mean, yeah, this is like some banality of evil shit. The fact that this is how they end up just like deciding, this is how the numbers look the way that they do because they have these ridiculous quotas. They have a government that is threatening to cut everything except this one program, but yet still, again, they're still threatening to cut their jobs or positions. So you're incentivized to get the lowest priority, quote unquote, illegals in your program first, not the criminals, because it takes time to find the criminals. It takes time and manpower and paper pushing to be able to actually break into these, like to the extent that there's organized crime perpetuated in the United States from illegal immigrants specifically, which is like a very, 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 very small portion of illegals. Yeah, you need like time to actually find those people. You can't just go the way that you're gonna find. Of course, you're gonna find. You're gonna end up picking up people that are being compliant because it's the only people that you know that are actually coming out and showing their face and following the law. ISIS deportation agenda is not what is being advertised to the American public. ICE is not interested in prioritizing public safety. It never has been, but that's my comments on that. Yet it constantly pretends that anyone who objects to its tactics and priorities is defending violent criminals. Sound familiar? But violent criminals are not ICE's primary focus. Indeed, it now has no focus altogether. That's the essence of mass deportation. It is indiscriminate, unfocused, and chaotic. Congress should mandate more transparent reporting from ICE and require that it target only those who pose genuine threats to public safety. I know, they should do this, but as they just pointed out in the sentence before, that's not going to happen because anyone who tries to push for that is going to be accused of what? Defending violent criminals. So it just is going to be self-perpetuating. Appendix table ICE bookends are primarily non-criminals and non-violent offenders. They've gotten 122 people that had a charge for arson, 9,700 for assault, 18 for bribery, 1 for civil rights, 47 for conservation, 289 for property damage, 17 for embezzlement, 13 for gambling, health and safety, but the vast majority, no charges, 133,687. Insane world we live in, man. Okay. Is there anything else on this that I wanted to see? Oh yeah, this was relevant. I saw this a few days ago. And this was, yeah, this was on Friday. Trump can maintain control of thousands of California National Guardsmen. Appeals court rules. So a federal appeals court is allowing President Donald Trump to maintain control over thousands of members of California's National Guard. This was something that had been found legal, and then there was a judge that said it's not legal, and now it's back to, okay, it's legal. The Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals granted a request from Trump to lift, for now, a lower court ruling that had required the president to relinquish control of roughly 4,000 guardsmen from the Golden State that he had federalized to beef up security in Los Angeles amid unrest over immigration enforcement. The court said in an unsigned ruling, quote, that it is likely that the president lawfully exercised his statutory authority. Who the fuck is this judge? Under the federal law, he invoked to federalize the guardsmen earlier this month, rejecting arguments pushed by California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom that Trump had violated federal law when he seized control of his part of his state's militia. The panel of judges who issued Thursday's rulings is comprised of, okay, shocker, 2 Trump appointees and an appointee of former President Joe Biden. Last week, U.S. District Court Judge Charles Breyer directed the president to relinquish control of the guardsmen after concluding that Trump had violated several provisions of the law he leaned on in order to take control of the troops, including one that requires presidents to issue an order, quote, through the governor when they want to federalize state troops. And his argument, if I remember correctly, is that you're mobilizing people that are trained specifically for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. So it's a waste of money. It's not constitutional. It's not effective. And you're not doing it with the consent of the governor of that state. You're trying to do it unilaterally. The appeals court briefly put Breyer's ruling on hold shortly after it was issued, and Thursday's ruling from the Ninth Circuit extends that pause while the legal challenge plays out. California has the option of asking the Supreme Court to step in on an emergency basis. Though the ruling hands a significant loss to Newsom, the appeals court still rebuffed some of the arguments Justice Department lawyers had presented to the judges earlier this week, including that courts lacked authority to second-guess a president's determination that certain requisite factual predicates had been met to justify his decision to invoke the law at issue in the case. But the court concluded that, quote, that its review of that decision must be highly deferential to the commander-in-chief. Under a highly deferential standard of review, defendants have presented facts to allow us to conclude that the president has a colorable basis for invoking the law, the judges said in a ruling, going on to note that some protesters in California had targeted federal property or agents. Those activities significantly impeded the ability of federal officers to execute the laws. This is like so much less comprehensive. It's just like, we looked into it and it's fine. Because the first one, like, the lower court ruling, Breyer had, like, all of these different reasons why it was not in compliance, and there was no precedent to even justify this sort of, like, federal overreach. Especially when we're not, like, there's the state of emergency that he's declared is bullshit. And leaning on the law, I guess U.S. Criminal Code 10, 12, whatever, Trump pointed in part to one provision of it that said a president can federalize a state's National Guard if they are, quote, unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. It's insane that any judge can think that you're able to make this determination without coordinating with local law enforcement or even just state law enforcement. The appeals court on Thursday also rejected another key argument California had made in its challenge to Trump's actions. They have violated a procedural aspect of the law that requires presidents to issue an order, quote, through the governor when they want to federalize state troops. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave the state's top general, not Newsom, Trump's June 7 memo calling it members of the militia. But since the California general is an agent of the governor, the appeals court said, Trump and Hegseth's actions likely met the procedural requirement, even though it's obvious that they're trying to circumvent Gavin Newsom from having input. The ruling comes as the situation in LA has calmed significantly since last week, when the legal francas over Trump's decision to send troops to the streets of America's second largest city began after a weekend of unrest there. Shortly after the court's ruling, Trump boasted on his Truth Social platform, calling it a big win, in all caps. A big win for the big boy. And insisting the decision means that, quote, all over the United States, if our cities and our people need protections, we are the ones to give it to them should state and local police be unable, for whatever reason, to get the job done. But as we just read from that Cato Institute report, they ain't getting criminals. They're not doing anything for public safety. They are making things more unsafe. They are detaining people, putting them in inhumane holding cells and cages. And they're just disrupting families. That's it. They're not actually getting any violent criminals. Not really. They're just getting whoever they can because all of these people need to get 3,000 arrests a day or whatever. More legal wrangling over how Trump is actually using the guardsmen on the ground in LA is expected to continue during a hearing Breyer of the federal court in San Francisco has set for Friday afternoon. Okay. No more of this. No more of this. Let's do something fun. Let's do Cenk versus Krystal and Kyle. Let's see him defend this. So this was on Friday. Are you insane? Heated debate explodes with Jenk Uygur about MAGA. Let's see. So I haven't seen any of this. Excited to watch. I don't even know what it's going to be about. I think it's just going to be about Trump's performance until now. We'll see.
Fantasyland that Trump was like, oh, the left thinks Abrego Garcia, I've treated him wrong. I surrender, left.
The only time he has been constrained is through the left and liberals banding together and going through the court system and public pressure. That's it. That's all we've seen.
Is MAGA a fascist movement? Just give me a yes or no.
That's an absurd framing, Kyle. That's mainstream media framing.
You can't say that MAGA is fascist. You can't. Wait. You really don't believe MAGA is fascist?
I am against Trump, totally. Okay, but why do you love Trump? Will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that? Cenk, talk about a straw man. I mean, you're making up stuff I never said. Come
What's
on.
the point of coming on here if I can't answer your
Cenk,
questions?
I'm giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that.
Okay,
so you want to talk about straw men? You're inventing
it's a
things on the
mistake talking to
spot.
you guys. It's a mistake.
Welcome, Jenk Uygur, the Young Turks. We appreciate you joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
So, you want to explain? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, Cenk reached out to Kyle and I this week and said, hey, I think we got some things to talk through. Can I, let's have a conversation. So we said, sure, let's do that. And this kind of follows on the heels of a discussion/debate that you and I had back in December. Where, the launching point, and you can, correct me if you don't think that this is a fair characterization of this conversation, but the launching point was a tweet that you had put out expressing some optimism about the Trump administration. So we can put that tweet up on the screen from Cenk to refresh everybody's memory about where we started. So you said, in November 29th, 2024, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. So over the course of that conversation, you explained.
Hold on, I'm distracted. Hold on.
Blames me who won. I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. So over the course of that conversation.
And they have been defeated, he declared. This is an insane thing to say. Like, why are you more optimistic now? If you're saying any, and again, that's connected somehow to, the establishment being defeated. What? In what world? I mean, I guess he's going to explain this, but it's only been further entrenched.
You explained to me that the reason you felt optimistic was really 2 reasons. Number one,
like the most charitable case, and this is not what he said. The most charitable case I could fathom for somebody making that case is in 2016 after Donald Trump was elected. That was kind of like an oh shit moment because nobody expected it. So a lot of people were motivated to organize and do something about in response to Trump becoming the president over Hillary Clinton. So there was a surge in people consuming media. There was a surge in people signing up for labor unions. The DSA saw like the highest increase in membership that they'd had in like years. So, but he didn't say any of that. He's like, I'm inspired because of the fucking, like the deep states being taken out. Come on, dude.
And as you say there, the establishment was defeated. And number 2, you felt that the elements of the populist right and the bros would hold Trump accountable. And it kind of built to this crescendo where he actually turned to the...
And this is so stupid. This is so stupid to assume, because just because somebody has the same criticism of some institution, of some policy, of whatever, does not mean they're going to agree with you on a solution. It doesn't even mean that even if they did, it would be a priority for them. So it's a fool's errand to think that allying with these people before they've actually shown it's something that's important to them is going to end well, is going to result in anything. You ask Tim Pool and he says he's pro-choice. You ask Steve Bannon and he says he's for some sort of like, you know, public health or like, public option for Medicare, but that's never their priority.
Camera and said, listen, guys, in a little while, you're going to be able to say whether I was right or whether Krystal was right. Let's go ahead and play that portion as a refresher. That is element number 2.
I want to address something to the audience. Can I?
Sure.
Is this my camera here? Okay, yeah. So right-wing populists, it is now your job to prove Krystal wrong. Okay.
Go out and do it, y'all.
So she doesn't believe you. And by the way, almost no one on the left, other than me and Anna, believe you guys that you actually want to cut the Pentagon and that you could pressure Elon Musk and Donald Trump to cut the Pentagon. So are you going to prove the left wrong, or are you going to prove them spectacularly right? Am I going to have to come on here and apologize to Krystal for ever believing in any right-wing...
I mean, what he's saying didn't end up happening. Like, they did not prove the left or liberals wrong. And it's clearly not going to be like a mea culpa from him. So what is his argument going to be?
Populist.
And the other thing is that, like, I like Krystal's output now, but I had these same criticisms of her too when she was doing The Hills Rising with Sagar and Jetty. And let me see, Nathan J. Robinson isn't right-wing, just fascism. Is that it? He wrote this article back in, is it 2020? When was this? Yeah, June 18, 2020, which is funny because it's like almost 5 years to the day. Talking about how all of these quote unquote like right-wing populists or whatever, they're populists in name only. And they may adopt the aesthetics of populist rhetoric to get people to vote for them. But when it comes down to it, they are not interested in actually instituting the more populist elements of their agenda that, got people on board with them or got people enthusiastic or willing to give them a chance. Like, oh, maybe this guy's going to shake things up, right? And it's primarily aimed, funnily enough, at Sagar and Krystal because he critiques their book. This is why I'm disturbed by the Populist's Guide to 2020, A New Right and a New Left Are Rising, which seems to embrace exactly the horseshoe theory that I see as so wrong and dangerous. The Populist Guide to 2020 is co-authored by Krystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty, who host the morning show Rising on the Hill. I've been on Rising several times, and I found it to be a refreshingly original show. It has the look and tone of cable news, but is more substantive and features guests and stories that are excluded from the mainstream networks. And their whole thing is that, despite some differences, fundamentally they're on the same page. We both believe in putting the massive working class at the center of politics and advocate for candidates and policies which we believe will help accomplish that goal. Krystal is a Democrat and Sagar is a Republican, but we are both first and foremost pro-working class. When you actually would go to that channel, it was a lot of Tucker-Carlson simping, and it was clear that who watched that channel, they're like, if they had leftists in their audience, it was like Jimmy Dore types, and if they and like Tucker-Carlson fanboys. It was not really like attracting progressives, really. Maybe individual segments, but she kind of fell into this trap, and so it's like funny to see her. And I've heard Kyle talk about that article and says that like Nathan J. Robinson like never understood her. Nathan J. Robinson also debated Glenn Greenwald over this a few years ago, saying that like, where is this like MAGA populist right wing base that the left or the progressive movement can work with? Doesn't really exist.
Say, oh, I was a sucker. Those guys were liars. All they want to do was increase the Pentagon, have more wars, more corruption, and they never held Trump accountable. We waited 4 long years for them to hold him accountable, and all they did was kiss his ass and show that they don't really believe in freedom. They said all this stuff about freedom, but they never meant it. They said all this stuff about drain the swamp, but they never meant it. They said all this anti-war stuff, but they never meant it. We're going to come back on here in 1 year, 2 years, 4 years, and we're going to keep doing a check.
So, Cenk, that was kind of the context of that discussion. And just for the audience and for you, since there's 2 of us and one of you, and we don't want to be like jumping on all over each other, and maybe Kyle and I have disagreements on things, I thought I would kind of handle the first 30 minutes more or less. Kyle would handle the second 30 minutes. You've got a engagement you've got to go to, hard out in an hour, so that's the amount of time that we have.
We could do this for 4 hours if we had the time.
I'm sure we could, and it would be painful for all involved. But in any case, we've got a hard out for Cenk in 1 hour. We want to be very respectful of his time. So with everything that's happened in Trump 2.0, do you still feel that original optimism that you expressed at the time, do you still feel that was well-founded?
Absolutely. And part of the reason I wanted to come on is to see if you guys are on planet Earth or live in an alternate reality. And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm being genuine about it. And Krystal, I went back and watched our conversation from back then.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you kept saying like things against Trump. And that's why I didn't even think it was a debate. It was a discussion because I was like, yeah, I totally agree with you on Trump and the Republicans, et cetera. I was talking about the populist right and the independents that voted for Trump, the actual voters. And you saw it in that clip. I don't address Trump. I don't address any Republicans. I address the voters. So what has happened since then? Joe Rogan has come out against what Trump has done with Mahmoud Halil, with Abrego Garcia. Almost all of the MAGA hosts have come out against the war, ranging from Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon. Then you've got politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You've got
Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon. I swear to you, I had not rewatched this. I just knew they're the go-to like poster children for the supposed right-wing populism. But it's a LARP. It's a LARP. And there's a reason why you can name them off the top. There's like, that's who the go-tos are, is because there's so few of them.
Got Tim Dillon. You've got. I mean, I'm not sure you can name a right.
And like, fine, they have disagreements. They have disagreements with Trump over certain policies. They're critics of certain programs, or they advocate for certain things that are unorthodox and that you wouldn't expect from a right winger. But it's never enough that it makes them abandon Trump. It's never so severe that it makes them think, oh, they're never going to institute this agenda. It's not really a priority to them. So even if they say it, it's just that it feels like it's just them paying lip service to it.
MAGA host or independent host that's for the war in Iran. So I'm genuinely curious, like, are you guys not seeing that, or does that somehow magically not count?
So, Cenk.
Okay, how many people are behind Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson? And how many of those people are actually willing to hold Trump accountable or abandon Trump if he doesn't do this? That's the real question. It's not that, oh, so you never heard of Steve Bannon? Oh, you never heard of Tucker Carlson? He was only the most popular conservative pundit at one point, and he's talking about this stuff. Doesn't fucking matter.
I have the same question as to whether or not you're on planet Earth. Because, first of all, let me ask you this question. Do you think that Trump 2.0...
They mostly all flip to being pro-war now? Oh, yeah, that's coming up. That's why we're doing Charlie Kirk later, probably after this.
Is better or worse than Trump 1.0?
Trump is irrelevant.
No, he's not irrelevant.
How is he relevant? He is the president of the United States. He is the one instituting this fascist agenda. He is the one eroding free speech, eroding due process, instituting the mass deportation program poorly, but still attempting to do it, and eroding the two aforementioned things in order to do it. But Trump is irrelevant.
Because I'll tell you why. Here's why. You expressed optimism about how all this would go. And the reason you were optimistic is because, hold on. No, we just saw your tweet, okay? The reason you were optimistic
I can explain the tweet.
Is because you thought these various groups and influencers would hold him accountable. So did they constrain his behavior, for example, when Elon Musk was running around with a chainsaw, slashing Social Security and gutting the federal government and gutting the CFPB? No, we didn't. In fact, we saw Joe Rogan host Elon Musk, not to mention Mark Zuckerberg and Mark Andreessen, to make the case for those things, okay? No accountability there. Did we?
Plus, to the extent that we've seen right-wing infighting, like between Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz over Israel, what was the shared point of agreement? oh, we both love Trump. We both are committed to America first. We both just love Daddy Trump. That was the point of agreement. They were on the same page for that. It was the thing that they were virtue signaling to each other. One, because they genuinely mean it. But two, to signal that like, hey man, I'm not your enemy. I'm your friend. I'm on your side. So this is why you should adopt my anti or pro-Israel stance.
We see them constrain
because we want what's best for Donald Trump, and this is what's best for America first, and this is what's best for Donald Trump. It's not about those. They have no attachment to those things.
His behavior and hold him accountable when he launched a crypto shitcoin, the most corrupt scheme in American history, most likely. No, he did it. He's faced no accountability for that. You mentioned some dissent from Rogan on the kidnapping of college students off of college campuses. Is it the right that organized in opposition to that? No, it's the left and it's liberals. The only time that Trump's actions have been
and even then it's not, they've not met the moment. Like it's funny that Mahmoud Khalil just got released because he's been the go-to example of how showing the divide between the Democrats that are willing to actually stand up against Trump, stand up against these constitutional violations. It's been progressives that are outspoken about this is unambiguously against the law and in violation of people's free speech rights. And then you have people like Chuck Schumer that release middle of the road statements, and the things that they say is that, you know, if Trump has the evidence that he is somehow undermining foreign policy, I'd like to see it, but I'd prefer that it be handled at Columbia. Pretty much ceding the framing and just like assuming that the dude was like a criminal or did something wrong to warrant being picked up. It was totally milquetoast, you know.
Strained at all.
But you can't take away the credit from the base and the voters that actually have organized and demonstrated and fought for these people to be released.
In this Trump 2.0 era, which is vastly worse than I even expected when you and I had that conversation. I mean, we've got men in concentration.
Like Krystal consistently, I don't know why she underestimates how bad Trump is going to be.
Hundreds of people in a concentration camp. I didn't see any accountability from the right on that. I don't see any accountability from the right on an American city that is right now under invasion by our own troops, Marines on the ground in the city of LA. No, I don't see any accountability there. I see it.
And this is not even getting into like Gaza and like foreign policy. We're still just on domestic flaws in the domestic agenda.
Administration that, as I predicted, the guardrails are completely off. And the only places where he has been constrained at all is when the left and liberals organized against Elon Musk, Tesla protests, showing up at town halls, etc., made him toxic. He had to be turfed out of the administration. And in the context of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, when you had mass left liberal resistance, even pushing Democratic leaders who were lame and weak to do something, Chris Van Hollen goes down to El Salvador, and the administration did something they did not want to do, which was to bring him back. That is the only time this administration has been constrained. It has had nothing to do with the right, had everything to do with liberals and the left organizing against him.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So you asked about 12 questions. I would love the time to answer it, but you didn't actually answer my question. Do you see a massive MAGA revolt against the war? And I'm being genuine. It's a literal question. Or do you just not see it?
Okay, but why are they revolting against the war? They're revolting against the war because they can see that it's wait. Even that's ceding too much, because there's polling data that came out today that shows that Republicans aren't really disapproving of this. They will follow Trump into this and support him for it. And even if they did, again, it doesn't mean they won't vote for him again for the third term. So let's put that aside. That's not even getting into like what good does the opposition? What does that do? He's clearly not listening to American public opinion on this. This war that he's launching with Iran is unpopular, both with Democrats, with independents, and some Republicans. To the extent that it's tolerated, it is tolerated by Republicans and his base. Trump has always been ridiculously popular with his base, like over 90% approval consistently or around there. So this whole the backlash that you saw, it was the most modest attempt of certain America First isolationist paleocon pundits like Charlie Kirk and who else was kind of like an isolationist in Magaland? Maybe like Candace Owens. Yeah, Candace Owens, Tucker-Carlson, but they'll fall in line. They'll fall in line. And how many people are behind those people?
Cenk, here's what I can tell you.
And this is not even getting into the fact that, again, you hear zip, you hear nothing when it comes to the genocide in Gaza from this base. Nothing. The same people that will say, I don't like the war, or I don't want to start the war with Iran, were totally on board with Trump being like, yeah, finish him in Gaza.
Okay, Charlie Kirk, your buddy. He has already.
Not my buddy.
He has
Listen,
already
don't say that.
gone. He has
That's a
already
ridiculous
gone.
thing to say.
He's
Go
already
ahead,
gone
finish
from. He's already gone from being critical of the Iran war.
How come he like he just said, I'm so enthusiastic. What about Steve Bannon? What about Tucker Carlson? You could have thrown Charlie Kirk in there. He's one of these people that virtue signals about this. But oh, he's not my buddy. Don't call him. Don't say that. Don't lump me in with those people. Why? You want to be looped in. You want to be lumped in with these people. That's who you've been sucking up to for the past for months since Trump has been inaugurated and a little bit before.
To guess what? He got a call from the White House. He's already gone from being critical of the Iran war to guess what? He got a call from the White House. And now what's he saying?
This is true.
Oh, I trust Trump. Trump is the man for this moment. I know he's going to make the right decision.
The exact
Steve
quote
Bannon.
is,
Go
can I
ahead.
give the exact quote?
Yeah.
This is from Charlie Kirk. Quote, we must trust Trump in this situation. Go ahead.
This was let me see. Moments like this, I have full and complete trust in President Donald Trump. Yeah, they got Charlie Kirk to do PR for this war, which is what we're gonna watch after this. This was June 18th, so just like 5 days ago. The White House contacted Charlie Kirk and other MAGA propagandists to try to quell the online backlash to his involvement in the Israel-Iran war. Of course, online backlash to Cenk, what did he say? Like a groundswell of support. One, it's definitely a top-down thing. And those pundits immediately folded once they got the call. Fearing a backlash from his isolationist-aligned supporters, White House officials have quietly reached out to conservative influencers to explain Trump's possible shift away from diplomacy. Among these contacted was MAGA acolyte Charlie Kirk, who recently polled his conservative audience on whether the U.S. should intervene. Nearly 90% said no, the Journal reported Wednesday. Some prominent conservatives have toned down their rhetoric, but discontent has continued to burst into public view, as longtime Trump supporters voice concerns that the president is abandoning his campaign trail pledge to extract the U.S. from foreign entanglements, according to the report. When you have a party that's split between war hawks and isolationists, given our defense budget, Pentagon spending, and just the kind of intellectual tradition, to the extent that exists, of conservatism and right wing in this, any right wing movement in this country, it has always favored hawkishness. It has never favored isolationism. So it's ahistorical to think that faction was ever going to win out, even if it was even if I granted to Cenk that it's more sizable than it actually is.
That was Steve Bannon.
So
Steve Bannon, hold on, Steve Bannon, put up element number 4. This is the Financial Times today.
I roll my eyes so hard whenever left-wing media's video titles / headlines like MAGA finally turns on Trump. I know, and it's funny because Midas Touch is that media outlet that loves to say that. I have one from David Pakman saying, hold up, what did he do? Okay, and we'll look at this later as well. David Pakman uploads this video like 2 days ago. So this is a day ago, actually. So June 22nd. Mike Pence goes scorched earth on Trump, destroys him. This is on CNN. I was trying to find the original CNN clip, but I couldn't, so I was going to watch it through this. And then when I was trying to find it today, lo and behold, what shows up in the search, what returns in the search engine when I search Mike Pence, Donald Trump? Oh, what's that? Mike Pence commends Trump for strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Historic mission.
Steve Bannon, put up element number 4. This is the Financial Times today. Steve Bannon.
A lot of it is playing the YouTube algorithm. I know, but I really do feel like that has to be balanced against, not misinforming your viewers.
Says, if the president, as commander-in-chief, makes a decision to do this, the MAGA movement, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Matt Gaetzes, we will fight it up till the end. But if he has...
And no, they won't. They won't do that, okay? So Marjorie Taylor Greene, fine. She doesn't take any money from AIPAC. Here's why she doesn't take any money from AIPAC. Because she's made anti-Semitic statements, and so she knows that she has attracted an anti-Semitic base, even if they're not directly in her district, that would crucify her and give her shit that would look really, really bad for her to have to contend with if she took money from those organizations. That's why she doesn't do it. But this is the same person that voted to censure. I think she authored the move to censure Rashida Tlaib for calling what's happening in Gaza a genocide. Taylor Greene. if I do like censure Rashida to leave, she basically did the like you're doing a blood libel against like our ally Israel. Yeah, Green. This was October 29, 2023. Green wants to leave censured for anti-Semitic activity. This was, yeah, October 26, 2023. Marjorie Taylor Greene forces vote on measure censuring Rashida Tlaib. The House is poised to vote by next week on a resolution censuring Representative Rashida Tlaib for her criticism of Israel. The measure could put some staunchly pro-Israel moderate Dems on the spot as inter-party tensions on the issue simmer against the backdrop of the Israel-Hamas war. So, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican from, is it Georgia? Introduced the resolution on Thursday in a so-called privileged motion, which means it has to be put to a vote by next week. And then they talk about other things that she did. But, like, what good is it that you don't take AIPAC money if you don't actually speak out against Israeli war crimes, if you don't actually speak out for the humanitarian disaster or people starving in Gaza? Like, what? There's no point. She just does it and then ends up like using that like anti-war capital to do what? I hate Ukraine. Like, we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine. That's the only thing that she calls out. What did she say though? She said like genocide against Israel. Yeah, she was talking about river to the sea. Where is it? Yeah, the measure offered by Representative Rich McCormick. No, where's Green though? Hold on. Okay, so this is on a different one, yeah. Last week, the House struck down a different censure of Ms. Tlaib offered by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican of Georgia, that accused Ms. Tlaib of anti-Semitic activity. You're one to talk, bitch. And called an October 18th protest in a House office building, at which Ms. Tlaib had accused Israel of genocide and insurrection. Ms. Greene reintroduced her censure revolution after amending it to refer to the October 18th protest as an illegal occupation. I'm so triggered by this. It's just complete projection. It's really also just like a flagrant attempt to, at this point, capitalize on how unpopular these voices were among elected officials to get attention away from January 6th and try to make that some like sit-in or protest or whatever. That was the true insurrection. That was the true illegal occupation of the U.S. government, not January 6th, you guys. The House had planned to consider it Tuesday night, but Ms. Greene withdrew the resolution after the House voted to allow Mr. McCormick's measure to move forward. So, useless. Like, these people are useless. The Matt Gaetzes, again, useless. Sex pest, useless.
More intelligence and makes that case to the American people, the MAGA movement will support President Trump. When Trump says that he gets to define what America first is, he's right about that. And so when you have Bannon, who also was critical of Elon Musk originally and got a call from the White House and said, cut it out, and he bent the knee, these people time and time again, Cenk, all they do is ultimately when Trump makes the decision, they bend the knee. We are already far enough into this administration to know there has been no constraint on his action that has come from the right.
They bend the knee, and then like moderate centrist, like corporate Dem types or whatever, just like fucking see that the fact that you cannot get every single progressive to just fall in line that way for the Democratic Party.
None. And we're in a war with Iran. Okay. We are already in a war with Iran. They didn't constrain him here. He's doing whatever the hell he wants to do.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys just spoke for like 8 minutes doing a straw man. Okay. So you make it sound, and this is what's so harmful. You guys make it sound like I'm pro-Trump, and I think that MAGA is just a bunch of angels who are secretly left-wing, and they're going to magically agree with us on every issue. And the minute that Trump does something wrong, they're
Did we F? Are we good? Good here? Okay. Did you guys just see that? My light flickered.
They're going to all push back 100%. And that's what I believed. I believed in rainbows and unicorns. Of course not, Krystal. Of course not. Well, you're trying to move them. Moving the other side is super hard. And so when you see something, anything where they actually agree with us, you have to encourage that. So when you say all the things that you said, Is Trump a bad
But you are already ideologically much closer to liberals, as Krystal said, and you don't have to do the work of convincing them that Trump is bad. Instead, he wants to take people that are on board with everything that Donald Trump wants to do, and then they virtue signal and say that they're not on board with like less than 1% of his agenda. Yeah, let's try to get those people. Those people are definitely the low-hanging fruit. It's stupid. It's stupid. They're not. And sucking up to them, their creators, and thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna get their fan base. You're not. All you're doing is debasing yourself for nothing. You are the crazy, like the one good liberal that they bring on to shit talk other liberals and progressives, and that's it.
bad guy? Of course.
He complains about a straw man, then straw mans them. Classic Cenk move.
Of course. So if you say all the things that you said, is Trump a bad guy? Of course. So if you're listening out here, guys, the framing of all of this is totally wrong. Like, we're having a conversation. Do you think Trump's a bad? Of course I think Trump's a bad guy. He's totally authoritarian. That's why I voted against him. That's why I worked so hard against him. So even the...
Okay, but why do you spend so much time trying to suck up to his base and collaborate with his toadies? They're paid to agree with him. You can't really get their base. You should reach out to the low-hanging fruit, because liberals are the ones fired up right now because it's Trump 2.0, and he's unleashed even more chaos than even Krystal, who's a progressive, was like, I wasn't even expecting this, and like I knew Trump would be bad. Then go for the liberals. The liberals are the ones that you can like radicalize, not the conservatives. You're not gonna get them.
Framing makes me like sound defensive when you guys started with a premise that's out in la la land. We totally oppose Trump. So now the second part of the premise that's totally wrong is, do I think that MAGA is going to revolt on every issue against Trump from day one? Why? Why would they? They love Trump. Of course not. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for, is there one or two issues where there is actual agreement? And can we take that agreement and do something interesting to restrain Trump in those issues? So when you talk about immigration...
And so when has that worked?
Okay, hold on. Well, we're in the middle of it right now. So I'll tell
we're
you
at war with Iran, Cenk. Hate to break it to you.
This was already happening, but it's only aged even more poorly because since then there's been more military actions and more Republicans and right-wing figures falling in line.
We're at war with Iran. It didn't work.
Okay. So Krystal, let me finish. So when you talk about immigration and all the things that he's terrible on, I know what MAGA's movable on or not. I talk about it on the Young Turks all the time. If you think you're going to move them on immigration, you are nuts. They're not going to move an inch on immigration. So I agree. Nail on that dungeon in El Salvador that they're sending people to, the Marines in the streets. Now, there's some issues like immigration where they haven't moved an inch and they never will move an inch, right? Mm-hmm. There's some issues like the Marines in the streets where a smattering of them are like, this is a little uncomfortable. It feels a little unconstitutional. It doesn't feel quite right. Those libertarian wing, remember guys, this is super important. There's 77 million people that voted for Trump, right? If you treat them all the same, you will not be able to win elections. Why is winning elections important?
This is like, it's totally irrelevant because I agree with him that like, I'm sure that there are some people that voted for Trump for change because he's anti-war, because there's some low information voter and he did standard retail politician shit leading up to the election, had a better, more convincing, message to voters and independents, and he won. He has a popular mandate. But one, he still got less votes than he did even in 2020, in 2020. And two, there's a difference between like on a case-by-case basis treating them differently versus that being what you should craft your entire strategy around, is like pandering to those people. Why? Just hype up your own side.
That's how you take power away from Trump, away from the Republicans. So if you treat all 77 million as hardcore MAGA, you are going to push them away and they're going to vote against you. You can say, oh, no, but it makes me feel better. I have emotional release and my audience likes me more because I seem like I'm tougher on Trump. I was so mean to him. Yeah, but did that persuade anybody? I called all of his voters fascists. Yes, but did that persuade anyone? You're trying to persuade.
I mean, it seems to work for Republicans, right? They don't get larger numbers, so they don't win elections by pandering, by trying to moderate their position to accommodate all those Democratic voters that voted for Kamala Harris. Maybe we could get some of them. Maybe if we just said we want a little bit of abortion, or like abortion bans, or we want to like, let's just moderate our position on this. They never do that. They're ruthlessly uncompromising in how they explain their vision of the world and how they wield power. They don't try to pander to the center, to Democrats. It's kind of like, you're with us or you're against us. Take it or leave it. It's more inspiring than this mealy mouth shit of trying to do the middle of the road. Like, let's please everyone. You end up pleasing no one.
persuade the people in the middle.
Didn't we just try to chase the Liz Cheney vote? We did. And you know what's, I would not be surprised if Cenk, even though he's saying this, when he actually sees how that strategy manifests, when you see Democratic, like, establishment elites actually do it, it's like, no, not like that. Wrong Republicans.
Come to your side. So what are the issues where we've got a fighter's chance? War. Okay. So now, do I think that on day one, they were all going to flip and then act and be successful?
More people who voted for Bernie didn't vote than became MAGA. Oh, 100%. 100%. And they actually, there's like data that like even, like there was so many lies surrounding like, oh, these people that like voted for Bernie or whatever, they're just like populists and they didn't actually care about his progressive agenda, or they were willing to like flip to Trump. Even though I'm pretty sure in 2008, when Hillary Clinton was trying to get the presidential nominee from Democratic presidential nominee, and then Obama came out and, you know, wrecked her, that a lot of her, there were voters that said that they would vote for John McCain over Obama. It was called like the Pumas, the Party Unity My Ass people. Like they wanted her. It was basically Hillary or bust. And it was a larger percentage of Hillary Clinton like primary voters that ended up voting for McCain in the general than Bernie Sanders voters, primary voters that ended up voting for like Trump in the general.
In stopping, they were all going to flip and then act and be successful in stopping all of the establishment, all the neocons. And by the way, he
says Kamala lost because she went too far left. Of course he did.
Successful? We were not successful in stopping any of them during Biden or any other Democratic administration either, right? So now there's a giant...
Yes, more people who voted for Bernie voted for Hillary than Hillary voters voted for Obama.
Full-blown revolt from MAGA against this war. Now, if you're saying, no, I don't see Tucker Carlson, Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Posobiec, Cernovich, Candace Owens, et cetera, all of them opposed to the war, but you might not, because a lot of people watch programming that honestly just kind of gives them a misleading sense of what's happening.
Did you see
a programming that gives them a misleading sense of what's happening? No, I don't think so. I think you see the clips coming out of these shows posted on Twitter or sometimes directly from their own channels. And in their own words, they either give a toothless criticism of Donald Trump, or it's clear that they just love him except on this. But ultimately, they're crossing their fingers that he makes the right decision. But when it comes down to it, if he doesn't, they just fall in line. And they find some reason why. Here's why I changed my position on that.
Trump saying, Tucker called me to apologize. He said he went too far. Did you see Steve Bannon saying...
Oh, I didn't know that. So, like, Tucker Carlson in the Ted Cruz interview said, I just spoke to Trump last night. We're doing great. Did he admit that, like, oh, he apologized or whatever? Like, wait, Tucker Carlson, Trump, phone call, apology. Who was the like, anti-Iran guy that was beefing with Tucker Carlson? Hold on, if I put Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz, the New York Times, because they named him. This was, if I put like no. There was somebody. That was like talking shit about him. I can't think of his name. David Frum? No, it wasn't David Frum. It was somebody else. This was the person that like Candace Owens, either Candace Owens or Marjorie Taylor Greene got mad at for criticizing him. Maybe I put Marjorie Taylor Greene defends Tucker. Who the fuck was it? I'll have to find it.
We're all going to fall in line ultimately. So I'm not talking about, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the however many million Americans voted for Trump, some of whom are hardcore MAGA, and you will never move them. And I guarantee you, the moment that Trump says this is the policy, they're going to say, you're right, sir, this is the policy, this is brilliant, and I am on board. Are there independents that can, are there independents that can be moved? Yes. There are two separate questions here, okay? Number one is we are in hell right now. Like the level of damage that has been done to this country, done to the world from Trump 2.0 already is astounding. So the number one thing is triage, right? How do we stop?
That's what I'm doing.
How do we stop as much damage as we can? And the track record thus far in the Trump administration is the only time he has been constrained is through the left and liberals banding together and going through the court system and public pressure.
I cannot believe Cenk has the audacity to be shaking his head like that. There is no evidence that the Republicans are even trying to rein him in or hold him accountable. There's evidence to the contrary. They are pandering. They are falling in line. They are asking, how can I help? They are calling and apologizing.
That's it. That's all we've seen in this administration. The other question.
No, it wasn't Dave Smith. Why can't I find out who this was?
Is how do you win elections? So go ahead and address that, and we can talk about the election piece. But real quick, before you get in, as to the earnestness of this MAGA anti-war movement, put element number 3 up on the screen. Do you know? Tell me how many Republicans have signed on to the War Powers Resolution?
One.
Is Marjorie Taylor Greene? No.
Is it Mark Warner? Who was it? If I put like Ted Cruz, not Ted Cruz, Tucker Carlson. I'm gonna go insane. Why can't I think who it is? I'm going insane. Ugh. Okay, War Powers Resolution. And somebody just said, Massey just said he won't vote on the War Powers Resolution, LOL. As in like he's gonna abstain? Or he's like won't vote for it. So right now, let's see.
Is Lauren to the war? No. Tell me how many Republicans have signed on to the War Powers Resolution?
One.
Is Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yeah, all these are Democrats. Tim Kaine, Bernie Sanders, Peter Welsh of Vermont, Elizabeth Warren, Jeff Merkley, Chris Van Hollen, Ed Markey, Tammy Baldwin, Tina Smith, Gwen Moore, Veronica Escobar, Kristen Lucio, Becca Balint. It's just Thomas Massey.
No. Is Lauren Boebert there? No. One, Thomas Massey, a libertarian who is, ideologically consistent, kind of similar ideologically to Dave Smith. Every other person here is a Democrat. So to the earnestness of this anti-war MAGA coalition and their commitment to blocking war with Iran, here is where the rubber meets the road. You have one Republican who is already at odds with Trump, who is willing to put his name on this War Powers Resolution. That's it.
So, Krystal, look, I know you don't mean it, but you keep conflating two things. The Republican politicians, including...
Okay, like, what does it matter that there are people in the base that feel this way? If the Republican politicians don't enact their will, then it doesn't matter. At least you have... The Democrats don't do it either, but at least you have some Democrats willing to do it. It's the usual... It's like who you can expect. It's the squad, it's progressives, it's like Sanders and stuff like that. And some other Democrats joining. But, like, it's... Mark Levin! Yes, that's who it is. Thank you. Thank God. Thank God. It was Mark Levin. Ugh. David Tucker Carlson. I don't know why I was thinking Mark Warner. Mark Levin. Where is it? Yeah, Tucker Carlson versus Mark Levin. This was 5 days ago. Levin and Carlson embody the right's competing forces on foreign policy. Levin wants regime change in Iran. Carlson wants the U.S. to stay out of it. Both men say they are respecting the America First MAGA movement. Their weeks-long feud turned especially ugly last week after Israel launched airstrikes in Iran, which in turn pulled out of scheduled nuclear talks with the U.S. and retaliated with a series of missile strikes. Carlson called on Trump to drop Israel and, quote, let them fight their own wars. He branded Levin, Hannity, and Fox patriarch Rupert Murdoch as warmongers, pushing the president to join the conflict. Levin responded by calling Carlson an anti-Semite and a maggot. Oh my God. I get a tweet. This looks like a tweet. Chat's worth more maggot than MAGA. And I guess this is in response to that. He dredged up Carlson's past criticism of Trump and questioned the former Fox star's allegiance to the MAGA movement. The allegiance must be questioned. Again, I love how I read that moments after Cenk has been like, there's ideological diversity on the right. While Levin's name-calling has been petty, the back and forth has serious impacts. 2 weeks ago, when Trump and Levin dined together at the White House, Carlson caught wind of the meeting and immediately tweeted a denunciation of Levin hyperventilating about Iran's nuclear program. Levin's lunch with Trump is a testament to the bombastic radio and TV host's wide influence on the right. Contrary to Tucker Carlson's recent claims that, quote, nobody watched Levin's weekend TV show, Levin is actually one of the most popular figures on Fox News' weekend lineup and is a regular presence on Hannity's weekday show as well. I mean, nobody watches, but like to the extent that people do watch, when you look at the median age of like the Fox News viewer, aren't they like 80? But old people vote, so that's another thing you can't discount. Hannity threw shade at Carlson on Tuesday night, though not by name, when he said Iran is the quote the biggest existential threat to the entire Western world. Where have I heard that before? And people that can't seem to understand that kind of puzzle me. Wednesday morning's Fox and Friends, another one of the president's cherished shows, also promoted an interventionist point of view. To people who say it's not our fight, host Brian Kilmeade said, you could say that, but you're not paying attention. Since the 1980s, they have been killing Americans. I mean, that strikes against their point in a way that they don't even seem to realize. Yeah, there's always been tensions with this country. Why are we getting dragged into war? Oh, is it because like Bibi is like Trump has knowledge of it and he doesn't stop Bibi, and then once he sees the positive reception to it, he follows him. Then Kilmeade threw to a video clip of Levin's pro-war arguments from the right before. I'm not the one that wants to get involved in things. I'm not, but we have no choice. They're our enemy, co-host Lawrence Jones says. Yeah, did you guys know that there's people in their country that are critical of us? We have to bomb them.
Trump and the Republican voters, or the people who voted for Trump, okay? So are the Republican politicians corrupt? Of course they're corrupt. Are they going to say, hey, Israel, I'll be your bitch?
Like, where are the right-wing protests mobilizing to, calling their senators and Republican congressional representatives saying, hey, I voted for Trump because he was the anti-war candidate. Don't vote for these things. It's clearly not happening.
I'll do whatever the hell you want.
It's not happening organically, and it's also being manufactured now to make sure the messaging from right-wing media also reflects that, like, the Trump line.
Of course they are. They're completely owned by Israel, okay? So AIPAC, et cetera, the warmongers, by the way, let's be honest, is more than half the Democratic Party totally owned by AIPAC. Yes, right? So
okay, but so are Republicans. It's a moot point.
Oh my God! Oh no, you can't be honest. You have to just say the other side is terrible and our side is angels. No, I'm not going to play that.
Would you rather be on the side of the 37 who signed onto the War Powers Resolution,
Krystal,
or the
I am on the side of the 37. Everything you frame is a straw man. I am on the side of the 37. In fact, Ro Khanna is my top ally. Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna and I had the same exact strategy that you criticized in November when we talked.
That's not true.
You literally put me, and Kyle did the same thing. You guys put me in the same bucket as Bernie and Ro.
Bernie has always been consistent, and he has never bent the knee to MAGA to kiss up to them. He's been saying the same thing since he's been a senator. He's never, that's never changed. He wins with consistency, with trying to win people over to his side. He doesn't grovel and try to capitulate to the right.
Reaching out to see if we can find agreement on the right.
What else has Bernie done? What else has Bernie done that has been profoundly impactful? The anti-oligarch, the Fight Oligarchy tour, which was an effort to bind together the left and the liberals to protest and to resist this administration. And that has been profoundly more impactful.
You're having a conversation with a person who isn't here.
Did the Pentagon budget get cut? Just tell me that. What's the Pentagon budget? Did it get cut?
You've now asked me 28 questions.
Did Don Jr., did he do whatever with the generals? Did that work out?
All right, guys, look, I came on here because, look, you're generally fair. So you asked me 28 questions, and then let me answer them. So, and stop framing it as if I'm a different person. You keep
He's so defensive, man.
Making all these assumptions about who I am. Oh, are you on the Republican side or the Democratic side?
I'm literally citing things that
She's not getting mad at him, though, in the way that some Democrats do, which is scolding other people for not, cheerleading the Democrats enough. She's not saying that. She's saying, why are you trying to give credit to Republicans that haven't earned it? Why are you trying to throw in with them or whitewash them? When they say these things, or when they make justifications for war with Iran, when you don't actually see these mythical supporters that you say are so anti-war actually rise up and oppose these actions, there comes a point where you have to just cut your losses and admit you were wrong on this and stop trying to pander to them. It's a dead-end strategy. It's not her saying suck up to Democrats harder.
You said, Cenk. Like, I played your clip
Oh,
of what you
Jesus
said.
Christ, man.
Turn to the camera.
Okay,
Hey,
I'm
tell me if
right
I'm
here,
wrong.
Krystal.
This
Krystal,
specifically,
I'm right here. I'm
Cenk,
right here. Can I talk for myself instead of you?
You
like,
specifically held on the Pentagon budget.
At this point, borderline lying.
Why are you having a beer with Charlie but won't have a civil conversation with Kyle? True. And he also got mad at the insinuation that he and Charlie Kirk are friends.
About me in every framing of every question. Can I
How am I
actually
lying?
a human being named
How am I
Jenk
lying?
Uygur
Tell me
actually
I'm
answer your
lying.
questions instead of you framing
Tell me how I'm lying,
me as a
Cenk.
person that doesn't exist?
Cenk,
Okay.
I played the clip of you talking, so tell me how I'm lying.
Okay. All right. So now, of all your questions, you have this fantasy land that Trump was like, oh, the left thinks Abrego Garcia's, I've treated him wrong. I surrender, left. Are you, come on, what planet do you live on? No, the courts are not left or right. The courts have held. I'm thrilled that the courts have held.
The courts are not left or right? What? These courts are either, they have Trump appointees or Biden appointees. Sometimes they still have like some holdovers from like Obama appointees, but it's mostly, it's one or the other. If Donald Trump is installing a judge, what do you think the political persuasion of that particular judge probably is? And the Supreme Court obviously has an ideological bias, and it's obviously stacked in favor of Republicans. What is this whole, the courts are not left or right? The courts are populated by judges who are human beings, and they're not above having partisanship or like having preferences and partisanship.
And it was so important for the courts to hold. So if they didn't hold on that, he was going to have unlimited authoritarian power. And we are against that, no matter.
I know, but he ignored the Supreme Court. He tried to. The only reason, like she said, the only reason that Kilmer is back in the United States is because of pressure from Democratic politicians and the base. That's it. People that actually went out and organized and fought for his return and forced the Trump administration to comply with the Supreme Court that's already stacked in his favor. It was a 9-0 decision, and they were still trying to ignore it.
How many times people try to pretend that we're on the side of Trump? Listen to what I am actually saying, and you will see this every day on the Young Turks. I am against Trump. Totally. Okay. Now
she's not saying that like you're pro-Trump. She's saying you hold them to, you grade them on a curve, you hold them to different standards. You're whitewashing them, and you are not, you're like missing the forest for the trees. And your strategy, even if you are personally, nominally, and technically anti-Trump yourself, only enables the right, only emboldens the right.
Now, okay, yes, but why do you love Trump will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that? Cenk, talk about a straw man. I mean, you're making up stuff I never said. Come
What's
on.
the point of coming on here if I can't answer your
Cenk,
questions?
I'm giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that.
Okay,
so you want to
Jesus
talk about
Christ,
straw men?
Krystal. This is
inventing
it's a
things on the
mistake
spot.
talking to you guys. It's a mistake. So, okay, now, when you're talking about the Pentagon cuts, do you think that I thought, oh my God, Elon's such a good guy. And Trump's such a good guy, even though I've spoken out against them at every single turn. And then I magically thought, oh, I bet they become liberals overnight, progressives overnight. No, you put out.
Again, he's just like not engaging with anything she's saying. She's never said you're sucking off Trump and Elon. Like she's saying you're not calling it out and you're not recognizing that this administration, even the America First, so quote unquote, like populist right, that you think you get the woke right or whatever it is that you think you can ally with, it's not happening, dude.
The Pentagon thing so that they're stuck either way. That's why Bernie and Roe joined me, because either they cut the Pentagon, we go, yes, mission accomplished. We got a tiny amount accomplished during a Trump reign, which seemed impossible. Or they don't cut the Pentagon and they add to it. And then we all come out, as I did and Bernie and Roe did, and go, see, we told you. They're hypocrites. The leaders of your party never intended to cut the Pentagon. MAGA, they were lying to you. Now,
Does MAGA care, Cenk? Did that work? Did MAGA care?
Yes, they do care.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. How is that your conclusion from that? You literally just said, I worked with 2 Democrats who listened to me to try to demonstrate in good faith to Republicans that like, hey, I don't like the way you're going about Doge, but sure, I'm on board for cutting like bloated aspects of the administrative state, and that should start with defense or whatever. Call their bluff and see what happens. And we saw what happens, which is nothing. They were mad that Elon's out. They were fine with Doge. They were upset that it didn't go further, but they were not upset that he didn't actually really target like defense spending.
No, okay, Krystal.
I've seen zero pushback on the Pentagon budget.
They didn't cut the freaking Pentagon. So I know. And then he's also, that's the other thing. He's counting that like a win, like it happened. It didn't.
Let me just say, because I let you go on for a little while.
But like, even if it would have been such like a marginal part of it anyway. Like a tiny cut to the Pentagon it was not worth gutting all the other agencies that he did.
There were two tactics that were floated by me and by you in our conversation. Okay, you said, I think it's great that Elon's responding to me, Don Jr.'s responding to me. Like we have more of a chance. No, you said we have more of a chance with these guys to cut the Pentagon budget than we don't. And I said nothing good's going to come out of this. And so the important thing to do is to resist the project outright, because we don't want a bunch of the richest man on the planet running our government.
Conservatives I know literally share posts all the time about how they love everything that's happening. They even blame the Dems for anything they think is bad. It's a cult. There's a perfect example of this that I have. Hold on. I think of Charlie Kirk literally saying that like Iran is Biden's fault. This was June 23rd, 2025. So today. Charlie Kirk. Is this the official Charlie Kirk? Just to make sure. Maybe it's not. Even if it's not, though, I mean, you did say, what did you say? Like conservatives? Like, again, I'd rather have a president who drops bomb on Iran to stop them than going nuclear than one who makes payments to them. So again, this is just like a way to blame Biden. Truth bombs daily.
And so we saw how this played out.
Yeah.
The Pentagon. Hold on. The Pentagon.
Thank God you're celebrating phantom wins. I know.
Did not get cut. And actually, what happened is
she's like, that didn't happen, and Cenk is like, but what if it did though?
All of the liberal and left organizing against Tesla, against the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, against Elon directly, tanked his popularity to the point that Trump felt he was a political liability and the whole project had to be scrapped. So the tactic of let's work with them and try to cut the Pentagon.
And I'm also not trying to undercut like grassroots efforts to make it clear that voters did not like Elon Musk's presence in the White House or administration. But I also do think a lot of it had to do with Elon Musk's personal like friction that was and tension that was occurring between Donald Trump and Elon organically, almost. I think that did factor into it, and she's kind of ignoring that. But
Pentagon budget failed. The tactic of let's resist this project outright and make the case and make Elon himself politically toxic succeeded.
So, Krystal, we do live in two different worlds. It's fascinating to see. It's amazing to see. So, number one, the project of saying cut the Pentagon worked. Why did it work? Because they cut the Pentagon, they magically became progressives overnight? No. It worked because it showed and highlighted their hypocrisy, that they weren't going to cut the Pentagon. And now I get it, guys. Especially if you're in the audience, you're not seeing it. I get it. And I'm not saying that as an insult. But you're not seeing it.
So you won because the Pentagon budget went up, even though you thought that the Pentagon budget would get cut.
Can I finish? Okay. So the reason.
Oh my God. Just no response to that, I guess.
You're not seeing it is because you're not engaging with MAGA, and that's okay. And you don't want to engage with MAGA. I got it.
Do you know who I am? Do you know the show I host?
Guys, the real Jenk Uygur is in my Twitch chat right now. He says, I am the left.
I don't know if you know who you are.
Who are you talking to right now?
Okay,
I host a show with Sagar and Jetty and Emily Jasinski every day.
So Krystal,
no one in this room talks more to MAGA than I do, okay?
Yeah, okay. So are you saying that none of the MAGA voters were thrilled that they added to the Pentagon? Is that what you're saying?
They don't give a shit because Trump did it.
Elon and Trump.
No, you guys are wrong.
Elon and Trump and Don Jr., Cenk, lied to you from the beginning when they pretended like there was even a 1% chance of it. So when people told you at the time, though, resist them outright and point out that they're frauds. Don't pretend like maybe they'll cut it. That was kind of the point.
You guys have a totally ridiculous, All right, let me not be insulting. We disagree.
I was going to say, is it just going to devolve into that, but he caught himself?
Okay.
Definitely, yes.
Okay, yeah. This whole idea that you're making a difference because Donald Trump.
And I remember that decision for Ro Khanna and Bernie to try to be like, yeah, I agree with Trump on Doge or whatever. It was not met well by like liberals and progressives. And I think it's because people knew it wouldn't work. I'm not closed off to the idea that, like, again, call their bluff on this shit. But I don't know, like right out the gate, Donald Trump is somebody to be like opposed, not collaborated with.
Trump is listening to the left. I can't believe you guys think that. That sounds totally detached from reality.
I'll make that case in a minute.
Why is Elon Musk out? Because people burn Tesla cars? I mean, Krystal, you said that are you serious? No, Elon's out because his policies were always deeply unpopular. No one wanted those cuts.
Yeah, and who pressed that case?
Them, and they're in La La Land.
Cenk, and who pressed that case? It
The
was
left
the
and
left and
liberals
liberals.
in the street.
Joe Rogan hosted him on his podcast to pump him up.
He's like, do you think the right wanted that? She was like, I don't know, because if they have opposition to it, they don't voice it or do anything about it. Here's who I do know opposed it, the left and liberals, because they actually went out and organized and protested. They actually contacted congressional representatives and senators, or they had senators that, or they had representatives that were willing to just oppose it on their behalf because it was obviously flagrantly unconstitutional.
Joe Rogan, think about, but Cenk, think about
But what did Republicans do in response to the Doge cuts? They praised them or they looked the other way if they disagreed.
Think about
unbelievable straw man.
No.
Hold on, can I just?
And really, it was very, very difficult, even if a Republican wanted to. And this is what he's ignoring: the liability that a Republican politician would have to assume to have criticized Elon Musk for any of the Doge cuts or anything like that. They won't do it because Elon Musk is a billionaire. If the dude brags about, I'm the reason why you won Pennsylvania, Donald Trump. He's clearly willing to put a lot of money behind certain races. So even if they disagreed, they were disempowered to actually say anything because they didn't want to be primaried by Elon Musk when they're up for re-election. So they weren't going to be able to really be an opposition force, even if they wanted to.
Let me just finish my thought here, okay? Rogan hosted Zuckerberg and Andreessen to attack the CFPB.
Of course he did.
To gut and attack the CFPB.
Bernie Sanders progressive overnight?
No,
Are you insane? No, guys.
Are you insane? You were the one who barely thought that. Cenk, if anything is going to be populist, hold on, Cenk. Let me finish a thought. If anything, if the populist right stands for anything, you would think it would be an anti-scam bureau that is wildly effective. But no, and actually stood up against debanking conservatives. But no. What did Rogan do, and what did they cheer for with Elon with the chainsaw? Completely gutting not only the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Trump gutting the National Labor Relations Board, but them defenestrating the ability of this government to enforce white-collar crime at all. Did MAGA care? No. They didn't. The only people that held them to account were left and liberals who organized against that and, yes, successfully made Elon so toxic that he ultimately crashed down of the administration. That's what happened.
So let me try explaining it this way and see if I can get through to you guys. So you keep telling me all the things that Trump did wrong. Of course he did. So I'm saying that it's a given that he's always going to do, for example, 90% of things massively wrong.
Okay. I let him finish on that point. I wish you would point out that, like, the turnout that you see for the No Kings protest, the turnout that you see to oppose the ICE raids in LA, who does he think constituted the majority of the presence at those rallies? You think they were more likely to be Democrats, independents, or Republicans? And if they're independents, do you think they're more favorable to Democrats or Republicans as of right now?
And in the other 10%...
That is who's mobilized. That is who is thirsting for opposition. She did already mention it a little bit, though, with the Stop Oligarchy tour.
That he plans to do...
Because that is obviously bringing a lot of young people out.
I'm saying we have a fighter's chance if we ally and we show hypocrisy, or we get allies. It's a win-win either way, okay? So, for example, in opposing the war, either they become our allies and somehow at some point we stop this war, or we show, oh, you guys never meant it. Now you're the pro-war party, which makes us much more likely to win over independents and win the next election. But as I say that, you keep framing it as if I agree with them 90%, where I think that I'm going to flip them overnight on the 90% where we disagree. No, there's no chance of that. So you can stop asking that question. They're not going to move on cutting the budget, and they're not going to listen that, hey, you know what, you shouldn't cut the malaria treatment in Africa. You shouldn't cut the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau because every dollar we spend there, we get back $20, et cetera. But if you go with your maximalist approach, guys, and you say, all right, I'm fighting you in a maximum way, so that means I'm never going to agree with you. I'm going to insult you at every turn. I'm not going to listen to you. So when you come in and you go, hey, guys, let's ally against the war, or maybe did you think that Elon's and I said this in every right-wing talk show that I did, and I said it at the Charlie Kirk event, I said, remember, beware of your own donors like Elon Musk. And then eventually they got aware of their own donors. Now, did they do it?
That never happened. And that rally that he did with Charlie Kirk, again, you're just there as the one good Democrat. That's it. You're a useful idiot for them. That was all that was.
magically and overnight? No, it was mainly a fight.
It was like a minstrel show, but for Republicans, and he was the like Dem that was embarrassing himself for their pleasure. That was it.
Elon and Trump, right?
Yes,
it was their
of
egos
course. It had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
And the reason they are unpopular is not because the left's maximalist approach of yelling fascist at every Trump voter is working. It's because their policies are deeply unpopular.
And who explains that their policies are deeply unpopular? The left and liberals are the ones that highlight how deeply unpopular those policies are. So that's where the credit belongs.
Like I do. So
right, but that's not like Joe Rogan does, right? Joe Rogan doesn't do that. Charlie Kirk doesn't do that. They don't do that.
Said how unpopular they are.
Yeah, but my point is, Joe Rogan and Charlie Kirk don't do that, Cenk. They're not allies. Joe Rogan and Charlie Kirk don't do that. Steve Bannon doesn't do that. Sloppy Steve goes and gives Trump a hand job every day. That's the point, is that they're not allies. And by the way, even on the Iran war thing, they're lying. They
Sloppy Steve
are lying. We literally have the quotes right here. Charlie Kirk is already backpedaling. Quote.
Jessica Charloff. That's the thing. Jessica Charloff, Fox and Friends, is the only person there with at least some journalistic credibility. Is getting called out by Trump because she's disagreeing with him. Didn't you just call her out on Truth Social? If I put Trump, Jessica Charloff. Yeah, Trump rages at Jessica Charloff. Listen to her spew off. Listen to her spew off. Jessica Charloff sends Trump into full Fox meltdown, claiming MAGA is complaining big league. President Donald Trump flipped out on the Fox News host Jessica Charloff on Friday when her comments on his polling numbers sent him into a rage on Truth Social, attacking everything from the sound of her voice to the network allowing her to quote-unquote soil the Five. Oh, I think I just said she was on Fox and Friends. Yeah, she's on the Five. On the most recent The Five, sole liberal co-host Charloff, in a discussion, she's like the liberal or whatever. I assumed that she was wow, of course. So even the one that I was like, can somebody tell me if this is accurate? Does she identify as like a liberal or a Democrat? I thought maybe she was like the one sane Republican or whatever, but if she's a liberal or I was like, okay, that makes sense. In a discussion about the Los Angeles, in a discussion about Los Angeles, the National Guard and California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom said that Trump is losing ground. I'm just saying that you can't deny the fact that the direction and Greg, you always say directionally. Where are we going directionally? Hate that word. Charloff said, citing co-host Greg Gutfeld on polling. It's been heading in the negative direction on every single major indicator of success for a president. And even like the one thing that Trump's not underwater on, if I put Newsweek, like Trump approval. And this is older. It's already getting old. May 16th, so it's like a little over a month ago. Trump's approval rating now underwater on nearly every issue. What was the one issue it was not underwater on? Except border security. But with the research published by the Cato Institute, with the LA protests against the protests in LA against ICE, and more people, the general public's awareness of the fact that like, they're not actually really going after criminals. Now they're just doing Stephen Miller's thing where they just round up whoever they can get arbitrarily. Yeah, that's going to drop too, because it's not about security at that point. Trump took issue with her comments about his poll numbers in a long rant on his Truth Social app. Why does Fox News allow failed TV personality Jessica Charloff to soil the Five? Trump raged. Her voice, her manner, and above all else, what she says are a disgrace to television broadcasting. I've had the best poll numbers that I've ever had, and she is constantly saying the exact opposite. Oh, what a man-child. Nobody can stand Charloff. She lies over and over again, and MAGA is complaining. Big league that she's all over Fox. Watch their ratings go down by keeping her on the show. Nobody wants to listen to her, he wrote. People like Jessica Charloff make MAGA absolutely hate Fox. So yeah, how's that working out for you with all the reasonable conservatives, Cenk, that are willing to call out Trump and hold Trump accountable and all of that? What does that get them met with? She's the hottest on the Five. Okay.
We must trust Trump in this situation. Steve Bannon, if Trump ultimately decides to bomb Iran's nuclear sites, MAGA would come around. That's not me speaking, that's Steve Bannon. The vast majority of the MAGA movement will go, look, we trust your judgment. We don't like it. In fact, we may hate it, but we'll get on board. Tucker-Carlson called Trump and apologized, and he also said on his podcast with Steve Bannon, quote, I like Israel. I don't talk about Gaza because my audience got mad at me. He said, quote, watching Donald Trump.
Wait, who said this?
It, but we'll get on board. Tucker-Carlson called Trump and apologized, and he also said on his podcast with Steve Bannon, quote, I like Israel. I don't talk about Gaza because my audience got mad at me. He said, quote, watching Donald Trump, who at his core...
Oh, so Tucker-Carlson really said that. Hold on. because that is on YouTube. I want to search through the transcript now because I never watched the like Tucker Bannon conversation. I only watched parts of it. But yeah, of course they get mad at you for talking about Gaza because they don't really care about Palestinians. They're just anti-Semitic. Tucker and Steve Bannon respond to Israel's war on Iran and how it could destroy MAGA forever. This was 6 days ago. And if I go into the transcript, if I put Gaza. What? This is in Russian? Why is this transcript in Russian? Maybe I can find it on Twitter.
Is sincere about peace, I feel for President Trump, and he just has to roll with it. That is not true. What he's saying is not true. These are not allies. They will immediately start moving the goalposts as soon as Trump starts bombing Iran.
Here we go again.
You're going to get this. You're going to get, oh, he's getting bad advice from the neocons around him. It's not a big deal. It's a limited attack. It's defensive.
Yeah.
It's not offensive. This isn't like Iraq. There are no boots on the ground. The only people who are sincere that I will grant you, Cenk, is libertarians. So Thomas Massey and Dave Smith, because libertarians have a track record, like Ron Paul did, of being very principled. But everybody in MAGA, or 99% of them, will bend the knee. Just like 99% of the ones in Congress have already bent the knee. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's saying things that are against the war, she's ultimately not signing onto the bill to block the war.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we
and
go.
she's never voted for against any like transferring weapons or aid to Israel or anything like that.
So again, 90-10, guys. The framing of that question makes it sound like I think Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson have good intent, and my God, they're ready to rebel on everything against Donald Trump.
I said Iran.
No,
I said Iran.
Can I just answer a question?
But I didn't say that. I said Iran.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. So I think that obviously 90% of the influencers, the hosts, etc., are going to stick with Trump 100%, right? Well, I wouldn't even say 90%. I'd say 75% or so. Are they going to kiss his ass on everything? Well, of course they are. They're on the right, and their whole ecosystem is based on kissing politicians and leaders' asses. Now, let's be honest, not us and not you guys, but MSNBC and now a lot of online hosts on the left, their job is to kiss the Democratic ass, and they say, oh yeah, Joe Biden was young and dynamic, etc. So yes, we have the partisans, and they are, by definition, always going to stick with one side is great, the other side is the devil, okay? So now when you get...
BTW, Kyle getting Trump spray tan, what the fuck? Hey, don't cover my boys' spray tan. For Kyle, I think it works.
25%.
Which is funny because he's talking to somebody who said he looks like gay Eminem.
Of hosts, because now the reason I moved it from 10 to 25, because you're including Rogan, etc. So is Rogan the same as Steve Bannon? If you think he is, that's just totally wrong. Now, do they agree on a lot of things? Yes. Do they agree on everything? No. Does Steve Bannon write?
That meant nothing. If you think that Joe Rogan and Steve Bannon are the same, they're not. Do they agree on everything? No. Do they agree on some things? Yes. What?
About most things? No.
That applies to like everyone. There's no one who you 100% completely disagree with everything on, or 100% agree with everything on.
Horribly, horribly wrong about most things. So will they, when Trump says heal, will they heal? In the beginning, yes. And that's exactly what you're saying. But the reason they're having to heal is because they started rebelling in the first place. And Trump got mad and everybody else got mad. And even today, you just go on any website. So Bannon is saying, don't go to war. It's terrible. Is he then saying, oh, Donald Trump? Of course he is, because he's on that side. And did we see a lot of left-leaning hosts go, oh, well, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are corporate guys and they're bad, but we have to go with them anyway. Yes, we did. But look, you have to be honest about what's actually happening. So if you guys are saying, and I'm not trying to strawman you guys like you did, in my opinion, in the framing of every question. So I'm asking you, are you really, you're saying it's all fake, and you think that all these right-wing hosts are not actually anti-war, that this is, but they've been telling them.
If they are, it doesn't matter. It's a thing that they hold in their heart and they keep close to themselves privately. And they may say in an episode or two, but when Trump does whatever the fuck he wants, they will eventually fall in line. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Their audience now for months.
It's like getting so tripped up on like, this would be like, do you really think that Candace Owens is personally like anti-Semitic? And it's like, I don't know. I just know that she says a bunch of anti-Semitic shit. Or like, do you think that Donald Trump, it's like getting interested, like trying to get into the head or like psychology of Donald Trump and being like, oh, so you think he's personally racist, huh? I don't know, but he does racist things. He says racist things. So leads me to think he is racist.
that the war is a terrible. Let me ask the question, and that the war is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. And how would that strategy work? So they get their audience totally against the war, then they capitulate to Trump.
Let me tell you how that strategy works.
How did that help them be pro-war?
Let me explain. Let me explain.
Who was saying Joe Biden was young and dynamic? I'd miss that if he said that.
My answer to your question is yes, by the way. In 99% of cases, they are just lying, and they'll go and suck Trump off again.
So let me...
That's a real disagreement.
They're already backing...
They're both very orange. I guess they just got back from the beach or something.
Off, and the war didn't even start yet. We didn't even bomb the nuclear sites yet. They're already backing up.
How this strategy works, okay? They postured as anti-war because they thought it was a good electoral strategy. So now they have some track record laid of claiming that Trump is the pro-peace candidate, blah, blah, blah.
And why was it a good strategy? Because their voters are anti-war.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay, the polling is wildly at odds with you, Cenk, on that.
That's not true. It's not true. And she's right. Let me see what... This is the poll that I had. The YouGov poll. More Americans oppose than support the U.S. bombing of Iran. So this came out today. YouGov has run multiple polls to gauge Americans' response to U.S. warplanes bombing nuclear sites in Iran on Saturday. Here are some of our findings from 2 polls conducted within 24 hours after the attack. Initial public sentiment leans negative. We found 35% of U.S. adults strongly or somewhat approve of the U.S. bombing nuclear sites in Iran, while 46% strongly or somewhat disapprove, and 19% aren't sure. Most Democrats approve of the bombings. Most Democrats disapprove. Opposite of what I was saying. Disapprove of the bombings. 16% approve, 70% disapprove. As do a majority of independents. 27% approve, 51% disapprove. And then most Republicans approve. 68% approve, 13% disapprove. In this initial survey, 36% of Americans had heard a lot about the bombings, 43% had heard a little, and 17% had heard nothing at all. Less than 24 hours later, another survey found that 51% had heard a lot, 8% had heard nothing. Those who had heard less about the bombings were less likely to approve of them than those who had heard more. And if you heard more and you're a Republican and you support it, it's probably because your favorite, online e-daddy and pundit was telling you, yeah, it's good. Trump is based. This is still America first. This is still somehow entirely compatible with America first because they're America first, but not America only. Or it's in America's interest, so therefore it's America first. The lower approval for the U.S. bombing among those who have heard less about it, especially pronounced among Republicans. 85% of Republicans who had heard a lot about the U.S. bombing strongly or somewhat approved of them, compared to 68% of Republicans who had heard a little and 42% of Republicans who hadn't heard anything. So, of course, my hypothesis with this is that if you're hearing lots about it, it's because you have a right-wing pundit in your feed that's telling you why it's good and that Iran is about to... enrich uranium and they're going to be enriching uranium in your backyard if you don't approve of Donald Trump doing this and building a nuke or something like that. But of course, the ones that haven't heard their the right wing talking points and propaganda surrounding manufacturing consent for this, that doesn't surprise me that they oppose it. But as soon as they get exposed to the MAGA propaganda, they're going to get on board with it. Because the most important metric to them is, does Donald Trump like it? Does he approve of it? If he does, well, I'm a Republican. I support him. By net approval, the percentage who approve minus the percentage who disapprove, Republicans who had heard a lot registered plus 75 compared to plus 57 for Republicans who had heard a little and plus 15% among those who had heard nothing. Before the bombings, an economist/YouGov poll of U.S. adult citizens found only 23% of Republicans thought the U.S. military should get involved in the conflict between Israel and Iran, while 53% said the U.S. shouldn't. Immediately after the bombing, 69% of Republicans approved the attacks. And there it is. There it is. So if he was talking about this, it's already outdated, Cenk. Sorry. They didn't have this poll when they were doing this interview, but they had some data, and she's already been proven correct. Poll conducted 24 hours after the first post-attack survey found that overall approval had changed little, with a slight increase in Republican support. So it just keeps going up.
We can come back to that in a second. But, okay, so this is the pro-peace ticket, whatever. And I think there were a lot of independents, actually, who were swayed by that anti-war message, which was completely at odds with reality and with Trump's first term. I think we all agree with that, okay? So I think there were independent voters who were swayed by that. Charlie Kirk and others, now, to maintain some credibility, They have to postulate, oh, you know, Trump is getting pulled into this and the neocons are tricking him and confusing him,
It's never
etc.
his fault.
But
which is true. This was exactly what Candace Owens was doing the whole time. I reviewed her quote unquote opposition. She had more heat for people that were called, like for Mark Levin, because he was criticizing Tucker, but they won't actually go after Trump. And she was doing everything that she could to blame anyone but Trump. Trump is, you know, like God Emperor. He knows what he's doing, art of the deal, all of that, except when it comes to the decisions that she doesn't like. And then it has to be explained away by, oh, it's people in this administration, or, oh, it's Israel controlling him, or whatever. There's always something that allows her to just completely discharge him of any responsibility and shift the blame elsewhere. It's never Trump's fault.
We already know how this plays out because it's already played out. Trump called Tucker kooky and said he needs to get a TV network, basically saying he's a has-been. Tucker called him to apologize. That was a message not just to Tucker, but to everybody else. Time to bend the knee, time to get on board. And they did. They did. Yeah. So we don't have to guess. It's already happened. It's already played out.
Right,
they've already bent the knee.
Okay, so we're now actually approaching an actual disagreement rather than the one that was foisted upon me that I don't like. So, all right. So guys, you think that all these guys and their voters are all liars and that they're not actually.
I don't know why you lump in the voters because
I'm talking about the voters.
Okay, well, let's talk about
the voters.
Talk about the voters.
And I mean, that's why they keep talking past each other, because he just wants to talk about the voters and she wants to talk about, okay, the election's over, Cenk. There's not an election right around the corner. It's going to be a while until there is. So let's talk about the establishment. Let's talk about the representatives. Let's talk about the pundits, and let's see where they're at. And lo and behold, they are not they're not on your side, bro. They're not with you about this like anti-war shit. It's totally superficial and vapid, and they'll flip on a dime when it's inconvenient for them. They try to hold the line, but as soon as Trump forces them to, they fall in line.
Then.
But again, even if you check the voters fall in line as well, because they watch these people.
Let me ask you a really simple question. Let me ask you a really simple question about the voters.
Yeah, well, you of course you like the Trump and the Republicans.
Which
you
parts? That's
them.
not
No,
what
I don't.
I said.
Stop saying it.
Cenk,
you said
let me ask a really basic question.
37-1 vote. You said how many Republicans voted?
One.
War powers. I said one. Tom Massey, and you kept going like, oh, did you know that they didn't? I said yeah. I said I
because they're fake.
So
but
yes,
Cenk,
they're voters.
Let me ask you this question.
Saying that their voters are not anti-war at all? So be clear.
So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Are you saying they're actually liars?
Let me ask you this question. Which base, the Democratic Party base or the Republican Party base, which one do you think is more opposed right now to war with Iran? Which one?
The left. It's not even close.
It's not even close. Exactly.
At least he acknowledges that he's not completely off the deep end.
That's the point. And so if you are going to build a grassroots people-powered movement with bodies in the streets to oppose war, where do you need to go for those numbers? The left, because they're already there with you. And by the way, the MAGA base, the minute that Trump says we're in a war with Iran, they are going to overwhelmingly back him because they have every single time.
The numbers already.
Yeah, so put up 8. This is element 8, I believe, for us. These are the poll numbers. Now, there are other polls out there, I grant you, but this is among Trump 2024 voters. You ask them, do you support or oppose the U.S. providing offensive weapons to help Israel strike Iranian military targets? What we're doing now, 79% support. Do you support or oppose the U.S. taking its own direct military action, if necessary, to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons? That's exactly the framing that Trump is using right now. Support 72%. They are more pro-war. So are there some who, don't want to get in another foreign entanglement? Sure. But overwhelmingly, are they going to back an Iran war? Are they already backing an Iran war because Trump says so? 100%.
Okay, so let's establish who we're talking about. So when you talk about Trump and the Republican politicians, 99% of them are liars. They're going to be pro-war. They're going to do all the terrible things that we're against, that we are all against, including me. Okay. Now, when you move to the media, I'm out on a limb, and I get it. If you grant them an inch, people will say, okay, that's it. You love them, and you're a Trump supporter, et cetera. But I'm doing it anyway because I'm being honest. I think 75% of them are unreachable, but 25% of them, at a minimum, actually will listen to you, have their own audience pushing them to be anti-war. They're not with us on all issues. They're not with us on most issues. But on war, I think that a significant chunk of them are with us. Okay, so when you go to Charlie Kirk's audience, for example, why is Charlie Kirk even dipping his toe into the waters of opposing Trump's policy on Iran and then quickly rushing back out. The rushing back out is obvious. They're ass kissers, right? So the question is, why did he dip his toe in the first place? Because he did a poll of his own audience, and his audience said 90-10 do not help Israel go to war with Iran. 90-10. That's his audience, okay? So now you move to the last.
He doesn't care about his base. He's already elected. He doesn't care.
Category, which are the voters themselves.
Even if he wasn't, he doesn't like Trump's not going to care about his base.
That is where I am most hopeful that they actually are anti-war. Now, does that mean 100% of them are anti-war? No, not at all, okay? But I think a solid 50% of Trump voters, remember, a lot of them are independents, or a lot of them are in somewhere in the spectrum. At least 50% of them are actually anti-war. So what I'm seeing is all over social media, all over the right-wing shows, their own base in an uprising. Why do you think Charlie Kirk, Tucker, and Bannon are doing those things? They're almost all of them are saying on their own shows, well, you guys are pushing me to do this, and yeah, I hear you guys. We were supposed to be anti-war, right? Now, guys, since this is like the first 6 months, are they gonna go run back to daddy? Of course they're gonna run back to daddy, right? So what we're trying to do is not turn all of them against all of Trump's policies instantly, because that is wildly unrealistic. You are trying to either flip them or show hypocrisy to the voters that you can reach on the issues where they agree with us. There aren't that many, but war is one of them with half of his base. So you guys think that if the left wing does a maximalist approach and we yell at those people, that those voters are going to interpret it as, oh my God, they were right. Since they're yelling at me, I will now go to their side. My strategy is go on those shows to talk to their audience and say, look, I'm not trying to trick you. I think you guys actually, a lot of you are actually.
By talk to their audience, he means he rolls over on his belly and just castigates himself for them for nothing in return.
Anti-war. And I'm anti-war. And guys, you'd be surprised that they don't think the left is anti-war at all. They would have the same exact conversation in reverse. They would ask incredulously, who do you think is more anti-war, left or right? And they would all say right, and that the left is more pro-war. And I'm like, no, guys, no, we're totally anti-war. So Dave Smith and I did a coalition. Dave Smith did a great job on your show, Breaking Points. Fantastic. I agree with you. Libertarians are the first to peel off. And great, look, we peeled off.
Oh, Dave Smith, come on. He's currently going to be outcast by MAGA because he's going as far as to say Donald Trump should be impeached for not holding up to his promises, and that was stupid for me to vote for him. I don't know why I fell for he's like, I shouldn't have fallen for the anti-war shit. It wasn't real.
Off the libertarians on the issue of war. Perfect. And
there's so many more non-voters and independents than there are libertarians that could be peeled off.
Website unitedagainstwar.com, where I'm inviting allies. And if it turns out only the libertarians come and the right wing does not come, okay, then that's what happened. So now, if you're saying that no revolt happened at all, it was all fake, all the media guys were fake, 100% of them, and all the voters were fake, 100% of them, and they all actually love war. Okay, that's a straw man. I don't think you're saying that. But you got to tell me what you are saying. Are you saying that none of their voters are anti-war, or a big chunk, or a small chunk, and that if we yell at them, they'll become more anti-war? Or if we reach out and say, hey, let's form an anti-war alliance, they'll be more anti-war?
So I'll tell you what I'm saying. I think that once Trump starts...
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who called the squad the Hamas caucus... Yeah, she's definitely going to be the anti-war representative, right? Alongside Steve Bannon, who falls in line with Trump every single time. The second that he saw a fracture between him and Elon Musk, immediately Trump, basically, you could just tell he had set his eyes on trying to get back into the administration and taking Elon Musk's spot, because in the first administration, that was his spot.
Bombing
Or
Iraq.
Tucker Carlson, who's calling Trump to apologize. Oh, sorry, daddy, I went too far.
On those numbers we just showed you are correct. So 70 to 80% of the Republican base will be in favor of it. That's what I'm saying about it. But I want to ask you, when Trump does bomb Iran, do you think the number among Republicans will stay at only 50% supporting it, or is it going to go up to 70 or 80%? Hey guys, this is just a little piece of an hour-long debate that Krystal and I did with Cenk Uygur about the best path forward and how...
I guess I can't get that last 20 minutes, but Jesus Christ. It was a fucking... Krystal Kyle sweep. Cenk did not. I can't even think of a single point that I even really agreed with Cenk on for that one. The whole time, he was just you're strawmanning me. You don't know what I think. But they were talking past each other. There's too much emphasis on the voters when, again, the election's over. Votes have been cast. We're not near a new election. You should be criticizing the politicians that are in power now, criticizing the pundits that are supporting them right now, and recognize that to the extent that there has been grassroots activism in this country in opposition to Trump, it's not been from his base. It's not because his base has turned on him. It's all from liberals and the left. I do not know why he is like this. Like somebody pointed out, like he won't talk to Sam Cedar anymore, but he like can have a beer with Charlie Kirk. How does that make sense? Like abandoning like allies for no reason. Cenk looked bad and sounded clueless. Yeah, well, at least he didn't do the fake crying shit. Okay, if you're watching me on Twitch, you should go ahead and subscribe. Because, oh wait, no, I can't even do like a quick shill because I'm in an ad break right now. An ad is running right now while I'm trying to tell people you should not, you should subscribe to me so you don't have to get an ad break. Okay, I'll talk to YouTube people. Okay, if you're watching on YouTube, you should like my stream. You should subscribe to me. And if you're interested in donating, you can follow the donation link that's in my description box. If you're watching on Twitch, oh, it's done, just ended. Okay. Now, if you're watching me, you can subscribe. And then you don't have to have ads anymore. You can have an ad-free experience. And you can have emotes as well. And you should follow me because I stream practically every day for many hours at a time reacting to this political slop. And I'm at straightraid or straightraid underscore on absolutely everything. But in the meantime, what are we doing next? Let's see. Speaking of Dave Smith. Oh, wait. I wanted to see this video from Michael Knowles that I had pulled up. Where, like, this Tucker Carlson apologizes to Trump. And then we'll do the Mike Pence thing. So this is from Michael Knowles. 4 days ago, Tucker Carlson apologizes to Trump. Carlson called President Trump to settle their recent disputes. And this is a perfect example of why Trump is so good at unity, you guys. That's the real lesson to take away. Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump, they discovered the true meaning of Christmas after their disagreement over Israel. That lasted for like 48 hours.
Now, speaking of feuds that Trump has fought, and one that he recently won, Trump has been feuding with Tucker Carlson. Tucker's been hitting Trump pretty hard.
One that he won, but Jenk Uygur just told me that Tucker Carlson is principled and anti-war, and that would not happen.
Hard over the prospect of a war in Iran. Trump has come out, he said, hey, kooky Tucker Carlson needs to shut his mouth, basically. And so Tucker got the nickname. He got the much coveted Trump nickname, Kooky Tucker. And then this happened.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran.
And Candace disagreed with him because he was like, I'm the one who coined the term America first. I get to decide what it means, which in like a technical sense, that's not true. But let's be real. Let's live in the real world. What he says goes, and he knows that, and he's not wrong. So anyone who's trying to fight with that is coping. If he says it's America first, it's America first.
Have a nuclear weapon. Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right?
I mean, yeah. He's a good little bitch and he fell in line. Ted Cruz has been with you. Even after you insulted his wife's appearance and called her ugly. He shared a meme literally comparing photos of Melania to Ted Cruz's wife and saying that she was ugly. You accused his father of being part of an assassination attempt on the assassination plot on JFK. And then Ted Cruz very, very pathetically phone banked for you anyway.
But very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that don't want, I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't.
You have to fight like hell, he said.
We don't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting.
So notice what he puts in. It's in this nice sandwich. He's talking about policy in the bread, but then the meat of the sandwich is, yeah, Tucker, he's a nice guy. He called to apologize to me. Yeah, he said he went a little too far, which is great. I was relieved to hear that. I was really relieved to hear that. because I like Tucker. Tucker's been a great voice on the right for many decades at this point. And I love Trump, and I don't want them to fight. Just as I was relieved to hear that Trump and Elon kind of made up. This is something that Trump is really good at. See, people, when they're watching politics, what they want and what they expect, but what they want, what they desire, is division. Even people on the right, even people who call themselves MAGA or America First or conservative, they love the fighting. They love the drama. Trump doesn't love the fighting and the drama. He's a pugilist. He can throw a punch harder than pretty much anyone in national politics. But he doesn't love the drama. He tries to unite people. And for all the...
Yeah. Donald Trump doesn't love the drama. The queeniest bitch alive, who cannot maintain a relationship with anyone for longer than like 6 months, except for the most absolute, like, the people that are the most pathetic, loyal toadies. Yeah, that dude just hates drama.
The little gossipy hens on the right who love, ooh, did you see? Ooh, Elon and Trump are fighting. Ooh, pick a side. Are you team Elon or team Trump? Ooh, I want to pick a side. Ooh, I want to tweet about it. Ooh, whose side are you on, Trump or Tucker? Oh, yeah, I like Trump. No, I like Tucker. Oh, yeah, let's let them duke it out. Ooh. All these little gossipy hens would rather have drama than results. They would. Right?
And the way that he frames the disagreement as nothing but that, it's just drama. It's just this disagreement over aesthetics or these like petty, irrelevant things, when the difference that they were articulating was ostensibly a big fissure in their visions for American foreign policy, right? But he just has to collapse that into, it's just drama. Really, you guys are being childish. By trying to hold him accountable, you're actually splitting the movement. That's the way that they go about dissent on the right. And I mean, it's not wrong that Trump won. Trump's still like a unifier in the way that like, who was that guy that did like is it the Jonestown or like, all those people like literally drank the Kool-Aid and like killed themselves for that guy. Yeah, Trump unites like that.
Now go to ExpressVPN print. Oh, that is a lies. They're at it. Is get it in the first, turning absolutely to privacy description box below. All they want to do is nitpick it. You'll notice I don't really pick
Jim Jones. Yeah, exactly.
Fights on the right. I try not to. Occasionally you have to, but I try not to. I try to get along with people on the right. Not just because I'm an amiable, civilized fellow, but because I realize that I am in politics to do a thing. I am in politics to advance something. I'm in politics to advance the common good of the United States. And I recognize that I have enemies, I have opponents, and I have people that I have to work with in my coalition. And I might not like some of the people in my coalition. And I might have political or personal problems with people in my coalition. But I realize that I need to put my ego aside for a second because I have a bigger job to do. That's how I view politics, at least. That's how Trump views politics. And all the gossipy little hens who just want to see everyone fighting because it makes good reality TV, they are not helping the situation. It's kind of funny that Trump is the big reality TV star, but he gets that you got to get along.
This is like Soviet era levels of like detecting disloyalty to dear leader.
Get together. He fought that brutal primary against Ted Cruz. He goes, oh, Ted, yeah, we get along great. Oh, love Ted. Yeah, we fought that race. But, you know, ever since then, we get along great. Yeah, love Ted. We get along. Yeah, Tucker, we get along. Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry. We're going to move forward. Trump is particularly good at unity. And this is, by the way, part of the anti-ideology of America First. What does America First mean? America First means a million things. It's a phrase that's been used for a very, very long time. But when I say America First, I mean the movement that Trump made. That phrase lay dormant for a very, very long time, many, many decades. And then Trump picked up that phrase because he liked it and he turned it into something distinct.
Wait, I got this. What did he say?
I mean, the movement that Trump made. That phrase lay dormant for a very, very long time, many, many decades. And then Trump picked up that phrase because he liked it and he turned it into something distinct. Just like Trump picked up the phrase, make America great again. That wasn't Trump's original coinage. Ronald Reagan used that phrase. I think Richard Nixon might have used that phrase. But Trump picked it up. He made it his own thing. And the Trump version of America First is an anti-ideology. It's rather different than some of the other political movements. Libertarianism, even traditionalism, even all these different isms.
Trump is particularly good at unity. People are talking about civil war.
Isms, neoconservatism, paleoconservatism, ism. He says, no, America First. And that has a profound meaning. because it means we're going to bring in people who have disparate ideological views. We're going to make them work together. The free traders and the tariff people, the pro-Israel people, the pro-Arab people. I don't know. We're going to bring in the big business guys.
The pro-Israel and the pro-Arab people.
The more Main Street populist guys. We're going to bring them all in. We're going to put America first. Not your ideology first, not your special political monikers first, not your favorite pundit or your favorite senator first. No. America first.
It's not even, it's just Trump first. It's just cult-like thinking first. It's anything that deviates from whatever Donald Trump wants to do at any given point is you are now anti-America. You're now an enemy. You're causing drama. You're sowing dissent. Why don't you shut up and get back in line where you belong? Because Trump is the great unifier. But what is Trump doing to unify? Really, it's all of their foot soldiers going around forcing each other to comply. That's it. Because they're socially punishing each other because it's a fucking cult. And anytime any one of them steps out of line, they smack them into place.
That's what Trump means. But that's not necessarily what other people have meant by that. But that's what Trump means by it. And he's very good at it. And it's an anti-ideology. But they don't totally agree. Elon Musk and Peter Navarro.
Oh, he's like so close to admitting it's totally idiosyncratic and subject to the whims of Donald Trump, which is basically like fascism, but he won't get that far.
Don't totally agree on trade. Yeah, shut up, nerd. Don't care. Guess who's the president? Neither of those guys. Trump is. And he's created a coalition that won.
I mean, Cenk should listen to this. Yes. Guess what? All of those, he's saying it. This guy is respected on the right. This guy has 2.39 million subscribers. This guy gets good views. This guy is saying he doesn't want to hear your disagreements. He doesn't want to hear your differences. Donald Trump doesn't care anyway, and you're just causing drama, and you're making him look bad. So shut the fuck up, know your place, get in line, and be happy. Because it's America first, and just trust Donald Trump. So all of Cenk's whining about, there's all these people, there's all this ideological diversity in MAGA, and there's a real fight that's going on between the anti-war and the wars that it literally doesn't matter. Because he's saying he doesn't want to hear it. And he's also saying that Donald Trump doesn't want to hear it, and he's also correct about that.
And
this is not Krystal saying it. This is somebody who's on the right saying, we're not interested in your differences. We're interested in what Donald Trump thinks makes America great again.
Its policies do not satisfy the purist ideologue. That's why it worked. That's what's great about it. And we're just gonna, when people start to get a little uppity and a little big for their britches and a little out of line, we're not gonna just duke it out on TV and on Twitter and yell and scream at each other. We're gonna pick up the phone. Oh, hey, Tucker, what's up? Oh, you're sorry for saying those mean things about me? All right, it's cool. You're a nice guy. Whatever. All right, back to work. Here we go. Oh, hey, Elon. Yeah, no worries, buddy. It's all right. Hey, we figured it out. It's all right.
Democratic Congresswoman Jackie Spears actually had Jonestown, and she survived being shot by his thug. She retired in 2023. I didn't know that.
Let's back to work. Back to work. Keep moving forward. Don't get distracted by the gossipy, stupid nonsense. That's my ideology. It's an anti-ideology is really what it is.
Yeah, it's and where's the Zizek clip where you think you've transcended ideology and you're within it? That's like this dude right here. What is anti-ideology? It's like bald as a haircut, you guys. Okay. So I want to see. So according to David Pakman yesterday, Mike Pence was going scorched earth on Trump, destroying him. But according to Fox News today, Mike Pence was commending Trump for strikes on Iran's nuclear site. So let's see who's more accurate. Let's see if this is just clickbait. Because Mike Pence has never really substantively criticized Trump, even since he's been out of office.
Mike Pence appeared on CNN, and he once again went fully scorched earth on Donald Trump, really destroying the core of what Trump...
Also, no one cares what Mike Pence thinks. He has no purchase in the Republican Party. So even if this were true, which I'm highly skeptical of given what's coming out today from Pence, it literally won't matter.
Here is Pence weighing in on Putin's actions and pointing out people are looking elsewhere. People are looking elsewhere. And by the way, Trump shouldn't be looking to Putin for advice on what to do. That's the worst instinct there is.
And you alluded to this, but President Trump said again last night the U.S. had nothing to do with Israel's attack against Iran. He also said that he spoke with Russia's President Vladimir Putin, that the two are agreeing that the conflict between Israel and Iran.
Can't believe Pence is even still hanging around. Did you mean to do that double entendre?
Iran should end. Is that the right track, or should the U.S. be providing Israel with more weapons, the weapons that it needs to completely eradicate all of Iran's nuclear facilities and capabilities?
Well, as Vladimir Putin continues his brutal and unprovoked invasion in Ukraine using drones provided by Iran, I would say respectfully to the administration, we ought to be looking elsewhere than Vladimir Putin for advice on how to deal with this situation. We need to continue to provide Israel with the support they need. I also will say, though, I do welcome the fact that early this morning the president reiterated a statement that harkened back to 2019 in our administration. After we took out Qasem Soleimani, the president and our team made it very clear that there would be overwhelming response.
Yeah, the assassination of a respected general in Iran that definitely didn't have any blowback. Don't look into it.
By the United States military, if American lives were lost in any retaliation by the Iranian military. They fired rockets, as you remember, Dana. They landed at Al-Assad. They landed in the Kurdish region. There were injuries, but there were no American casualties or loss of life. And the Iranians stood down after that. But it was in that moment that the president made clear, as he did this morning, that there would be overwhelming force brought to bear on Iran if they put at risk American forces in the region, which, as you know, are in the tens of thousands.
So listen, this is Mike Pence in his convoluted, aw shuck sort of way, pointing out that Donald Trump's entire approach to foreign policy is just completely backwards.
You would never get that. What? Why say that? That's just not how I'd characterize what you just said. It was so milquetoast. In a roundabout way, he really was being like going scorched earth on Trump. Did we just listen to the same clip, David?
And this criticism, this isn't the first time that Pence has said things like this. And it also wasn't restricted just to foreign policy. When the topic of the pardons of the January 6th rioters, many of whom, by the way...
Gee, no shit. Why do you think he didn't like that? Why do you think he didn't like that, David? It's like a totally self-interested criticism if he made that.
Wanted Pence dead. Pence saying that was the wrong move too.
We're out of time, but I do want to quickly ask you about something the FBI Director Kash Patel warned to LA protesters, rather. He said, hit a cop, you're going to jail. Doesn't matter where you came from. This is from a...
The PBD saw that and they fucking loved it. They were seal clapping for this.
Director who supported the president pardoning all the rioters, including the ones who beat up police officers who were defending the Capitol, defending you on January 6th. What did you make of that?
Well, let me say first off...
Love how bold as brass the U.S. is about their foreign policy. We assassinated one of their leaders. They then told them they better not dare respond. Insanity. That's on top of the fact that we ripped up the JCPOA. And then, sanctioned them over the fact that they didn't want to come to the table and do a deal with the same president that ripped up the deal last time.
I welcome the statement. It's a correct statement. We simply cannot allow or stand by while people in the midst of protests assault law enforcement officers. It's one of the reasons I thought the president was wrong to pardon people who assaulted police officers on January 6th. But look, this is a time when...
Again, like, it's wrong. It's bad. What do you want me to say? It's super, super... It's like it's nothing. It's absolutely. He didn't say it's immoral. It's a dereliction of duty. It's just unconscionable. These are domestic terrorists. Nothing like that. It's like I disagree. Disagree with the guy on that one. Yeah, but I do like when he's like funding Israel and stuff. That's cool.
We're in the wake of not only those events of 4 years ago, but we've seen political violence against Jewish peaceful protesters. We saw 2 assassination attempts against President Trump on the campaign trail. We saw the governor of Pennsylvania's home attacked, and then
one of those assassination plots. What is it connected to? The thing that he was praising earlier today, or not today, earlier in that fucking thing. Hold on. So this is one of the assassination attempts that... Oh, wait, no, actually, he wouldn't be talking about this because he's just talking about that guy who was like very pro-Ukraine and then that kid. But there's another one that was stopped. Iranian operative charged in pre-election scheme to assassinate Trump, other U.S. targets. So this didn't actually make it to an attempt, but there was a plot to do it. But what was the stated motivation from the IRGC that was like funding these people to carry out this plot? What was it? The charges and allegations announced Friday are part of a broader posture by U.S. intelligence and law enforcement to publicly bring attention to Iran's alleged efforts to quiet dissidents on U.S. soil and target U.S. government figures after the killing of IRGC General Qasem Soleimani by American forces in 2020. Trump and former members of his administration have been forced in recent years to increase his security due to the threats.
Right.
That despicable attack that claimed the lives of the Minnesota state representative Hortman, her husband, and injured two of her colleagues. Our prayers are with them. But this is a moment when we need to make it very clear that anyone who would ever use violence, whether it be against law enforcement or political violence of any kind, must be condemned universally.
So listen, you might be saying...
Okay, he literally just said that in the same sentence where he was like, I disagree. Like, just the softest criticism, if you could call it that, of Trump pardoning, like, how many... It was like hundreds. How many people did Trump pardon for January 6th? One of whom is also trying to get, like... They had, like, child porn charges, and they're trying to get that dropped as well. And the Proud Boys just opened. On top of getting pardoned, they won $100 million now because they've been pardoned. How many people was it? This was criminal records of J6ers pardoned by Trump include rape and domestic violence. How many people was it, though? One of those defendants, Matthew Huddle, was recently shot and killed by law enforcement in Indiana during a traffic stop just days after receiving a pardon for his role in the Capitol riot. Weird. Pleaded guilty to entering and remaining in a restricted building or grounds on January 6th, received a sentence of 6 months in prison. Had an extensive criminal history that demonstrates the pattern and practice of disrespecting and disobeying the rule of law, which is consistent with his actions on January 6th. In one incident, Huddle spanked his 3-year-old son so hard that he left bruises all over the child's backsides and the child's neck, and the child had such extreme pain on his backside that he could not sit properly for a week, prosecutors said. Huddle was sentenced to 2.5 years in imprisonment. Awesome. America's hero. America first, man. Heroes. Patriots. 1,500 people? Is that how many people it was? Was it really this many people? I vaguely remember 1,500 or so. I mean, it looks like it. That's insane. That's insane. Then criminal cases. Trump's pardon apply only to people convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, which he signed with an auto pen, and he made fun of Joe Biden for doing that, but whatever. As a result, some January 6 defendants are still facing criminal charges from other alleged incidents. David Daniel of Mint Hill, North Carolina, is charged with possession of child porn, which allegedly involved a prepubescent minor and a child under 12 years old. Wow, disgusting. The government's forecast of evidence is compelling and suggests defendant engaged in sexual acts with 2 young girls in his own family. Magistrate Judge David Kiesler wrote of the case against Daniel. It is also alleged he took and kept photos of the victims. You can read that. The mother of one victim, or the defendant's ex-wife, appeared in court to request that defendant not be released. Because of those findings, Judge Kiesler ordered Daniel to remain in detention pending trial. Daniel has not pleaded guilty to the charges in North Carolina, and that case remains pending. So that's awesome. Then, like, this is just going through, like who he ended up pardoning, like what other shit they had going on. Where's the Proud Boys thing? I know I had the Proud Boys thing. So, and now the Proud Boys want a payout. This was June 7th of this month. Proud Boys who stormed the Capitol on January 6th sue government for $100 million. So it's not enough to get this pardon that you totally don't deserve. You also need $100 million. What's this?
Innocence against for 4 years, we fought to defend our innocence against a relentless assault on our constitutional rights. Today, we defend no more. Today we go on the offense.
Enrique.
This is Enrique Tarrio,
It's so funny that he's like still affiliated with the group, even though he was like a Fed.
Ethan Nordine, Joseph Biggs, Zachary Real, and Dominic Pizzola versus the United States government.
Says 5 members of the right-wing extremist group are suing the government for $100 million. Oh, wait, that footage of him might have been from January 6th. I'm stupid. I thought it was recent. They list government raids, solitary confinement, and cruel and unusual punishment in their lawsuit. AKA just a normal interaction, whether it should be or obviously I don't think it should be, but a standard interaction when you are processed and detained and like imprisoned in this country. You are not subject to torture any more than any other American prisoner is. So why do you get $100 million? 5 members of the right-wing extremist group, the Proud Boys, who stormed the U.S. Capitol during the January 6th insurrection and were later pardoned by President Donald Trump, are suing the government for more than $100 million. It's also not enough that they were legitimized in that debate because Biden asked him to condemn the Proud Boys, and he said what? Stand back and stand by. So I also wouldn't be surprised if they get some of this money. They allege the DOJ and FBI violated their constitutional rights after arresting and jailing them for their participation in the effort to stop Congress from certifying former President Joe Biden's election victory in 2020. The Proud Boys and their families were subjected to forceful government raids, solitary confinement, and cruel and unusual treatment. Okay, treatment. They don't even say punishment. Treatment. They argue in their lawsuit, which seeks $100 million in damages plus 6% post-judgment interest. The group, which filed the lawsuit June 6th in a federal court in Florida, includes Henry Enrique Tarrio, Zachary Rell, Ethan Nordine, Joseph Biggs, and Dominic Pizzola. In 2023, a jury convicted Tarrio, Rell, Nordine, and Biggs of entering a seditious conspiracy against the U.S. government. In several trials, each of the leaders of the group had been issued lengthy prison sentences, ranging from 22 to 15 years. On the first day of his return to office in 2025, President Trump issued a sweeping clemency order granting pardons to almost all who didn't get it. Of the more than 1,500 defendants, maybe they mean like Ashley Babbitt died, so she didn't get it. I wouldn't have been surprised also if she was like posthumously pardoned or whatever. But I guess she wasn't convicted. I don't know what they could mean when it says almost all. It seemed like everybody did. Everybody who was there and got in trouble got clemency. More than 1,500 defendants who stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6th and issuing sentence commutations to 14 others. In interviews with USA Today in February, most of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit defended their actions on January 6th and said unequivocally they would do the same thing again. So they're not. There's no remorse. There's no remorse. They would do it again. Some, including Tarrio and Rell, hinted at the possibility of running for public office in the future. I am an intelligent individual, and I've done a lot in the community as far as activism is concerned. That's so cryptic, knowing who is saying this. So I'm experienced in that respect, and I believe I can really represent the people in a good way. Insane. But again, to David Pakman, this was scathing. This was scorched earth on Trump.
I'm not really that curious what Mike Pence thinks about anything. I think Mike Pence is a despicable evangelical right-winger who seeks to interject.
Okay, I agree, but why did you title it this? Why did you title it this, David?
His religious beliefs into civil government. And I would agree with you.
You could have put Mike Pence goes soft on Trump, refuses to criticize him, and so would have gotten views. Because it's insane. It's insane that his former VP still goes soft on him.
But it is notable because you never see, you just never see a former vice president break from the president that he previously served in this way. And this doesn't mean that there aren't more of them. I am sure that there are more Republicans who feel the same way. I think they are cowardly in that they are unwilling to come out and just say it. And even to Pence, Pence only started saying this stuff when he was out and he had nothing left to lose and Trump had already abandoned him. But this is not normal. And if you want a real insight into the true operating MO of Trump and the way that things work behind the scenes, it's the way that Pence is now treating him.
This is a very strange video. Oh, please. Now Pence Trump speaks up too little, too late. Ignore him. Spineless. Lib audience. I was clickbaited. Okay, but let's see that. Okay, let's see what he's actually saying. Historic mission. Mike Pence commends Trump for strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. I'm sure he was salivating at the mouth to talk about.
President Trump receiving praise today for the covert mission to strike Iran's nuclear facilities from his former Vice President Mike Pence, who said this, quote, President Trump made the right call to deploy American forces to strike nuclear sites in Iran, and he should be commended for his decisive leadership. Iran could never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. Thanks to the resolve of our commander-in-chief and the courage and professionalism of our armed forces, America, Israel, and the free world are safer as a result. Tonight, President Trump proved again that the United States of America is the leader of the free world, and America stands with Israel. Former Vice President Mike Pence joins me now. Good to have you with us, Vice President Pence. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me on, Martha.
You know, the things that you point out there, the importance of the free world and the fact that, you know, President Trump made this very gutsy move. I just
it was so gutsy of Trump to do this thing that everybody knew he was going to eventually do, which is to come to Israel, just come to the rescue. So brave.
Go back to the pre-election period in 2024, because you joined me here several times then. And this is what you said in March of the election year. Watch.
Donald Trump is pursuing and articulating an agenda that is at odds with the conservative agenda that we governed on during our 4 years. And that's why I cannot, in good conscience, endorse Donald Trump in this campaign.
So now, you know, at this point in the presidency and watching how it's playing out, do you have any regrets about that statement back then?
Let's see.
You know, the president and I have had our differences, which resulted in me staying out of the 2024 race. But I have to tell you,
like, now that he's in the office, he's just going to fall in line behind him. He tried he tried to, like, you know, get somebody else. It wasn't like he didn't want Trump to win. He still wanted him over Kamala, but he was trying to get him to not get the nomination. But obviously that was going to happen. So now that has happened, he's definitely not going to distance himself now.
I couldn't be more proud of President Trump's decisive leadership in this moment, or the extraordinary professionalism and courage of our armed forces that brought about this historic
Mike
mission.
Looks like a plastic toy. I mean, I've always thought that he kind of looks like Buzz Lightyear. Like literally the toy.
I must tell you, I saw last night as really a continuation of the policies of our administration, where we isolated Iran as never before. We got out of the Iran nuclear deal. We used force, first against Syria when they used chemical weapons on their own people. We took down the ISIS caliphate with our military and their leader.
I mean, Pence is laying out the case that he was not like, this is what Cenk needs to be. Not Cenk, sorry. Like, people like Dave Smith or whatever, that was like, who could have known that Donald Trump was not going to actually be the anti-war candidate? Look, did you Google anything that he did in his first administration with respect to foreign policy? He was never like an anti-war. He was like always hawkish.
And of course, the president's decision, which is very reminiscent to last night, the president's decision to take down Qasem Soleimani. I've been there at his side, and I must tell you, I honestly had no doubt that if the Iranians did not step up and make a deal to dismantle entirely the Uranium enrichment program, that President Trump would act, our armed forces would deliver, and that's just what happened.
You know, I mean, you talk about how necessary this move was, and that it may, many people say, rewrite the Middle East.
Right, it was totally necessary. Very, very important that we further entrench and expand this regional conflict on Israel's behalf. This is necessary to do.
And, you know, so I'm just curious, when you look back now, do you think that he is the only person who was out there running for president who would have ever done this? And are those consequences big enough that it makes you regret not supporting?
Well, Martha, there's not a day goes by that I wish Kamala Harris was president of the United States. I expect if she'd have somehow found a way to win that election, we'd have been back to the policies of appeasement that the Biden-Harris administration implemented.
Appeasement.
But I mean, even over
appeasement. What's happening now is definitely not appeasement to Israel.
Republicans who ran, I think it set the stage for October the 7th.
Yeah.
I mean,
also, this idea that like Kamala Harris wouldn't have like bombed Iran is also like stupid to think.
Would any of the other Republicans who ran
Martha,
have made this mission last night?
Well, I think many would have. I certainly would have not hesitated to move as the president did. But look, I don't think I'm not in the rearview mirror today, Martha.
I also would have made this catastrophic foreign policy decision. Don't you worry.
I mean, I'm looking eyes forward, and I really do want to commend President Trump and his entire national security team for doing what really needed to be done. The very idea that the most dangerous regime in the world would have possession of the most dangerous weapons on earth has been.
He's not talking about Israel, by the way.
Been intolerable. It's been the long-standing policy, was during our administration.
Again, like the most dangerous regime we're talking about is Iran getting nukes, but not Israel that has secret nukes and is currently engaging in a genocide.
That Iran would never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. I think Israel took important and decisive efforts when they launched an attack on Iran 1 week ago, and with the defensive support of our forces, they managed to essentially control the airspace, create this opportunity. The president gave the Iranians 60 days. Israel launched on the 61st day.
Okay, but when did that 60-day memo start? That 60-day memo was issued on March 7th. It was June when Donald Trump was bringing it back up again. The 60 days thing had already passed. They started engaging in negotiations for a new Iran deal. Israel derailed it. But he already said, oh, I would have done the same thing. But he is running with the lie that like, oh yeah, the 60-day window thing that had already like lapsed and expired and was like a thing of the past, that was relevant to what happened in it, to following Israel into this and supporting them.
And the president told them, you need to come to the table. And when they didn't, the President Trump acted. And that's just the kind of leadership of the American.
Yeah, they're unreasonable for not coming to the table to renegotiate a deal that Trump ripped up in his first term. They're the crazy ones, though.
People would expect.
We're looking at the scene around the Situation Room, and I have to say it's good to see these images and the thoughtfulness on people's faces around the table. And I see Susie Weil there, and I think she's done an extraordinary job as chief of staff of keeping things very much on track. Obviously, the president trusts her a lot. She's involved in all of these situations.
Okay, no more of this. Mike Pence going scorched earth here, you guys. It's shocking stuff. Shocking. Okay, what do I want to do next? I want to do. I think it's time for maybe Dave Smith and Konstantin Kisin of Trigonometry. They're going to talk Iran, Israel.
We're Phoenix Energy.
By the way, that this is always a one-way street.
So it could go horribly wrong. Konstantin Kisin versus Dave Smith on Iran, Israel, and Trump. This was 4 days ago.
Iran said this. Iran threatened this. This is about a regime change war. Why are we doing this?
Yes, I think it's quite clear that Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change in Iran, but that is not the same as the regime in Iran wanting to destroy Israel.
What was overthrowing Muammar Gaddafi was...
Okay, so stupid take. The like most brain dead take or whatever. Like, it's literally going to be that, did you know that they have people in that country that hold up signs that say death to America? Guess we have no choice but to bomb them.
That simply
They also say death to Israel. Guess we got to do a regime change.
The leader, or was that destroying the country?
Let's stick to Israel and Iran.
No.
The Israelis say we want regime change. The Iranians say we want to wipe you off the map.
I think this will be the first debate that I've ever seen from Dave Smith. Everybody gives him his flowers when it comes to being like pro-Palestine or whatever. I know he's a comedian. It's not really important to me. It's like for politics and like discussions about philosophy, you don't really need to have You just need to have a command of the facts of the thing that you're debating. You don't need like special academic background or training. So if people like, to the people that are like, oh, he shouldn't be talking about it because he's just a fucking comedian or whatever, I mean, contend with the arguments. If the arguments are bad, just point that out.
You guys think Benjamin Netanyahu has been mistaken for 30 years, claiming that Iran is a year to 3 years away from a nuke? Or was he lying?
Israel was surrounded by many, many countries who don't believe that it has a right to exist.
So I'm the moral relative.
Israel exists. Israel has nukes. Israel's backed by the United States. Israel's backed by the EU. Israel's a state, is a UN member state under international law. It exists. It does not matter that they don't want it to exist. It exists. That there's no undermining that just because they want it to not be true.
Yes. And when I point out what one side actually did, you run away from it. Are you an Israeli? Why are you constantly running cover for them?
Is he though? Like a comedian? I don't know. People say this comedy's not funny. But I don't really like stand-up comedy to begin with, so I guess I wouldn't be a good judge of that. And he's wearing, this is funny, see, he's wearing like a sweatshirt that says the Libertarian Institute, and it's completely serious. That's funny.
Because I believe in speaking the truth and being honest instead of dragging in stuff that's irrelevant. So the American government is so gullible that they just go around invading countries on the say-so of Israel.
This isn't a secret.
That's so bad faith to frame. I shouldn't even be responding to like the highlights or whatever, but like, oh, so Trump, they just do whatever Israel says.
Advocating that we fight more wars. And I'm telling you that this war, which we do not need to fight, which is not in our interest, has the potential to be devastating.
Nothing divides opinion more than war, and wars are often both launched and ended on the strength of popular support or opposition. When the stakes are so high and the consequences are so significant, everybody gets a say. In my view, that applies even if you haven't been to the place where it's happening.
Even if you've never been to that place.
The debate about the Iran crisis.
As that Murray dude always says, have you been there?
Others seems to boil down to some big themes: morality versus reality, idealism or pragmatism, intervention versus isolation, populists or lobbyists. For a big picture debate on a world at war, I'm joined by two of our favourite uncensored contributors who often trade respectful barbs on these matters and more. Konstantin Kisin is an author, satirist and co-host of Trigonometry. Dave Smith is a libertarian commentator, a comedian and the host.
Konstantin, a satirist? Okay.
Part of the problem. Well, welcome to both of you. Dave, great to have you back so soon. As you know, after your last appearance, I got chewed up and spat across cyberspace, which I've...
Oh, because the last appearance that he did, he like tore into that, the barrister, Natasha, what's her name? Who's like a Lawyers for Israel. She like works in the UK or something like that, so.
Quite an amusing thing to watch go down. What did you make of it?
Oh, I thought it was just so pathetic.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I had mentioned this before, but if you, as I'm sure you do recall, but after my my friend Daryl Cooper was on Tucker-Carlson show and he made some comments that you objected to, and I was defending him and giving my point of view on it, you had me on a panel. It's probably the most contentious that me and you have been on the show. You had me on 3-on-1 with it was Seth Dillon and then a world-renowned historian from the House of Lords, you know, like the leading expert.
He actually is, Andrew Roberts, yeah.
Yeah, and I, you know, I took my lumps. I tried to make my argument as compelling as I could. It was like, I didn't go online and just throw a bitch fest for the next week over how unfair it was. It's just pathetic. And I'm sorry, but Natasha was just lying through her teeth the whole time. And she and lies that, as you pointed out, insult the intelligence of the host and the viewers. And I thought you were absolutely right to give her pushback for that.
I swear there was a moment that, there was a moment where they asked, like, doesn't Israel have nukes or whatever? And because she's like a lawyer for Israel in a certain capacity, she like couldn't answer the question. Even though it's like basically acknowledged, it's like an open secret that they have nukes. But since she has a direct stake in it, her word on that or whatever would be seen as some sort of like potentially official confirmation.
So it was, I thought, number one, I thought you were right on the show. Obviously, admittedly, I'm a little bit biased on the topic, but I thought the reaction online was just truly embarrassing.
You know what was interesting? If they'd actually just said to me, you know what, Piers, did you go a little bit too far on the interrupting? Could you have reined back 10, 20%? I probably would have said yes, probably. I conceded that to some friends of mine. Yeah, probably slightly overdid it. My mother's always a good litmus test. She was like, you did go at her a bit. You know, I was like, okay. But then I was reminded that she was telling massive whoppers with real consequential elements to them, denying, you know, appalling things like the killing of the 9 out of 10 children in that one airstrike and so on, or at least trying to cast doubt over whether it had been proven, which I just found so reprehensible. But also, I just felt this is somebody who purports to be an international barrister in this area, who's clearly not, has got a horse in the race, right? Because it's Lawyers for Israel who she represents. If you can't handle a bit of interrupting from someone like me, you're probably in the wrong profession. is what I thought. It's like it's supposed to be part of your job, literally arguing with people, often in an animated way. Anyway, let's get it.
And he's had her on the show, and it's just like her appearance was her being like, under international law, there's this like Latin phrase that means that there was no Palestine or occupied territory. All of that was always Israel or whatever. You can't occupy land that's yours. And it's like, okay, if that's your feelings on it, then stop saying there's not an apartheid. If you're saying that, like, yeah, all of those people are like we control all of them, it's all our land, and they're de facto Israeli citizens that we just treat like shit, then quit saying you're a democracy and quit denying that there's an apartheid.
Let's get into this argument, because this was precipitated, for those who don't follow you guys as assiduously as I do, and I'm a big fan of both of you. Konstantin, you called out Dave on X for accusing the actor Rob Schneider of talking with confidence on topics he doesn't necessarily understand. You said that's exactly what Douglas Murray had accused Dave of doing when they had a spat on Joe Rogan. And you said on X, I'm not trying to be a dick, but this is exactly what Douglas was saying to you. He was saying you talk about things you don't.
Even on Twitter, he's insufferable. I'm not trying to be a dick. Just make your criticism, dude.
Don't understand.
Why couch it with that?
That is inappropriate, and you pretended he was calling for censorship. You can't have it both ways. Okay, you've got Dave sitting here. You don't want to be a dick, which I appreciate, because I've had a festival of that from George Galloway this week. But let's not get into dick measurement contests. But this whole argument, really, about people who are supposedly ill-equipped to talk about things, whether it's Dave because he's a comedian by stock in trade, whether it's Rob Schneider, whether it's anyone really. Explain where you come from on that.
Well, first of all, you say it's been precipitated by this. I think the disagreements between Dave and I run about as long as the Iran-Israel conflict, so and probably longer. So we disagree on a lot of stuff. You've invited me on your show many, many times over the last year. I've always said no when talking about this stuff because I don't consider myself an expert on these issues, which is why I've consistently turned it down. The only reason I'm here tonight, by the way, is you said to me, I'm not going on your show until you come back on mine, and I thought that was actually fair enough. So particularly given that you have me here with somebody who's also not an expert, this is essentially two guys in a bar, in a pub, chatting about their opinions. So that's fine. However, I think the reality is that an issue of this complexity and seriousness should not be addressed by a former comedian and a current comedian. I don't really think that's the right approach. But my point to Dave is something else. My point to Dave is whenever he wants to take a shortcut and disagree with someone who's saying something that's different to him, he will resort to exactly the same thing that Douglas said to him, which is you actually don't really know what you're talking about. You don't have the expertise to talk about this. You haven't been to the region. You haven't read enough. You haven't done this. You haven't done that. And that's exactly
I don't know what the context is for Dave Smith levying that at somebody.
Exactly what.
But he is told a lot, like in these conversations or whatever. Like, who are you to be talking about this? Because you're just a comedian.
Was saying to Dave. Now, you can agree or disagree with whether that's right or wrong, but the fact that Dave is violating his own standards seems to me to be pretty hypocritical.
Dave, you're a rank hypocrite.
That's what Pia's saying and not me. I did not add the word rank.
Yeah, you would have done
okay,
it.
That's true. A bit. No, I'm sorry. There's for the record, I just want to say me and Rob Schneider made up. I've always been a big fan of his. We message back and forth and we're cool. But no, I'm sorry. Obviously, this is ridiculous and there's no hypocrisy here at all. It is if we were to come to a debate and what I brought to the debate was I just said, shut up. And that was all I did for the debate, was just tell you to shut up. And I had no argument, and I didn't counter any of your arguments, but I just told you to shut up. And you were to say, man, that was a really ridiculous way to debate. And then I pointed out that you had also told someone to shut up once in your life. That wouldn't mean you're guilty of hypocrisy. It's a completely different standard to be dismissive to someone on Twitter than to agree to debate them on the biggest show in the world, show up in front of tens of millions of people, and your argument essentially is just to dismiss them. Your point doesn't matter. So no.
Yeah, I agree. If unless Konstantin has like more context or whatever, if he said to him, just like he just didn't give him this time of day on Twitter, and it was just like, you don't know what about this, and he moves on. That is not the same as somebody who agrees to a debate beforehand, knowing that he's going to be the opponent, and then not engaging the entire time on the basis that you don't know who you're talking about, you're not educated enough to have this conversation. Then why'd you show up? Then why even bother at that point?
And also, clearly, I wasn't telling Rob Schneider because he's a comedian, he can't have an opinion on this. I was telling him that I don't really think he knows what he's talking about on this issue. And then
Which is exactly what Douglas said to you.
Yes, but he didn't back it up with anything. That's the point.
And by the
Listen, no one would have had a problem.
And he agreed to a debate with him. So why agree to a debate with him when you're not interested in engaging with the points? At that point, just don't do the conversation at all.
The whole point was that Douglas had an opportunity to demonstrate his superiority.
Holding vastly different medias to the same standard is such a bad take. Yeah, exactly. He's completely stripping it of context to make it highly reductive.
your level of expertise and did not.
And this is like a very lame attempt at a gotcha.
This is the overwhelming opinion.
Well, I don't think that's quite
from
true. I think on a lot of the subjects you debated, he actually did give very good reasons why he disagreed. Now, as you remember, I wrote an article at the time talking about that situation. I did concede that I thought Douglas should have lent more into the arguments. The way you and I have always debated has been on that basis, right? And I think that is true. But I don't think this argument about Twitter really works, because when you go on our mutual friend's Joe Rogan show, you're in front of millions of people. When you and I are exchanging, or you and Rob are exchanging arguments on X, we're also in front of millions of people. We're also having a debate. I don't understand what the difference is.
Okay, but like a Twitter back and forth is not Dave and Douglas or Rob Schneider agreeing to like a format that has that's like a structured debate, and then Dave's refusing to engage from there, because then he would be absolutely hypocritical, because he's not liked when people have done that to him. If you're telling a random person on Twitter you're not owed a debate or a response from me, fuck off. That's not hypocrisy. That's just a boundary on like his time and energy.
It is.
Also, the public visibility of it doesn't matter. It's not comparable to say like, oh well, Twitter is also like a public forum. That's basically the same as like refusing to engage with someone who is sitting right next to you that Joe Rogan also invited onto your episode. That's not the same thing. The medium matters.
You don't understand the difference between like dismissing someone on Twitter and agreeing to debate them and showing up with
Rob
nothing but
made a
dismissing
series
them?
of arguments on Twitter to you in front of those same millions of people that saw you on Joe Rogan, and instead of addressing his arguments with counter arguments, which is the standard that you normally apply and you demand that other people apply to you, you instead basically said, shut up, Rob, you don't know what you're talking about. Just because you read one book doesn't mean you know what you're talking about, which is exactly what a lot of people said.
You guys, Magnus Carlsen, the chess grandmaster, has said that he will play anybody on chess. But when I saw him in Times Square and I said, play chess with me right now, I can beat you, and he said no, I was shocked. What a fucking hypocrite. He said that he would play he would play anyone, but he would not play me. Like that is the equivalent of what Konstantin is doing. Or like trying to say that that was the intent behind those words in that context.
To you, and you got very upset about it and pretended they were trying to censor you.
No, okay. There's a couple different things here. Number one, Pierce, as I told you, I believe were my first appearance after the Douglas Murray debate on Joe Rogan. And the first thing I said to you was that I go, look, there's been a lot of people who have been challenged to debates who say, I'm not going to debate that guy. He's beneath me. I've done that with other people. And then there's been people who accept and show up to the debate. I said, Douglas Murray's fatal flaw was that he did both. He accepted and then showed up and said, I'm above you. I shouldn't even be debating you. And it backfired on him. Now, as far as
yeah, like don't agree to engage in a debate if you're just going to end up dismissing them based on credentials alone.
I'm sorry, what was your second point there? I had another response to that. What was the other thing you said, Konstantin?
I don't remember the sequence of the points that I made. What do you mean exactly?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna save you both, because I think we've probably dealt with the element about whether
that was a very bad attempt at a gotcha from Konstantin. That just like didn't go anywhere.
You should be debating or talking about these things. You're both here to talk about stuff.
If he had said on Twitter, if Dave Smith had even said on Twitter, like, hey, I don't like that you're not engaging with me, to somebody else that had like dismissed him but then goes on to do the same thing, you would have a stronger argument there. But he's literally trying to compare when somebody wouldn't engage with him at a debate, a formal debate that they both agreed to, and one of them is like, no, I'm not going to dignify you with the time, even though they've literally already agreed and shown up to the debate.
Konstantin, let me start with what you said. Donald Trump, you believe, has played an absolute blinder in the Middle East. Dave, to put it mildly, does not agree and thinks he should now be impeached for betrayal. So first of all, Konstantin, why, in your estimation, has Trump played an absolute blinder?
Just to put this in context, I said this, I think, on Friday. I spent that week when these initial strikes happened in Washington, D.C., and the point that I was making is, I don't think that, certainly none of the people I met in Washington, D.C. with any insider knowledge thought that Benjamin Netanyahu, who'd ordered these strikes without at least a wink and a nod from President Trump. So President Trump is doing something that, from what I remember, he said it between 30 and 40 times on the campaign trail, which is Iran must not be allowed to get a bomb. And he's achieving that outcome while not taking any of the blame or any of the flag for it. That was the case on Friday. Obviously, the situation has evolved.
So a proxy war, brilliant.
Since then, and there's now.
This is ingenious thinking from Donald J. Trump here. Never thought of that one before. Use Israel as the proxy to attack Iran. Awesome.
A much bigger debate. But at that time, he had absolutely played a blinder in allowing Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli military to achieve the military objective, while also sort of claiming that he's not involved and kind of at that time.
If he now gets involved, as the jungle drums seem to be suggesting, That is a massive moment for Donald Trump, I would say. I mean, you could argue that is the most important decision he will have taken as a president, and maybe the most important decision he ever takes. If he actually starts bombing with American forces Iran, that is a massive thing to be doing. Do you think it's, as Tucker-Carlson says, something that could imperil his presidency?
We are in the unknown, so nobody knows how this is going to play out. I think we should all be honest about that and be fair. What I think...
I mean, am I wrong? Didn't Trump call for like I've been like scrolling through Twitter while I'm listening or whatever. Didn't Trump call for like a ceasefire?
I think it really fundamentally depends on what you mean
between Iran and Israel
by the word involved. If you mean that America is going to help Israel shoot down ballistic missiles, I don't know that will be such a major decision or will be seen as...
Well, let me paint a picture where they use a B-52 bomber and they drop one of these buster bombs to try and get to the nuclear sites that the Israelis can't get.
Which didn't they do? Did Trump help Israel drop a bunker buster?
Because they haven't got that technology.
Let's see. Israel has pushed the U.S. to use its bunker buster bomb on Iran. Here's what the weapon can do. But did this end up happening? Trump warmed to the idea of using military assets to strike nuclear things. Nuclear facilities. 30,000-pound bomb.
If they were to do that, in other words, directly use...
Yeah, they did it. How come when I search that doesn't come up?
American forces...
Oh, wait, now I see it. Goes by many names. Let's see. It didn't work. If I do remove paywall. I was like completely out of the loop on this day because I was just hanging out with friends. So I like saw the notifications come in, but I hadn't actually like read any of the details of these operations beyond like the headlines. This says like U.S. dropped 5 to 6 bunker buster bombs on Fordo. Trump told Fox News. No, this supposed to let me see. Hannity said 2 other sites, Natanz and Isfahan, were targeted with 30 Tomahawk missiles launched from American submarines some 400 miles away.
Do the bombing. Would your calculation about Trump change?
These are all hypotheticals, because the one thing that I do know, and I think Dave will tell you this himself, is the thing that people...
What's the hypothetical?
The sites that the Israelis can't get to because they haven't got that technology. If they were to do that, in other words, directly use American forces to do the bombing, would your calculation about Trump change?
These are all hypotheticals, because the one thing that I do know, and I think Dave...
Oh my God, he's so slippery and he's so slimy, and Piers is fucking doing journalistic malpractice if he doesn't force him to engage at that point. I can't answer to that hypothetical. Here's what I do know, back to my talking point.
Dave will tell you this himself, is the thing that people in the United States, from talking to people there, are most concerned about is any sort of boots on the ground scenario. They do not want American soldiers in the Middle East. I think they're right not to. I genuinely think that. And so fundamentally, it really depends.
Who's the aim? He's like pulling this out of his ass. He's not citing like polling. He's not talking like just nothing.
On what happens.
Because Republicans are totally fine with this.
And the way that it happens. And you're right, it is a big decision. But I think it's all this stuff, I mean, Dave's calling for President Trump to be impeached over this, when this is something that he promised the American people 30 to 40 times on the campaign trail.
Well, okay, but on that, I would...
Okay, but the way that you go about it, obviously, if you're simultaneously saying that you're going to be the anti-war president, and you're also saying, I'm going to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon, that meant and signaled that you meant through diplomatic means I was going to prevent them from doing it. I was going to renegotiate a new nuclear deal with Iran. It did not mean that you were going to be dragging the United States into a regional conflict that Israel started.
I would clarify that. He said that number of times that Iran should not be allowed to have a nuclear bomb. That is indisputable. He also has consistently portrayed himself as a man who wants peace, not war. I'm going to solve the problem in Ukraine, solve the Middle East, and so on. This would go against all of his claims to be that person. And, of course, the big debate behind all this is that Tulsi Gabbard, his own director of national intelligence, the IAEA director last night, they both said in very recent times, including 24 hours ago, in the case of the Atomic Agency, that there is no evidence that they've seen that...
In like a different panel with Mehdi Hasan, took the exact... He was arguing the exact opposite point with the same information.
Iran is anywhere near.
Like emphasizing that they're going to have it like very, very soon or whatever, even though Mehdi Hassan was like trying to explain to him over and over, like they have some uranium and it could be enriched, but they're like, there's no evidence that they're actually actively trying to get it. They just have the uranium.
Pressing to an actual nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key point of this.
So I like Tulsi Gabbard. We've had her on Trigonometry. I think she's a great human being, which is why I did her the courtesy of watching the full clip of her testimony.
Konstantin's a toll sell, you guys.
Testimony that she gave. And what she says in that testimony is that Iran is not pursuing the nuclear weapons program, but what Iran is doing is enriching uranium to 60% and beyond, which is a clear indication of their desire either to actually make nuclear weapons or to move much, much closer to a position to be able to make them. As I think Dave would concede from all the nuclear scientists, what they're saying is you need about 3 to 5% enriched uranium for civilian purposes. They are now enriching uranium to 60%. And by the way, this is also in the IAEA report, and no one's talking about this. They're using their 20% uranium to make...
It's not true. Tulsi Gabbard was like, they're taking me out of context after Donald Trump was like, yeah, I don't really care what she says or thinks or what my intelligence says or what facts are. And posts like another thing that doesn't negate, like a video that doesn't negate anything. Hold on. It's Tulsi. It was this. So this was posted from her on June 20th, 2025, so 3 days ago. The dishonest media, the Lion Fake News, is intentionally taking my testimony out of context and spreading fake news as a way to manufacture division. Not consent, but division, you guys. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if they decide to finalize the assembly. President Trump has been clear that can't happen, and I agree. My full testimony below. But she says they can, but that doesn't mean that they are trying to.
Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit.
Love it.
60% civilian purposes.
So like a good little foot soldier again, making sure to emphasize that portion of what she said.
Or to move much, much closer to a position to be able to make them. As I think Dave would concede from all the nuclear scientists.
Even though, again, that doesn't undermine or change her point that like just because they can doesn't mean they actively are trying to do it.
They're saying is you need about 3 to 5% enriched uranium for civilian purposes. They are now enriching uranium to 60%. And by the way, this is also in the IAEA report, and no one's talking about this. They're using their 20% uranium to make 60% uranium, which is, again, an indicator of the fact that they're moving either towards attempting to make nuclear weapons at some point or to be in a position to do so. And that is the threat. And there is no other reason for them to be doing that. So, yes, they don't have the exact bomb ready to go.
Except there are, because you can enrich uranium for civilian purposes. And it's also at this point just a matter of like pride, leverage, bargaining power to show that they're not going to compromise on this. They're not going to completely stop enriching uranium just because the United States says they need to.
But they're moving in that direction.
For
And
leverage.
Israel is in a position to deal with that threat for the first time in a very long time. And I understand why they're doing it.
Okay, Dave, before we get to your response to that, just explain to people.
But why are they in the position to be able to do it? Because Donald Trump will sanction and greenlight everything that they do.
Why you have called what Donald Trump is doing a betrayal and why you think he should be impeached.
Well, I think he has brought us into a war with Iran. Now, how much this war escalates, we will see. And I think that this is it is the most profoundly risky and reckless policy he could have pursued, or just about. I think this is very likely going to lead to a catastrophe.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They started enriching to higher levels after Trump canceled the nuclear deal. Prior to that, they were keeping to the lower levels, and they were complying with the JCPOA.
Much like all of the other terror wars, including the one, Piers, that you heroically led the opposition in the UK to in 2003, of course, referring to the war in Iraq. And as you remember well, Piers, from that war, the justifications just kept constantly changing. And then when one fell away, they'd move to the next one. Oh, he was in on 9/11. Okay, he wasn't in on 9/11, but he's got weapons of mass destruction. Okay, he doesn't have weapons of mass destruction, but we have to liberate the people or bring democracy. And I've already seen that it's remarkable how sped up it is. I've already seen so many of the war hawks bouncing back and forth between all of these different justifications. But of course, in the end there, all of the justifications failed. Not only did he not have weapons of mass destruction, not only was he not in on 9/11, but we also didn't liberate the people. The worst thing that ever happened to the people of Iraq was George W. Bush's war there. And as far as Iran enriching up to 60%, yes, it's true that they only need, I think, between 3 to 5% for civilian nuclear purposes, and maybe something like around 20 to 25% for some medical needs. But that is what is known as a latent nuclear deterrent. There is another reason why they would have that. They want to demonstrate that they can get the bomb, but they don't have it right now to stop something like this happening. But the bottom line is that since 2007, our CIA has said they don't have nuclear weapons, and they're not striving to achieve them. Tulsi Gabbard, not only in her testimony, but in the Director of National Intelligence, as her capacity serving in that role, in the annual threat assessment just put out a couple months ago, reaffirmed the same thing. And so is the global community.
And what is he going to say to that?
Iran has been willing to negotiate this entire time. And maybe the negotiations haven't been successful, but even Benjamin Netanyahu, in his interview with Brett Baer the other day, couldn't even manage to lie and say that they've broken out and they're pursuing. He said maybe a year. The same thing he's been saying since.
Yeah, he said it could take months to a year. I think he had backed off saying oh, it could be weeks.
I was 7 years old, lying over and over and over again because he wants a regime change war here. And he said this in his own words, and so have all of the neoconservatives. Look, right here on your show, Piers, which I think might be the most fascinating
Rubio was like, it doesn't matter, LOL. Marco Rubio and Trump, they don't care. They're not going to listen to the intelligence.
History of Uncensored, when General Wesley Clark reaffirmed that not only had he seen the plans to overthrow 7 countries in 5 years, but that it went all the way back to the early 90s, and that it was revived, in his words, in a study paid for by the Israelis. They've gotten the 6 other ones. This is the 7th one. This war is not about nukes that Iran doesn't have. And just one more point I would make, as the great Scott Horton said the other day. Look, I mean, even if they were developing nukes, which they're not, Truman knew that the Soviets were developing nukes. He didn't launch an aggressive war against them for it. And Johnson knew that Mao Zedong was developing nukes. He still didn't launch an aggressive war against the country.
I mean, if he wouldn't even engage with the hypothetical that, with the bunker buster bombs, he's definitely not going to engage with any of the points that Dave Smith is bringing up, even though they're entirely relevant.
And the point
to show that, it's possible to deal with nuclear proliferation without hot war.
You could sit here and say, just like they did with Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, you could sit here and say, no, we're just going to have a no-fly zone.
The Ayatollah needs to live. We need his fatwa.
We won't have boots on the ground. We won't have this. Look, Iran has already demonstrated, in a few days that this war has been going on, that they're more capable than all of the other countries we picked on in the terror wars. They've already hit Israel and killed people there. What's going to happen when a few Americans get killed? Hopefully this doesn't, but what's going to happen if that happens? What do you think Donald Trump's going to do?
Many of us carry around bulky, worn-out watches. For a limited time, Bridge, not on our show, question. I sent you. I think that is an amazingly big question. Konstantin, your response to that?
Well, it's fascinating. So the Iranians are willing to negotiate, but the negotiations aren't going anywhere. That's a very strange way of looking at it. Look, there's so much to address there, Piers. First of all, you've got to think about...
Wiley was like, no, it's not. Why? What does he think? What incentive do they have to re-enter into an agreement with the United States after this head of state in his first term ripped up the first one? So he's trying to insinuate, to the extent that they've been unproductive, it's all Iran's fault. Definitely, America has nothing to blame, or there's nothing on that America could be doing better. It's all Iran's fault.
This and understand this from an Israeli perspective in the situation. A lot of people think that Israel.
And also, how long did the JCPOA take to be negotiated? That didn't happen overnight. How long did it take to negotiate the JCPOA? Let's see. Ooh, the timeline for this is long. So it was finalized July 14, 2015. Formal negotiations began with the adoption of the Joint Plan of Action and Interim Agreement signed between Iran and the P5+1 countries in November 2013. Iran and the P5+1 countries engaged in negotiations for the following 20 months and in April 2015 agreed on Iran nuclear deal framework, which later led to the JCPOA, along with a roadmap agreement between Iran and the IAEA. So, 20 months. And, he's trying to say, 6 weeks. That's bad.
Has just launched the war in Iran. That's not how Israel sees this at all. Israel has been at war with Iran since.
The agreement wasn't just between America and Iran. There were a lot of other countries signed up. That's also true.
It's October the 7th. When.
So you would reasonably expect it to be longer because, again, all these signatories or whatever. But the thing to me is that, 6 weeks is, nothing. That's, really not much.
An Iranian proxy, Hamas, attacked them. On October the 8th, an Iranian proxy, Hezbollah, began to fire rockets into Israel. Then the Houthis, another Iranian proxy, began to attack shipping and also...
True, and they can't even extinguish those, so why are they moving on to try to topple the regime in Iran?
Israel, right? Now, what has happened since then is Israel has eliminated those threats to... I was going to say deballed.
No, they haven't.
But decapitated Hezbollah. They dealt with the threat.
There is no decapitating Hezbollah. Hezbollah is horizontally organized. You cut one head off and another one grows in its place because they replace people right away. It's decentralized. It's way more decentralized than he's suggesting. They had an interim leader within a few days. Then that guy was killed. And then in less than 30 days, they had the same guy who's here now.
Of Hamas, and they are now in a position to deal with the threat they've always been concerned about. Now, why is Israel so concerned about this? Well, first of all, Iran has been saying for a very long time, they don't want regime change in Israel. They want the state of Israel not to exist. Now, think about the fact that in the post-October 7 world, they cannot take the risk that they're only enriching uranium to 60% because they want to threaten to have nuclear weapons. That is not something they can do. And by the way, Piers,
Israel has nukes. Israel has nukes now. Israel is not party to a non-proliferation treaty. At least Iran is.
There's something that people don't seem to understand about. We struggle in the West. I really do think we all struggle in the West to understand the fundamentalist mindset. And let me give you an example.
Bieber probably got a lot of them horizontals. It took out 1,500 fighters, but it didn't take long for them to regroup.
Of what the regime in Iran.
That was a blow to them, but he said that they have been eliminated. They're not anywhere close to being eliminated.
Is so that we can all understand what the threat here is. After the Islamic Revolution happened in Iran in 79, the war broke out between Iran and Iraq. And in that war, Iran was at a disadvantage. It was militarily backward. It wasn't financially able to deal with that. And you know what they did? They attempted to mitigate that by recruiting as many child soldiers as they could. We don't know how many because they didn't bother to count, but it's hundreds of thousands. And because some of them were...
We don't know how many, but it's also hundreds of thousands. What?
Too young and too weak to fight. They didn't send them to the front line. They sent them to sweep minefields with their own bodies. That is what this regime does. Now, if those people are willing to do that to their own children, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, what do you think they would do to the children of their enemies if they get a nuclear weapon or if they get close to, or if they're allowed to continue funding proxies around the Middle East in order to attack Israel as they've already done?
Dave Smith.
Okay,
what will they do with it? I mean, the question is the better question is what would the U.S. and Israel do? Would they be bombing them? No, because they have a nuke now. And that's why they would get it.
Respond to some of this, Piers, because as I always insist when I come on your show, ironically, I get called a moral relativist when I criticize Israel, but I'm the one who's always asking for
40-something were actually taken out. Many thousands were wounded. The whole Patriot thing is massively propaganda. It is, but I have a thing from Reuters. Hold on. I have a thing. I have a document with all the like relevant Israel Gaza stuff, and I have one for the pager attacks. And I thought Reuters reported that 1,500 had been taken out. Hold on. This was
for an objective standard here that we can judge all sides on. Because it's just, yeah, you can just focus on the horrible things that Iran did in the 1980 war with Iraq, which Saddam Hussein launched, and the U.S. backed Saddam Hussein.
Okay, so this was, hold on. This was September 17th, 2024. Hezbollah vows to punish Israel after pager explosions across Lebanon. Militant group Hezbollah promised to retaliate against Israel after accusing it of detonating pagers across Lebanon on Tuesday, killing 9 people and wounding nearly 3,000 others, who included fighters and Iran's envoy to Beirut. Engaged. Death toll rose from 8 to 9 on Tuesday night, while the number of injured remained at 2,750. Where did I get the 1,500 number from then? Because, yeah, it seems like it was mostly its injuries, and they were, like, maimed. Hold on. Let me see if I can't find that article.
Hussein, as he was using chemical weapons. And
so that justifies using children to walk into minefields?
No, that is not what I'm saying.
Okay,
Let
so
me
what
finish
are
my
you saying?
point here.
Oh my god, that was so bad faith. It was so fucking annoying from him. Hold on.
Saddam Hussein launched, and the U.S. backed Saddam Hussein as he was using chemical weapons. And
so that justifies using children to walk into minefields?
Oh, so you think it's okay to use kids? Yeah, that's what he said.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
Okay,
let
so
me
what
finish
are you
my
saying?
point here. Instead of just strawmanning, well, I was about to say, so let me finish it. Okay, by the way, Israel never killed any children, as you know.
I mean, he's bad faith, but I usually don't see him try to get... I mean, he opened up with a really, really bad gotcha for Dave Smith, but like, that was just pathetic and really out of character even for him.
Pierce, right? They have the most...
Israel is not sending its own children into minefields. It's a massive difference.
Okay, let me... Konstantin.
No, it just conscripted civilians between 18 and 40, Dave, and forces them. It's different.
Let me finish my point, and then you can respond to it and
They're more moral.
You can take it on. Now, when you sit here and say that they've been at war with Iran since October 7th because Hamas is their proxies. What exactly, proxy means that I would think you have operational control over them or something like that.
Well, actually, let me explain what I think that means, because I've been arguing that point.
Okay, this is where I got the number. Hold on. So the 1,500 number is, hold on. Legit. No, hold on. There. So they said, Hezbollah official, 1,500 fighters out of action due to injuries. Oh, why did I think they died? Injuries from communication device blasts. An unnamed Hezbollah official tells Reuters, but where's this Reuters article? I know I read that Reuters article. I thought I had it in my thing. That the recent attack on the terror group's communication devices, widely blamed on Israel, put 1,500 fighters out of commission because of their injuries, with many having been blinded or had their hands blown off. While that is a major blow, it represents a small fraction of Hezbollah's strength, which a report for the U.S. Congress on Friday puts at 40,000 to 50,000 fighters. So again, keep in mind his claim. His claim is that, oh, the pagers, that took them out, right? And I was even willing to grant, okay, 1,500 had died, but that's really nothing when you actually look at the denominator and how many fighters they still had and how quickly they were able to regroup and adjust and like slot new leadership in because of the way that they're structured. And it's way less than that. It's way less than that. Terror group's chief Hassan Nasrallah has claimed the group has 100,000 fire. Okay, dude. Yeah, right. That seems like it was saber rattling. In an apparently coordinated attack, the Golden Apollo brand devices detonated last week across Hezbollah's stronghold of South Lebanon, Beirut suburbs, and the eastern Bekaa Valley. A day later, walkie-talkies carried by members of the terror group also exploded. Okay. Okay, out of action due to injuries, but these people probably recovered and then what? Then this is a different Reuters article. How Israel's bulky pager fooled Hezbollah. This was October 16th, 2024. If I put killed. Among the victims rushed to hospitals, many had eye injuries, missing fingers, or gaping holes in their abdomens. Reuters witnesses saw, indicating their proximity to the device at the time of detonation. In total, the pager attack and a second on the following day that activated weaponized walkie-talkies killed 39 people and wounded more than 3,400. Again, like, I don't want to downplay the wounds. The wounds were horrible. People, like, they exploded in people's faces and shit. They ended up impacting civilians and kids. And there were reports from people that were there saying, like, it literally looked like a zombie attack. Like, that was what it looked like. But yeah, 39 people is like nothing.
In terms of understanding where Israel comes from on this, which is
the whole world talking about how genius and sophisticated it was. That was just atrocity propaganda. And Piers Morgan does this. Piers Morgan does this. But now every time I know that, since it was 1,500 injured, and then like maybe around 4,000 out of action, that was like again, putting 1,500 fighters out of commission is a lot different than even 1,500 killed.
No
so
doubt.
now if I hear that again, I'm going to push back on it.
I don't think, Dave, you would cast doubt on this, that Iran has financially and militarily given active and sustained support for a number of years to Hezbollah, to the Houthis, and to Hamas. I mean, you wouldn't dispute that.
Right. So, Pierce, then by your logic and Konstantin's logic, is Israel our proxy? They just attacked Iran.
Well, I would say that Israel is actually, you could well argue, given the amount of support that America gives Israel militarily and economically, yes. I think fine.
Okay, but will Konstantin say that?
I mean, look, one person's ally is another person's
Can I make some points on this?
Hold on. Let me just.
Yeah, but so I think ally proxy.
Can I flesh out your Dave? I'm very happy to hear a counter argument. Can I just flesh out Pierce's point a little bit, if that's okay? So here's what we know. According to the State Department's own figures, Iran gives Hamas about $100 million a year. Latest figures. They've been funding Hamas since the early 1990s. Yahya Sinwar said in 2017 that Iran is the single biggest military and financial backer of Hamas's military wing. In September 2023, a month before...
I love the way they like selectively quote these people.
Before October the 2nd of Hamas, 17, that Iran is the single biggest military and financial backer of Hamas's military wing. In September 2023, a month before October the 7th, 500 Hamas fighters and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters were being trained by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard abroad. I can't remember if it's in Lebanon or in Iran proper. And there are numerous chronicled, documented meetings between senior commanders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Hamas and Hezbollah fighters in the lead up to it. What do you think they were doing? Talking about world peace and swapping hummus recipes? This is something that they've been involved in.
You just know that he planned out that stupid line in advance and rehearsed it
very heavily. And
the great satirist Konstantin Kisin.
They continue to be involved in, and Hamas and Hezbollah are the sword hanging over Israel's neck that Iran has used.
But I thought that they had been extinguished, according to you earlier in this, like just a few minutes ago. You were saying that they've handled all of that. So threat neutralized, but not because of the sword hanging over the head of Israel, a country with nukes. Hamas, who again, yes, that's their main. The largest supporter is Iran. But what does that support consist of? It's like, it's money and it's arms. Yeah, they're a coffer. But like, do they have tanks? Do they have air defense? Do they have the ability to do they have any of this weaponry to like hold territory? No. Then what are we talking about? They can't do that.
In order to prevent the very thing that's happening now.
Dave?
Okay, so to be clear here, it's an outrage that Iran has sold weapons and given money to Hamas, and therefore Hamas is their proxy. Yet, as we all know, Pierce, and me and you have discussed this, 2 weeks before October 7th, Benjamin Netanyahu sends the head of Mossad to Qatar to make sure that the funding to Hamas continues. Yet, is Hamas now a proxy of Israel? Is Israel at war with itself?
Well, I think on that point, I certainly think that Benjamin Netanyahu, when this is all over, is going to have a monumental day of reckoning. Not just in the corruption courts, but I think he's going to have a monumental day of reckoning.
Now, Pierce, why are you interrupting to make this point?
About how he allowed this to happen on his watch. How Mossad so spectacularly dropped the ball. No one can give me a good explanation for why they can carry out this kind of attack on Hezbollah with the pages and carry out so precise an attack in Iran, but didn't apparently know that Hamas was spending 20 years.
I cannot believe. I'm so dumbfounded by that figure. The fact that I really thought that it was like 1,500 people dead. How does no one push back on him when he says that?
Building a tunnel system and didn't know 3,000.
Like it was ghastly, but like it mostly injured civilians at that point.
And we're about to pour over the border. I will never defend Netanyahu in this. I think he's going to be a busted flush. I suspect he sees this attack on Iran as being a chance to avoid being a busted flush for a little longer than it might have been the case. But there's going to be a day of reckoning for him. And the fact that he actively encouraged billions of dollars to be funneled to Hamas to create a divide and rule strategy between Hamas and the Palestinians.
Yeah, I was going to say, this even goes back further than what Dave Smith is saying. It's not just, it like goes, doesn't it date back to like the 80s when like Bibi started doing that to fund, he like funded the group that would eventually become Hamas to like split, divide the PA and Fatah and whatnot.
Authority has also turned out to be one of the most catastrophically wrong things that an Israeli leader could possibly have done.
It wasn't wrong. That was by design. That's the other thing that should be mentioned, but whatever.
So, look, that's where I sit with Daniel.
None of this makes
But I mean, he kind of said that earlier when he was like, oh, so like split. And it was like, well, then you're acknowledging it was by design. That was a feature, not a bug.
An Israel proxy, right?
Okay, fine. Well, yeah, I mean, it did kind of by the definition you guys gave me.
They're not the primary
but the
source
point,
of their funding or support.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, it's got to be primary, just being, okay, fine, whatever. Anyway, the point is this, right? Obviously, right now, Israel has taken out much of the Hezbollah leadership. The Houthis have been bombed. I think there's still a bit of a problem for them. They've been absolutely leveling Gaza. And so they think this is the moment. And of course, Bashar al-Assad fell as well. So now they think this is the moment for regime change in Iran. It's the same reason why people like Ben Shapiro were celebrating when Bashar al-Assad fell. Now the Shiite...
But that, and then Bibi tried to like take credit for that, even though it was like there was no part of your plan that was attempting to do that. It just happened that way.
Is no longer supplying weapons from
and like the only historians or whatever that were saying like, yeah, he definitely had like a role in the fall of the Assad regime were people that were like, yeah, because domino theory.
To Hezbollah, but I'm not an Israeli. I'm an American. I'm not cheering when the emir of Al Qaeda takes over in Syria. And listen, whatever you put the risk at here, which if this thing keeps escalating, the risk of this going to a real ground war, another war in the war on terrorism. Let me be very clear when I say this. I don't know that America will survive this. We went into the terror wars in a much stronger place than we're going into this one, and this is a much tougher opponent than Saddam Hussein or Muammar Gaddafi. We didn't go into the terror wars $37 trillion in debt. We didn't go into the terror wars with the cultural and political and racial divides. We have mass protests in the streets right now over Donald Trump trying to enforce his immigration policy. This is going to be, this has the potential to be an utter disaster. And why should any American or British person for that matter, why should any of us support this war? Because Israel thinks it's in their interest. Israel has attacked
I would argue,
look,
I would argue it's not just in Israel's interest. I think Iran is an evil regime that oppresses its people.
Okay.
That has funded terrorism.
So was Saddam Hussein.
Well, yeah, I agree. But
this in a million other countries, we're going to do regime change on all of them?
Saddam Hussein's case, I never believed.
Saddam Hussein never funded terrorism.
Well, I never believed that Saddam Hussein had WMD. I think the difference
there was no terrorism in Iraq until we got rid of Saddam, actually.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those. They're a busy back, but acting now could sell 109. That's TN.
Was Konstantin doing his famous satire when he said they've never funded terror?
USA.com/peers. That tax network USA.
Like Saddam Hussein.
The next.
Was that supposed to be a joke?
Not.
There's more to make that point.
IRS.
No. I'm sorry. Just to be clear, I said that before I heard Piers Morgan make that point. I was saying about being a brutally oppressive, oppressive dictator.
I think you can't hold any truck for this Iranian regime. I think a lot of Iranian people would agree with that. I think they would love to get rid of them. I think that Israel has every right to feel threatened by Iran's tentacles and the way they supported 3 different terror groups right on there.
The way that he's using, again, Iran's tentacles, we're talking about, like, again, 3 proxy groups that Israel can't really defeat. Sure, I guess that's their tentacles, but using the like anti-Semitic tropes, but against like Arab majority and Muslim nations, it just is bizarre. It never gets old.
So I'm not saying that you're not right.
Like, again, Israel is the one doing the genocide. Israel is the one with the nukes. Israel is the one striking Iran and other sovereign countries. Israel, but it's Iran. It's Iran that's the issue. To Piers, like the bigger issue.
Let me just ask you.
I'm not saying it may not backfire. I'm just saying I do understand why Israel has decided to do it now. I think they sense that Iran's regime has never been weaker because of what's happened in Syria, because of what happened to Hezbollah. What's been the most significant moment of the last week? Probably Hezbollah saying we're not getting involved in this, right? So, that to me was a very significant moment. And that may well have emboldened not just Israel to continue pummeling Iran, but also may have emboldened Trump to think, well, actually, if we're ever going to deal with this regime, now is the moment. Now, that's not to say, Dave, that you're not right, that this could all backfire horrendously. And if America gets sucked into a ground war, then it will be a complete nightmare. I've got no doubt about that.
Yes, but would you also concede, though, that if you allow Iran to enrich uranium, that also could backfire?
Yes, right? I was about to say that. And also I was about to say that Russia is now making
I mean, I agree. If only there was an agreement that monitored how they enrich that uranium. Oh, wait.
Worrying noises that if America gets involved, it's not going to tolerate it. So you can't ignore.
Is regime change the new weapons of mass destruction? They're already using that term. Hold on. They're using that term. Where is it? This was JD Vance on Meet the Press like a few days ago, if that, like less than 48 hours ago.
Don't mix pink salt with.
JD Vance says U.S. substantially delayed Iran's nuclear weapons program. Yeah, this was a day ago. Vice President JD Vance joins Meet the Press following U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities to discuss the attack, the president's decision-making process, which he wasn't a part of and he admitted in this, and his hopes for how Iran responds. Listen to this. It's insane.
As you know,
and we saw the consequences of that last night.
Mr. Vice President, very quickly, as you know, this is dividing lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Many Republicans supportive, but Congressman Thomas Massie saying this was unconstitutional. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying it's grounds for impeachment, saying the president should have gotten congressional approval first. What do you say to members of Congress who say it was unconstitutional for the president to act unilaterally?
Well, I'd say two things, Kristen, and this is very important. First of all, the president has clear authority to act to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and the worst weapon.
Now they're not even pretending to not use that term.
The mass destruction of them all is nuclear. The idea that this was outside of presidential authority, I think any real serious legal person would tell you that's not true. And the second thing is, Kristen, I certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25.
I wonder what they have on JD. It's cute that you think he wouldn't just debase himself like this for a crumb of power. I think that's all he wants. I don't think anyone has anything on him. I think he does it just because he'll do and say anything to move up career-wise.
Years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives. So this is not going to
see, like when those other presidents did the same thing that we're doing right now, they did it the stupid way, but we're going to do the same thing in like a smart way. Thank you, JD. Very cool.
All that, given what's happening in Ukraine. But yeah, I think in your point, Konstantin, yes, I when I saw that IAE report, I read it and I thought they'd gone from 3% to 60% uranium enrichment. And there's only one reason you would do that. Either you take Dave's view, which is they're doing that because they want to have a form of nuclear deterrent without actually having a bomb. Or if you're Israel, you're like, these people have been funding terrorism against us for decades. And now they've gone from 3% to 60%, way more than is needed for any civilian use. Clearly, they are on a fast track here to be a nuclear power, and we cannot allow that to happen. So I do. Well, let Konstantin respond first, but I do. That's why I do understand why Israel feels the way it does.
Well, exactly, and let's be honest about something here, Piers. The three of us are sitting in comfortable, air-conditioned studios on the other side of the world from the region where this is happening. We have the luxury to pontificate about the real reason that Iran is enriching uranium to near weapons grade. Israel does not have the ability to get this wrong and then go, well, I apologize, I got this one wrong, as Dave has done with President Trump. He supported him being elected, and now he's I got it wrong, guys, let's impeach him. Israel, if it gets this wrong, gets annihilated. They do not have the luxury of that.
Israel with the nukes and the backing of the United States, yes. They're going to get annihilated by who again? By like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, right? And the Ayatollah. That's why they had to start this war.
Now, Dave, I think the point you made
to prevent the second Holocaust, as BB said to Brett Baer.
about the American people. I have the greatest respect for the American people, and they should determine the course of America themselves. They've elected Donald Trump, and that is the reality. No one here, Piers found out, I think, with some history, that Americans don't like being told what to do by foreigners, and I'm certainly not going to do that. It's up to the American people. I know the American people don't want boots on the ground, and neither do I. And neither do sensible people, I think. I think the extent of Americans' involvement should be to help Israel defend itself against the missile attacks and let them get the job done themselves. I agree with you. This is Israel's war. They should prosecute it to the best of their ability, and they should deal with the threat that they face from Iran. I don't want a massive involvement of the West. I don't think that's what we need. And by the way, Piers, just one quick point.
How do you have this without massive involvement from the West? They can't do it on their own.
Slightly tangential, but that's very important. For those people who care about what's happening in Ukraine, this is brilliant for Ukraine because Iran has been one of the biggest suppliers of drones, the suicide drones that have been raining down in Ukrainian cities and killing civilians and military personnel there. The fact that Iran and Russia are now having to deal with this situation takes a lot of pressure off Ukraine, and it's good for that reason as well.
All right, Dave, the one thing I would quibble with about what you said earlier was about the way that Iran has responded. They always threaten annihilation when they get attacked, right? Or when they're involved in any kind of skirmish. We've heard it towards the end of last year and nothing really happened. We've heard it again now. And although, yes, they've got through the Iron Dome several times. They've killed some civilians in Tel Aviv. This is indisputable. So they technically have done better in terms of their revenge attack than other countries have fared against Israel. I accept that. But I also think we are...
Iran equals 6K drones. Russia equals 1.5 million drones. So I hear.
Far removed from seeing any kind of, huge resistance coming out of Iran. In fact, what you're seeing is their bluff potentially getting called here, that a lot of it has been rhetoric built on sand, literally, and that they don't actually have the military capability to even tackle a country 1/10 its size in terms of population, let alone if the United States was to get involved. So I think what you're seeing is actually the opposite of the way you characterized it. I don't think you're seeing a massive response from Iran. I think you're seeing as good as they can do, and it's not very much.
Well, look, I mean, this is what remains to be seen, and we don't know. But in 2007, when Dick Cheney was trying to push George W. Bush into war with Iran, it was the Pentagon who stopped George W. Bush from doing it. And it was them who said that we do not have escalation dominance over Iran, essentially meaning that we have, we still have thousands of troops in Iraq right now. We have bases and embassies all throughout the region that they can touch. Now, we'll see, I guess, Piers. I guess we're going to play this game. I guess we're going to play this incredibly risky game.
I agree, it's high risk.
For no reason, essentially, from the United States of America's interest. And, look, this stuff, I'm sorry, I just find this to be too ridiculous. All of the intelligence is saying that they don't have nuclear weapons and they're not pursuing nuclear weapons. There is one country, one government.
But they are enriching uranium or whatever.
In the Middle East.
That's going to be like his only reply.
That is not a member of the non-proliferation treaties, that has nuclear weapons secretly. And it ain't Iran, it's Israel. It is so ridiculous.
I wanted to bring this up.
As you know, I agree. Look, I agree. I don't understand how Israel is allowed to continue pretending they don't have nuclear weapons.
But what are you saying? Are you saying Iran should develop nuclear weapons to compensate for that reality? Or
no. What I'm
Yes. It's in their rational self-interest. Am I going to be the one smuggling uranium to them to enrich so they can do it? No. But yes, that's correct. They probably should. Seems to be the only thing that saves off American and Israeli aggression. So they should probably get one as soon as they can, right?
What I'm saying is this, okay?
In an ideal world, obviously, they would just be bound to another treaty, another agreement, and if Trump hadn't ripped it up.
Whenever you guys talk about this, even already, and Piers, I got to say, I thought you were a little bit guilty of this right after October 7th, understandably, perhaps so.
But I mean, honestly, I was so angry reading about the fact that the U.S. had launched strikes against Iran that I was like, dude. No, I can't say what I was going to say because I don't know that it's TOS. Never mind.
But even right now, whenever we talk, it's all about the Israeli perspective, as if we're all Israelis. Oh, Israel can't take the risk that they have 60% enrichment. Israel can't get this wrong the way I could change my mind about supporting Donald Trump. I guess Israel can get it wrong when they lure America into a war, when they pump out propaganda saying that Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. That's okay when they get that one wrong, but they can't get this one wrong. Okay, fine.
Why are you blaming Israel for that? It was your own government lying to us about that. I was protesting against the war in Iraq exactly the same way you and Piers were.
We all oppose
But it was our government's lying to us. It wasn't about Israel. Why is everything that happens in the world the fall of Israel Day?
Because Bibi was a cheerleader for the Iraq war. That's why. That's why it's relevant to this, because he was a party to the conflict.
This is such a blatant straw man. I didn't say everything in the world is the fault of Israel. I'm saying they were also guilty of this.
But why are you putting the emphasis on them when George W. Bush and Tony Blair were using their bully pulpits to make this point to a far wider audience than some guy in the Middle East called Benjamin Netanyahu?
If you think that I am removing...
Why are you trying to remove agency or accountability from him? Because he was also doing it. It's not mutually exclusive.
From George W. Bush or Tony Blair, I assure you, you're wrong, and you don't know what you're talking about. I've been blasting them for years. They're war criminals who should be in the Hague.
I agree.
That is not the issue. We are talking specifically about the nation of Israel right now, so I'm talking.
That is such a virtue signal. If there were a serious discussion about this, I do not think that he'd be agreeing that George Bush should be in the fucking Hague. Yeah, right.
About their responsibility. And why is it, by the way, that this is always a one-way street? You know, I hear all the hawks constantly being like, Iran said this, Iran threatened this. What about the
lesson learned by non-nuclear countries from Iran / Ukraine is get fucking nukes ASAP? I know that was like another thing that was coming up, is like Ukraine never should have given up the nukes. There's no point.
Threats in the other direction? Maybe Iran feels like they don't have a choice to. So look, Muammar Gaddafi, Iran is on the list of 7 countries that are supposed to be overthrown. The U.S. government went and overthrew both of their next door neighbors, invaded the countries and destroyed them after putting Iran on the axis of evil list when they had nothing to do with 9/11. And then when Muammar Gaddafi denuclearized, they went in there and overthrew him in the most violent, brutal way, was sodomized to death by a pack of madmen. Maybe Iran also feels that they can't get this one wrong. Why are we doing this? This is a country that poses no threat to the United States of America. And if you guys want to try to hang on the fence here and go, hey, I'm not telling Americans what to do. I think Israel should do it on their own. But that's just a fantasy land. They're not doing it on their own. They're doing it with our weapons, with our intelligence support, with our money, with us protecting them from a retaliation strike, and at least possibly with our president using negotiations to dupe Iran into thinking that they weren't at risk. I mean, that's what Benjamin Netanyahu says, and that's what some other reporting says. Maybe that's not the case, but either way, he pretended like he was afterward. So no, none of this is being done without America. This is about a regime change war. All of them said it in their own words. They're on record. Do you guys think Benjamin Netanyahu has been mistaken for 30 years, claiming that Iran is a year to 3 years away from a nuke? Or was he lying?
Well, I think, listen, I think...
Will he make him answer that, please?
The reality is, the thing that struck me was going from 3% to 60% suggests an intent. It suggests an incontrovertible. No one disputes.
They're not the only country that does this.
But nobody disputes that Iran has gone from 3% to 60% in uranium enrichment, right? So that is all. Unlike with Saddam and the WMD that didn't exist, that is indisputable. It's just how you interpret what they're intending to do with that. And let me ask you.
Can I just one quick thing on this? So first of all those regime wars you're talking about are the fault of the US and other Western governments who pursued them. That's who's responsible. That's who should be to blame, and as you say, should be prosecuted for that. But the reason people rightly call you a moral relativist, Dave, is that you don't seem to understand the difference between.
Why are we talking about moral relativism? Why? We don't need to have a philosophical discussion for this.
Yes, I think it's quite clear that Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change in Iran, but that is not the same as the regime in Iran wanting to destroy Israel. There's a big difference. If the mullahs in Iran wanted a different prime minister of Israel, that is not the same as wanting to destroy the entire country. And the reason Israel is as paranoid about these things as it is, let's be honest, it's surrounded, or at least was until recently when opinion in many Arab countries changed towards Israel, thanks to President Trump's Abraham Accords. Israel was surrounded by many, many countries who don't believe that it has a right to exist. And that's the difference. And that's why people call you a moral relativist.
Well, okay, that's totally ridiculous and makes no sense at all. And it only works. I'm about to answer, Konstantin. Let me finish. Because it only makes sense when you only say...
He really triggers him. I've really never seen him lose composure like this.
I ascribe the worst of intentions to this regime and the best of intentions to this. What was overthrowing Muammar Gaddafi? Was that simply replacing the leader, or was that destroying the country, turning it into a failed state?
You've brought in a different conflict. Let's stick to Israel and Iran.
No.
The Israelis say we want regime change. The Iranians say we want to wipe you off the map. So that's pretty different.
Hold on. So I'm the moral relativist.
Okay. It's one thing to say. It's another question entirely if they can do it and if they're actively trying to do it.
Yes. But then when I point out what one side actually did, you run away from it and say, oh, no, we can't talk about it.
It's your government that destroyed Libya.
He only wants to look at intentions when it comes to Iran and not actions. But when it comes to Israel, he doesn't want to have there be any interrogation of either of those things if it cuts against his narrative.
Israel.
It's your government. Do you know anything about this? Israel was lobbying for us to do this for years.
Who made the decision to do that?
Our government, and I hold them criminally responsible.
So blame them.
Yes, Konstantin, why are you an Israeli? Why are you constantly running cover for them?
Piers Morgan is the worst thing that happened to humanity. BTW, the lowest form of media there is. It could be worse, but yeah, he's pretty bad.
Because I believe in speaking the truth and being honest instead of dragging in stuff that is irrelevant.
No. It's not irrelevant at all. What are you talking about? Yes, my government is criminally responsible for the war that they launched. And the Israeli government is also responsible for constantly trying to lure my government into more wars. That's what I'm standing up against right now.
So the American government is so gullible that they just go around invading countries on the say-so of Israel.
Again, what a straw man, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu came to America in 2002 and testified before Congress that the U.S. should overthrow Saddam.
And he also he should mention this is a strong example, but a stronger example would be talking about how he literally addressed Congress without permission to advocate against the JCPOA.
Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, and the Iranian regime. This isn't a secret. He's advocating that we fight more wars. And I'm telling you that this war, which we do not need to fight, which
again, if Bibi was actually serious about Iran not obtaining a nuclear weapon or not enriching uranium to the levels that they can now, he would have been all for the JCPOA, but he wasn't.
Not in our interest, has the potential to be devastating to our country, let alone the region. What is the moral relativism in any of that?
I explained to you what the moral relativism
people.
is. One side wants to wipe the other one from the map. The other side wants not to have people who want to do that in charge of that country.
But
that's
Pierce,
the difference.
But Pierce, do you not get my? Let me just see, Pierce. Do you get my point here? This is what they said from the.
Israel is the one that preemptively struck. A preemptive strike is just a strike. He knows that, right?
Very beginning of the war in Gaza. Israel doesn't want to wipe Gaza off the map. Israel just wants to retrieve the hostages and get it. But they are wiping it off the map. So why do you just get to have this standard where you decide what they want to do? I can't base it on their track record. We can't look at Iraq. We can't look at Libya. We can't look at Afghanistan. Evidently, as all the hawks can see, we can look at World War II. Everything is just like World War II. But it's not like the last 25 years of terror wars. These guys have wiped countries off the map left.
JCPOA was a disaster. It cost 1 million deaths. You got a citation for that?
Right.
Well, as you know,
it's their track record.
Yeah, as you know, I've been increasingly critical of the Israel strategy in Gaza.
There's a lot of people who hate the fucking JCPOA, and if they had evidence for that claim, they'd be waving it around every time they talked about that. So, would love to hear what information you're basing that off of.
No sense until you hear people like Smodrich talking brazenly and openly about ethnic cleansing. I mean, it doesn't make any pretense. And at that point, I do think that there are certainly people on that in that government at senior level who absolutely want to get all the Palestinians out of Gaza, out of the West Bank. And if that has been their plan all along from October the 8th, then I was duped, and people that feared that were correct. And we'll have to see how that plays itself out. I hope that is not going to actually be the case. And that
we know how it's playing out, dude. Gaza's finished.
People who say on the Israeli side, they say to me, well, you know, Smodrich isn't the government. Well, he's a pretty senior member of that government, and he's not even hiding what he thinks should be happening. Before we finish this, guys, I want to just talk about the politics here for Trump as well, because it's really interesting to me, Konstantin. You've got the conservative right in America absolutely split down the middle. You've got Tucker-Carlson on one side, and a lot of people.
Why do they all think this? They were not nearly as split or undivided as they want to think.
Who agree with him that this could be a disaster for America, for Trump. They shouldn't be doing it.
Well, I can make the claim, and writing a book about it, I am here in good faith and not trolling. That's always what a person who is acting in good faith says. I am here in good faith, and I am not a troll. Also, if you're writing a book, you can't give me a single citation that supports that. Or is this 1 million death figure going to be all of these indirect causes that you try to link back to the JCPOA and this using a bizarre methodology that doesn't make sense?
Obviously, Dave and Tucker-Carlson, now unusual bedfellows on this, but there's always a first time for everything. But you also have a lot of people on the conservative right, Lindsey Graham, John Bolton, others who are absolutely gung-ho to get stuck into Iran here. Is there a danger that politically this really does fragment Trump's base support? And what does that mean for the Republicans, for MAGA, for Trump, for the future?
Doesn't mean shit, because they will go along with absolutely anything Donald Trump wants to do, which is exactly what happened, and the polls bear it out. The one that was released today showed that only 13% of Republicans didn't approve it. They're completely fine with it. There's not going to be a MAGA civil war.
For J.D. Vance and people who are aligned with Trump maybe at the next election and so on.
Well, I should preface this by saying I'm an outside observer in the United States. I do go there a lot. I spend a lot of time there. I speak to people there, but I certainly wouldn't claim to be, the greatest expert in the world about what's happening in America. My sense, unexpert sense of this, is that actually I think your presentation of it is a very online-focused presentation. I think if you look at the polling, the vast majority of people in America are basically in the position I described earlier, which is they don't want Iran to get anywhere near or continue to get closer to developing nuclear weapons, and they don't want American boots on the ground. And that's the dilemma that Donald Trump has to navigate. And if he can do that...
Well, what does he have? There's nothing that Trump has to navigate. He has never given a fuck what the majority of Americans want, what's popular, what's not. No Republican ever has. The Republican agenda is incredibly unpopular. Nonetheless, they tried to push it through. That's all that matters. One. And two, he is correct that they don't want a new, like this whole, how do we navigate this? It's called diplomacy, dumb fuck. It's the thing that your candidate, your boy, Trump, even though you're not an American, but you were still standing, was doing before these strikes and then derailed. And that was the thing that he ran on and Americans wanted him to do.
There's a third dilemma. You see, this is where it gets more complicated because I don't think he's even thinking about boots on the ground.
I'm an outsider on this. Okay, please shut the fuck up then.
But I do think he is thinking probably as we speak about whether he allows an American B-52 to take a 30,000-pound bomb and drop it on the nuclear sites, which Israel hasn't got the ability to get to.
Yeah.
I think that is probably
So let's be honest.
more likely than not right now.
So let's
to
be honest.
What he may order.
If that happens and it's successful and it doesn't lead to an escalation, everyone's going to love it because Americans love to win and they love to bomb shit, right? Let's be honest. That's the history of the last 20 years. And if that happens, they'll be very happy. And if it goes in a different direction, they will be very unhappy. So you're right. It's a big call. I don't think anyone sitting here or frankly anywhere knows how it's actually going to play out or whether it's a good idea. And I'm not sitting here advocating for that necessarily. I think Israel seems to be doing enough damage to significantly degrade any attempts Iran is making to have a nuclear enrichment program. And I hope that's the thing that we...
Any attempts, except diplomatic ones, of course. We'll do anything to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, except a diplomatic agreement that would help prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon. Anything, though. Anything else.
By the way, I don't think it's split MAGA down the middle at all. That's what it appears like on X. I really don't think when you talk to ordinary people.
Yeah, not ordinary people. That's not how you gather opinions or data. When you just look at data, you can see on an aggregate, yeah, it's not really splitting Republicans. They're totally fine with it.
Well, that's the situation in America, especially in the Republican Party, which is overwhelmingly pro-Israel and has been for a very long time.
Okay, Dave Smith.
That's increasingly becoming untrue.
There's no question. I mean, I largely agree with...
to the extent that the Republican base is hyped up about this, I feel like the split is that there's the ones that went along with it that were reluctant at first are more anti-Israel, but they feel like, oh, I hate Iran though. And there are some that, oh, we have to do it to protect Israel. That is now the closer to the actual divide.
Konstantin there. I think if Trump can thread the needle here and not lead to a catastrophe, that he can survive this politically. I do think he's downplaying the split a little bit. It's not just about polls about how people feel about boots on the ground, which obviously the American people are largely opposed to. And yes, it is true that most of the Republicans do support Israel, although poll after poll has demonstrated that this is really changing with the younger generation. But look, I mean, you have a situation right now. And, yesterday, I started the day by denouncing Donald Trump, and I was, taking a lot, trending on Twitter and getting a lot of praise and a lot of insults and all that stuff. But by the end of the day, it was like Tucker-Carlson was being insulted by Donald Trump for not even criticizing him, really just criticizing the policy while heaping praise on Donald Trump. But Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, I mean, some of the most influential conservative voices in the United States of America have all come out and really drawn a red line that we do not want to have another war here. So the point is that if it does get to that, and that's a big if, but if it does come to that point, like a real boots on the ground war, Donald Trump will absolutely destroy his coalition and his legacy along with it, as well as his entire domestic agenda. I mean, you need as much political capital as you can get when there's people out on the streets protesting against his immigration policies. And he's risking squandering all of this for something that's absolutely no threat to the United States of America.
He's not going to he's going to continue doing the domestic agenda. That's going to remain unimpeded.
At all. On the
I swear I heard him say this on Krystal, Kyle and Friends or some other clip that I saw, where he was saying if he uses all his political capital, then he can't do the mass deportations. Dude, he's going to do the mass deportations anyway. This is not going to stop him.
Of the country who secretly developed nukes and is not in the non-proliferation treaty against the country who doesn't have nukes and is in the non-proliferation treaty. It's the most reckless madness a policy could possibly be.
Konstantin.
Well, he's not pursuing that policy. This is what the point I keep making to Dave. What you keep doing, Dave, is taking to the extremist position. No one's talking about boots on the ground except the usual Lindsey Graham.
The extremist position is opposing following Israel into this war that they started. That's the extremist position.
So no one in the Trump cabinet takes.
It's actually the moderate position to be on board with these preemptive strikes.
Seriously on these issues at all.
I don't know about that.
They don't. The conversation that's happening is about what is the right level of America's involvement. We will see what that is. And by the way, look, I haven't seen Charlie Kirk, who is genuinely influential, I think, within the MAGA movement, criticize President Trump. I think he's been kind of balanced in his commentary. All the other people, the Candace Owens is the...
Balance is when you don't criticize Donald Trump, you guys. That's objectivity.
Tucker-Carlson's, etc. The vast majority of people within the conservative movement in America are not taking their opinion on this issue, and the polls bear that out.
Tucker, though,
the best Americans, yeah, but Republicans, their support for this shot up, and the ones that didn't know, hadn't consumed any media, didn't really know about this, opposed it But then when they were exposed to what was likely Republican media, talking points, et cetera, all of a sudden they were on board with it. So they're more influential than he's willing to say.
I would say
Tucker,
people
I think he's a significant voice.
People have huge audiences.
I'm not saying they don't have huge audiences, but I'm saying a lot of those audiences are not within the conservative movement.
Right, but when Tucker chewed up Ted Cruz, for example, and did it pretty skillfully, I have to say, it made Cruz look pretty ill-informed about Iran. That's got a massive amount of mainstream media attention today. You know, I think that you can't ignore. I mean, it's interesting to me. Look at the split. You know, the MAGA names against Trump: Candace Owens, you, Dave, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Matt Walsh. Tucker-Carlson, obviously. Then you got the ones for Charlie Kirk's been pretty balanced, like you said. Lindsey Graham, Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, Mark Levine. I mean, I've not seen that kind of split on many issues, and this is potentially the biggest issue of all.
Can I just even responding to what Konstantin just said, because I thought I made this point pretty clear at the beginning, but let me try to make it clear. You can sit here and say nobody's talking about boots on the ground all you want to. This whole thing is about a regime change, and all of the major players have admitted this in their own words. Even Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't saying that Iran was on the cusp of having nuclear weapons.
That could be regime change. But Dave, that could be regime change, as we saw in Syria towards the end of last year in December, when after a long and bloody and awful civil war, suddenly the downfall of Assad happened incredibly quickly, and it didn't involve boots on the ground in any conventional sense. It involved actual Syrian boots from civilians.
That's right.
And they were able to say, and that's why I see, I don't think it can be ruled out that if enough Iranian people feel that their regime has been humiliated, has actually been exposed for not being able to hit back in the way they've always vowed to, feel that they're weak and disgraced and so on, why couldn't there be an uprising like we saw in Syria at the end of last year? I don't think it can be ruled out completely.
Well, I mean, listen. So, Pierce, just to be clear, because you are right about that, there are the models like Libya and Syria where it didn't require long occupations and nation building, and all you got was a failed state with open-air slave markets, a massive refugee crisis into Europe, and now you have Al-Qaeda in charge of Syria. And excuse me, as an American, my beef is with Al-Qaeda, not with Hezbollah.
He is not behaving like a member of Al-Qaeda. Now he's the leader of the country. He appears to be.
Oh, so that's okay.
I'm not taking anything.
All right.
Listen, I don't take any, as Donald Trump once says, I don't trust anyone, right? So let's see
how
I'm
not saying trust. I'm not saying trust here. Hold on. Pierce, I'm not saying trust. This man was fighting against America in the Iraq War,
his
part
history.
of the insurgents, killing our boys. So why am I supposed to care about the people who kill Israelis, but then I'm supposed to make up with...
Listen, Nelson Mandela was on the UK's prescribed terror list under Margaret Thatcher, and went on to become one of the greatest people in history and led his country to a more unified place. In other words, Trump is taking a bet that this new leader in Syria actually is a reformed character. And certainly so far, you would have to say that the signs are reasonably encouraging, given the apocalyptic feelings that some people had, that he would simply be Mr. Al-Qaeda presiding over complete mayhem.
And one thing is worth adding, by the way, on this, is that Iran has a history. Iran, just a quick point, Dave, very quick. Iran has a history of 25 years or maybe 26 years of living in a secular and relatively liberal free society. So the people of Persia have a very different history to the countries you're talking about. This is not to say that regime change or the change of a regime does not lead to catastrophe. And there's
no obvious, someone wrote a very good piece about this week. There is no obvious savior waiting in the wings other than the Shah's son, who is a quite divisive character. I've interviewed him, I like him personally, but divisive character. But there's no Mandela figure that you could point to and say is waiting in the wings to potentially come and rescue Iran. That person so far
this meme of where's their Mandela is so fucking stupid.
Hasn't been identified.
Can I just make a couple quick points on this? Okay, so number one, we launched 25 years of what they are dubbed forever wars on the justification that Al-Qaeda came over here and murdered innocent American citizens. And now I'm supposed to make up with Al-Qaeda and forgive them for that because he put on a three-piece suit while I focus on Israel's enemies. I just find this to be like a crazy ask of the American people. And then, look, it's real easy to sit here and say, oh yeah, they had a strong tradition of liberalism and everything's going to work out this time. For the first time, we're going to have a regime change that's going to work out really smoothly. Iran is so weak. The people hate them so much. This regime has been in power since 1979, spending the vast majority of that time having the most powerful governments in the history of the world, hell-bent on ousting this regime. And they've survived this long. Maybe you guys are right this time. But Pierce, come on, man. I mean, you remember the mission accomplished banners. You remember when they had the first elections in Iraq and it even fooled Jon Stewart and he was celebrating, oh, I guess George W. Bush was right. And then we went on to the most brutal...
Oh, God, is that true? I was too young for this, so...
Bloody 8 years of civil war that saw 1 million innocent people die. The country absolutely destroyed. That
guy on the left is insufferable. I hate him. I concur. There This guy is a smug fucking bastard.
Of displacements and horror stories. And so, it's like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, and maybe it'll make you a little bit uncomfortable, but the amount of people celebrating this thing 4 or 5 days into it, like, oh my God, Israel took out all their targets. Look how easy it was. We've been here before. I've seen this movie.
I'll be honest with you, Dave. As someone who's not pushing regime change or American involvement, as I've said, in the way that you think people are trying to do, I am celebrating the fact that Iran is no longer enriching uranium to 60%. I think that is worth celebrating. I think that's a good thing. I think we should all be relieved that that's happening.
Where's the SpongeBob meme that's like, we did it, Patrick, we saved the city, and it's like on fire in the background. It's like, yay, they're not enriching uranium as much. We just caused all this like regional instability. Very cool.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I think
we should be concerned about the risks.
But I also agree
maybe.
with Dave Smith when he says this could go horribly wrong.
But that's what we're all saying. I'm saying that too.
Yeah, I agree.
This is war. Like, no one knows how it's going to turn out exactly.
I agree. I mean, I've
That's why
gone
you
as
don't
far
fight
as saying,
wars of choice.
Well, I've gone as far as saying I think that unlike the Iraq War in 2003, I feel like this seems a justified action by Israel to protect its people from what is clear fast-moving acceleration of uranium by a lethal enemy that is wedded to terror groups all over its border who want to kill it. I understand that. It seems justified. Now, does that mean I think it's going to work and isn't going to cause huge problems? No. And I think the jury is very firmly out on that. And it's going to be an extremely fascinating and turbulent few weeks and months ahead. And I think right now, Donald Trump, probably the loneliest man in the world, sitting in the White House, working out what does he actually do now. And if he does press the button on attacking Iran, that will go really against pretty much everything he said, other than specifically Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. But in terms of starting a war in the Middle East, that is really antithetical against everything he's said he stands for. So it's a really
antithetical,
interesting,
antithetical,
momentous decision for Donald Trump to be taking, and the consequences could be enormous. But gentlemen, I've really enjoyed this debate. Thank you both for agreeing to do it. I think it was.
Yeah, well, I did not. Okay, well, if you're watching on Twitch and you are not currently subscribed to me, what are you doing? You should subscribe to me, and that way you can have an ad-free experience as well as access to lots of different emotes. And if you're not going to do that, you should at least follow me so you can know when I go live. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go ahead and subscribe to me as well and like the stream so it pushes it out to other people. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links that are pinned in my Twitch chat. Or if you're watching on YouTube, it is in my YouTube description box. And I'm at straightrader_, on everything. But for now, we are going to do... What are we doing? Well, let's do the Charlie Kirk stuff. But first, I want to see this. Wait, one more thing. This happened while I was live. Israel and Iran agree on ceasefire to end 12-day war, Trump says. This is June 24th. Even though it's not June 24th yet, but I guess somewhere else in the world it is. U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Monday a complete ceasefire between Israel and Iran, potentially ending the 12-day war that saw millions flee Tehran and prompted fears of further escalation in the war-torn region. Israel, joined by the U.S. on the weekend, has carried out attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities after alleging Tehran was getting closer to obtaining a nuclear weapon. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war, Trump wrote on his Truth Social. While an Iranian official confirmed that Tehran had agreed to a ceasefire, there was no immediate comment yet from Israel. A senior White House official said Israel had agreed so long as Iran does not launch further attacks and that Trump brokered the deal in a call with Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. Trump appeared to suggest that Israel and Iran would have some time to complete any missions that are underway, at which point the ceasefire would begin in a staged process. Started and ended this war potentially before he did anything about Gaza. You love to see it. Trump is doing Trump again. Iran is not agreeing to it. Is this going to be his mission accomplished? His version of that? I feel like he's already done it, but... Iran denies ever having a nuclear weapons program, but Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, is it Khamenei? I always get his name wrong, has said that if it wanted to, world leaders wouldn't be able to stop us. Israel, which is not a party to the International Non-Proliferation Treaty, is the only country in the Middle East believed to have nuclear weapons. Israel does not deny or confirm that. Qatar's Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani secured Tehran's agreement during a call with Iranian officials. An official briefed on the negotiations told Reuters on Tuesday. U.S. President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff were in direct We're indirect and indirect. We're in direct and indirect contact with the Iranians, the White House official said. Neither Iran's UN mission nor the Israeli embassy in Washington immediately responded to separate requests for comment from Reuters. Hours earlier, 3 Israeli officials had signaled Israel was looking to wrap up its campaign in Iran soon and had passed the message on to the United States. Netanyahu had told government ministers whose discussions ended on Tuesday not to speak publicly, Israel's Channel 12 television reported. Markets reacted favorably to the news. S&P 500 futures rose 4.4% late on Monday, suggesting traders expect the U.S. stock market to open with gains on Tuesday. U.S. crude futures fell in early Asian trading hours on Tuesday to their lowest level in more than a week after Trump said a ceasefire had been agreed, relieving worries of supply disruption in the region. And then the subtitle says, "End of the fighting." There did not appear to be calm yet in the region. Okay, not a great sign. The Israeli military issued 2 evacuation warnings in less than 2 hours to residents of areas in the Iranian capital, Tehran, one late on Monday and one early on Tuesday. Israeli Army radio reported on Tuesday that alarms were activated in the southern Golan Heights due to fears of hostile aircraft intrusion. Early on Monday, Trump said he would encourage Israel to proceed towards peace after dismissing Iran's attack on an American airbase that caused no injuries and thanking Tehran for the early notice of the strikes. Iran's handling of the attack recalled earlier clashes with the U.S. and Israel, with Tehran seeking a balance between saving face with a military response but without provoking a cycle of escalation it can't afford. Tehran appears to have achieved that goal. Iran's attack came after U.S. bombers dropped 30,000-pound bunker busters on Iranian underground nuclear facilities at the weekend, joining Israel's air war. Really wish they would talk about whether this was effective or not. They kind of just are like, we did that. Much of Tehran's population of 10 million has fled after days of bombing. The Trump administration maintains that its aim was solely to destroy Iran's nuclear program, not to open a wider war. Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Vice President J.D. Vance said in an interview on Fox News, a special report with Brett Baer, "Now Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it," Vance said. Okay, JD. Whatever helps you sleep at night, JD. I saw the report saying that they moved it. They they knew that this was going to be escalating and they moved the enriched uranium. But in a social media post on Sunday, Trump spoke of toppling the hardline clerical rulers who have been Washington's principal foes in the Middle East since Iran's 1979 Islamic Revolution. Israel, however, had made clear that its strikes on Evin Prison, a notorious jail for housing political prisoners, and other targets in Tehran were intended to hit the Iranian ruling apparatus broadly and its ability to sustain power. The Israeli child leaking that they had nuclear weapons was kidnapped from Sweden or Norway by Mossad, brought back to Israel, and thrown in jail for 18 years, much of which was in solitary confinement. Yikes. Why on earth would Iran ever believe that the U.S. or Israel would negotiate in good faith after the past 2 weeks? I have no fucking clue. Apparently, they're supposed to come to the negotiating table with the party that literally blew up the negotiating table. Which is... like, I don't even know what to do from there. What is this? Oh, I meant to look at this. I added this to my thing on. Oh no, I need to be able to see this video. How do I turn, hold on. I need to be able to turn off ad block so I can see it, but just for this website. I don't want to turn off my ad block entirely. I just want to be able to see it. Hold on. Let me open a different browser. I don't know how to do it without fucking on my ad blocker. Let's use ugly ass Microsoft Edge. Okay, there we go. This was CNN's Caitlin Cullen roasts Trump over infamous 2 weeks tick with comical visual aid. It's a weird way of putting that, but okay.
Is giving himself a very familiar deadline to make what could be a legacy-defining decision. 2 weeks. That's how long the White House says the world may have to wait to learn whether or not the United States military will join the fight between Israel and Iran.
And keep in mind, this was June 20th.
Directly from the president.
3 days
and I
ago.
quote, based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will
Iran.
make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
The weight of deciding whether or not to commit to military action is obviously a serious one that many presidents have struggled with. But if that 2-week timeline that you heard there sounds familiar, that's because it is. Since his first time in office, President Trump has often relied on a 2-week metric, promising big answers, tough solutions, new policies, and even decisions on some of those pressing issues that are facing him, like efforts to end Russia's war in Ukraine.
Within 24 hours, baby.
You trust President Putin, in about 2 weeks.
In your mind, is Ukraine doing enough to get this?
I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now.
Do you still believe that Putin actually wants to end the war?
I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks.
President Trump has actually put forth a 2-week timeline so frequently that it's tough to fit many of the instances on the screen all at the same time. And of course, when you look at this is on the screen.
So what it says is like, let me see. Russia, inflation, taxes, wiretapping, healthcare plan, conspiracy theory proof, opening coal mines, infrastructure plan, trade deals, unilateral tariff rates, pharmaceutical tariff rates, abortion pill, Paris Accords, plan to defeat ISIS.
Pressed by a reporter for what his time frame is for something, listen to the president in his own words.
I think you're going to find some very interesting items coming to the forefront over the next 2 weeks.
We've got the plan largely completed, and we'll be filing it over the next 2 or 3 weeks.
We're going to be having a news conference in about 2 weeks. I will make.
Only fucking 2 weeks, are we gonna get a lot of shit? Well, this was like a few days ago, and then he ended up like, this segment came out like right before he ended up launching the attacks.
That decision, I would say, over the next 2 weeks.
And I'll be making a big decision on the Paris Accord.
2 weeks, baby. So what is this? JD Vance appears on Fox News mere seconds after Trump announced a ceasefire? Seconds? JD Vance appeared on Fox News Monday just seconds after President Trump claimed that a ceasefire between Israel and Iran had been negotiated to take place in 6 hours' time. Mr. Vice President, thanks for coming, said Fox News host Brett Baer after introducing Vance to the show. Just seconds ago, the president went to Truth Social and typed this. It's been fully agreed by Israel, whatever, complete total ceasefire. Complete and total ceasefire is what he typed. What does that mean? How did it come about? Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here. So that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line. And he continues. Candace Owens under fire from right and left for comparing Netanyahu to Hitler. I mean, by right and left, it's probably more accurate to say by right and Democrats than right and left. Okay, fuck you. Don't want to load. I think what it means, Brett, is quite simple. First of all, the president, without, knock on wood, having a single American casualty, obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. We are now in a place where we weren't a week ago. A week ago, Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Now Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they had because we destroyed it. So that's a very big thing. Well, let me just wait. Okay. It's like, okay, fuck you. This is what I get for using Edge. But that is weird that he went on right, like literally just seconds after it was announced. I don't believe a single thing coming out of this administration. No, yeah, for sure. There are RT. Fox News. Okay, let's do... Now we do Charlie. Let's see the full timeline, the full transformation. Oh, that was the other thing that I wanted to bring up. This article. I've returned to this article many times. This was May 21st, so like a month ago. Israel preparing to strike Iran fast if Trump's nuclear talks break down. And the Israeli sources that leaked this to Axios said, the two Israeli sources said, any Israeli strike on Iran will not be a one-off, but a military campaign lasting a week. was almost 2 weeks, 12 days, but let's see if this ceasefire holds, you know, or if it even exists. Okay. Let's see. We're about to watch a metamorphosis of a man named Charles Kirk. So just 3 days ago, Charlie Kirk was warning against war with Iran. Not even the Romans could defeat Persia. So he was criticizing... Oh man, maybe I really should wait. I want to be able to show you guys these clips, so I do have to bring up Edge again. Even though I hate Edge so much. Hold on. Okay. It's gonna be okay. Charlie Kirk warns. Yeah. We read this. Okay. Let's see if we can get it to load. He was criticizing Senator Lindsey Graham. What?
Yeah, that's right. And we must understand that if we were to do forceful regime change, sounds good. Lindsey Graham is cheering for that. What would happen to the refugees? Where would they go? Millions of people going to the West. The country could fall into civil war. And understand, they're warriors there. These are the Persians. They were a great power for 1,000 years. Not even the Romans could defeat Persia. Now, I'm not saying they're comparable to our Marines or to our Air Force, but is that really the battle that we want in front of us? And President Trump understands this astutely. He is, again...
Astutely, you guys.
So many people are saying, you must bomb right now.
He was like so convinced that this was not going to happen.
You must bomb right now. And other people equally say, oh, don't worry about it. Who cares if Iran gets a nuclear weapon? So President Donald Trump has something that the history books will write about. This is what legends are made of. This is the moment that President Trump was elected for. The highest level statesman can only handle and can only manage. And that is to be able to balance two things. Number one, America does not want Iran to get a nuclear bomb. But number two, America does not want in any way, shape, or form to have a long quagmire in the Middle East to try to get into another Iraq or Libya or Syria or Afghanistan. And so it is a very difficult thread to needle, a high wire act. And I could tell you one other thing here, Rob, is that...
So this instantly like aged poorly because he said this and then they ended up striking. But
as you
continue,
know,
Charles.
Represent younger voters, especially those under the age of 30. President Donald Trump did something that I never would have been able to dream. And I was honored to be along for the ride. Win younger voters. The fact President Trump won the youth vote in Michigan, it's unbelievable. It's a 30-point swing. We've never seen anything like it. I will tell you, for younger voters...
I mean, yeah, he won them because he lied to them and he did just basic retail politician shit of saying like, yeah, I'm going to end the war. But he had also made other statements saying like finish them. And he had told like Israeli donors and like Zionist donors privately, like Israeli American donors and Zionist donors privately, like, yeah, I'm going to crush pro-Palestinian activism if I get in office. Don't you worry.
Especially, they're telling me on social media, they say, we love President Trump, but we have a little bit of caution about potentially getting into a regime change war in the Middle East. Yeah. And that was one of the #1 reasons why we were able to bring so many Democrats over to vote for President Trump, because they're tired of the wars. They do not want more money being sent overseas when their own country is falling apart. And that's why they support President Trump. And one of the reasons why President Trump was able to.
Okay, so that's where the clip ends. And then there was an update to that. Interestingly enough, a big update.
We're Phoenix Energy.
Big Iran update. U.S. going to bomb Iran? What? Or sorry, this is not the update to that one. I have that one. This was a little bit before that. But here, this is where he's like, Trump criticizes the Iraq war. He knows not to like get into it. Let me see. I put criticize. No, wait, if I put a rock. Yeah, here it was. Okay.
Fields. No one wants poverty for the Iranian people. You take out the oil fields, get ready for $180 a barrel gas, a lot of Iranians starting to starve, and potentially an Iranian civil war. Take out the Ayatollah. Resist that temptation. That's not prudence. That's not self-control. That's something else talking. That's a zeal. And that very same zeal got us involved in a pile of garbage in Iraq. It all felt good with shock and awe in March of 2003. We're unstoppable. We're going to take Iraq in a weekend. Turns out, it didn't work that way. A lot of people died. A lot of Americans died unnecessarily. And so President Donald Trump finds himself in the decision-making chair. President Donald Trump, 10 years ago, said two things. And he ran on it. Not just recently, but he ran on it for a decade. And both these things can simultaneously be true only.
Ran on it for a decade. We're just going to completely ignore the foreign policy track record of Donald Trump from his first administration. But hey, he was lying repeatedly for 10 years straight and posturing that he was the anti-war candidate. So to Charlie Kirk, that is of significant relevance.
Thanks to the realpolitik approach of President Donald Trump and the MAGA agenda, a book that I wrote. These two things he said 10 years ago. Iraq war was a bloody catastrophe and a disaster, and it will never happen again, and Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. Only President Donald Trump can hold both those things in his hands. Only President...
Fucking Konstantin was saying basically the same thing. Literally the same, trying to give out the same marching orders.
Trump, with prudence and practicality and wisdom.
Like, oh, the way that he balances it, it's going to be so difficult, but you have to like trust the process and trust his judgment that he's going to be able to do both, because Americans want both. They don't want the war, but they also don't want them to have a nuke. So let's see what he does. And then it was military action. So he's saying, like, believe Donald Trump. He's definitely not going, like, Donald Trump would never tell a lie. He would never campaign on peace and then go on to be a hawkish president. But according to Midas Touch, just a day after that stream, the White House contacted Charlie Kirk and other MAGA propagandists to try to quell the online backlash to his involvement in the Israel-Iran war. Fearing a backlash from his isolationist-aligned supporters, White House officials have quietly reached out to conservative influencers to explain Trump's possible shift away from diplomacy. Among those contacted was MAGA acolyte Charlie Kirk, who recently polled his conservative audience on whether the U.S. should intervene. Nearly 90% said no, the Journal reported Wednesday. Some prominent conservatives have toned down their rhetoric, but discontent has continued to burst into public view as longtime Trump supporters voiced concerns that the president is abandoning his campaign trail pledge to extract the U.S. from foreign entanglements, according to the report. So our president is asking a 30-year-old junior college dropout influencer to poll his equally or undereducated audience on whether the U.S. should enter a war with Iran. I mean, they're not doing that because they want to. They're doing that to see how best to propagandize to these people, not because he actually cares about their opinions. It's like, oh, okay, let's see how bad it's going to be. What's this? And then just 2 days later, we have this really awesome video from Charlie Kirk where his face is like really close to the camera, which you always want when you're like watching a Charlie Kirk video. You're like, God, can you please just get closer to the camera, Charlie Kirk? It's not close enough. Charlie Kirk says Americans should vocally and morally support a bottom-up, people-led revolution in Iran if that's what Trump meant by regime change.
Also, Iran is pledging a major retaliation. They have not yet hit American bases, and there's not yet been major movements such as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which could result in very, very expensive oil, like $180 oil if they end up trying to do that. President Donald Trump tweeted, or truth today, I should say, maybe it is time for regime change. Now, we don't know exactly what he means by this. It could be, probably, most likely, and I know the man and I trust him, a bottom-up, people-led revolution of the Persian people taking out their government, which, of course, we should vocally and morally support. But a top...
Like how we supported the last one?
Down regime change.
After they rejected the dictator, the monarch, the Shah that we installed.
Change, that's not something he's ever advocated for before, and something we've actually been speaking out against a lot in the last couple of weeks. So we're going to keep our eyes on that situation.
And that's not even true. So this is these are the pitches that he was making after the White House reached out and was like, hey, you want to help pull your weight with the manufacturing consent? It's getting a lot for one person. But then he tweets out this that same day. Vice President J.D. Vance explains why President Trump ultimately decided to strike Iran.
And most importantly, we trust what the intelligence was telling us about.
So I'm just going to hand it to our VP, JD, over here. He can put it into words better than I can. After I told you guys that, don't worry, Donald Trump, the anti-war president, is definitely not going to do it. Except when he does, well, there's good reasons to.
The Iranians stonewalling the negotiation. I think that is really the hidden story here, and something the media has got to report a little bit more here, is that the Iranians stopped negotiating in good faith. That was the real catalyst, I think, to what the president ultimately decided to do. If we were having a productive negotiation, I think that this could have gone in a much different pathway. Unfortunately, the Iranians decided to stonewall us, and we saw the consequences of that last night.
Right.
And most importantly, we trust what the
Iran, it was them who stonewalled us. Can you believe they didn't want to come to the negotiating table after Israel derailed the peace talks? Not the peace talks, sorry, the nuclear agreement talks. But these are some older clips that I found that I thought would be interesting to see how they aged. So this was June 16th, 2025. Charlie Kirk was saying, this is the moment President Trump was elected for. President Trump knows his base does not want another Iraq or endless war.
How are you reconciling these issues?
Well, first, this is the moment that President Trump was elected for. Thank God that we have President Trump in the Oval Office with this high.
Somebody says he's a baby haircut. Now I can't unsee it.
Stakes situation. Look, President Trump 10 years ago, he went down the golden escalator. And when he announced for the presidency 10 years ago to this day, he remade the Republican Party on foreign policy. He said no more permanent wars in the Middle East. He criticized.
And then, like, can we just get like a record scratch, a little cut back to this tweet that he'd be sending out today? Here's why he ultimately decided to do the thing that he said for 10 years straight, according to Charlie Kirk, that he definitely would not do.
Criticized the Bush-Cheney philosophy of endless quagmires. Albeit, though, he is not an isolationist. He is willing to use violent and precise force against our enemies, like taking out Soleimani or dropping the Moab, if and when necessary. President Trump understands his base extraordinarily well. He knows that his base does not want another Iraq. He does not want Libya, does not want a civil war or bedlam where the United States is left carrying the bag. But also President Trump has been morally clear for a decade.
Morally clear for a decade. It's so, like, all of this is in the span of like less than 2 weeks. All of this like flip-flopping.
And President Trump has the talent, the expertise to be able to thread that needle. The generation that I represent, Jesse, the under 30 crowd, they absolutely are very war weary. Many of them voted for President Trump on college campuses because they did not want to see a Joe Biden or George Bush philosophy where we get into this endless conflict where we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars. I think President Trump will be able to balance those two things while defending our allies, saying that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon without having to deploy a single American troop or even having America involved from the sky. President Trump can get that deal done while fulfilling the mandate that the voters gave him.
Yeah, it's a tightrope he's walking, and so far, so good.
He can do it.
Charlie Kirk?
He can do it. We believe in him. Okay. So let's see what the fucking, like, with all of that, let's see.
That we have a lot.
Let's see. How he spun this to his audience. Three hours ago. Wait, no. If I go to live, maybe. Yeah, okay, live. U.S. bombs Iran. Trump speaking soon. Let's see how the fuck he squared this circle.
Phoenix Center.
President Trump just announced American bombing strikes on the facilities of Iran's nuclear program. Charlie and Co. react and watch the president's live remarks at 10 p.m. Eastern.
A lot of support.
So we're definitely not watching this whole thing. It's like 2.5 hours, but let's see. Let's see what the opening remarks are.
Actually,
hello everybody. I'm here. I made it. We had some technical challenges. No, my home studio is not bombed tonight. Hello everybody. Tonight's a very serious evening. I first just want to say we have to, regardless of your opinion of this operation, which I do want to hear about. This operation was done seamlessly, and you better believe the military capacity, the military might.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk definitely wants to hear about your opinion on this.
The U.S. military was on full display.
After he spent, multiple weeks telling his audience that Trump would not do this exact thing that he went on to do. Because for 10 years, Donald Trump has been saying the same thing. He's anti-war, but he's not an isolationist. But then he also does military actions. but he has moral clarity. And he criticized the Iraq war when nobody else would.
Display for the world to see. This is an operation that really only the U.S. military can handle, and not even the Russian military would be able to do something like this. And I got to be
Why would he say that?
honest, like
Not even the Russian military. What?
not even know what happened until it announced. Now I had my phone off because of Shabbat, but now that I'm looking back at text,
Is like Russia known for their military prowess? They were like struggling to pull off this fucking invasion. What?
I was getting
everything really big happens on Shabbat, like the Trump assassination.
getting shot. No,
the other Trump assassination.
No, exactly. Yeah. Don't get me started. So it's like
His face just keeps expanding, consuming. It's a force from the pit of hell. I mean, he looks rough with the 5 o'clock shadow.
And so I was getting some. I like three hours ahead of time. I was starting to get some like, hey, game on, but I didn't know because my phone was off, and I have no regrets. So first of all, only the U.S. military would have been able to pull this off. And honestly, we've kind of there's been some doomerism about the U.S. military, like, oh, it's super weak, it's super woke. Well, actually, at the top levels for top level sophistication, like operations like this,
we still, for the most part, if it really matters, if it's like you have to fly the bomber that drops the bunker buster, or you have to be the special forces who rescue the president when he's kidnapped, those guys are pretty good.
Yes,
and it's not great to have only those guys be the absolute best if that's what's happening. But
and God bless these pilots. It's a very difficult operation, and they crushed it. And so now to the and it's not at all to an easy assignment. So I sent out a couple.
I read somewhere that somebody, who was it, said like, God bless our boys, even though it was like men and women that were deployed for this particular thing. Let me see. Yeah, this was yesterday. Oh, wait. Give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, this was from the New York Times. In the briefing, Hegseth referred to B-2 pilots as our boys on those bombers, yet both men and women have trained to fly them.
Couple tweets, and this is my personal perspective on this. And the president's going to be going live in about 20 minutes because his address is going to matter a lot. This is going to be one of the most important presidential addresses of the last 10 years, and definitely one of the most, if not the most important, primetime presidential address in President Trump's career. President Donald Trump has been clear for 20 years that Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. For 20 years, he has said that. Iran will
Better tell them the bombing was woke, then they'll change their tune. That is actually not a bad strategy.
will not get a nuclear weapon. Now, for some people that are criticizing President Trump, your criticisms would have more potency if President Trump did not try to have a diplomatic solution beforehand.
See, I know that I told you that he wasn't going to do this exact thing, but here's why you don't get to make that criticism.
Was a 60-day diplomatic window, and Iran was just playing games.
It's not Trump's fault. It's Iran's. He had to do this. So did Israel. We had to follow them into it. Trump has no agency.
You want that? And President Trump said, look, on day 61, you're not going to like what happens. President Trump let Israel off the leash.
Day 61 was back in May. He said that in June.
And Israel did what Israel did. And President Donald Trump, he was very, very patient. He had a lot of restraint. Now, understand, this is not yet a settled issue at all, because some people are still calling for regime change. Oh, go for the head of the snake. President Donald Trump has actually said, we are not going to do that. We are not going to do regime change. And for those of you just tuning in right now, I do want to hear from the audience. Can you email me right?
And Iran launches again against Israel. Okay, but who started that? The preemptive strike kind of led to all of that, right? I think that's kind of important. No opinion.
Right now, freedom@charliekirk.com. Did you vote for President Trump, number one? And number two, do you support this operation tonight? I'm curious. I want to hear from you. Freedom@charliekirk.com. We're going to get probably 10,000 emails in the next couple minutes. Freedom@charliekirk.com. I have my email inbox up here, and I'm going to read them. And so it is very tempting and very easy to do armchair quarterbacking in an operation like this. Oh, he should have done this. He's like, spare me. He had the weight of the world on his shoulders. Now, understand how it is presented. If Iran were to get a nuclear weapon.
What do you think the spin is going to be when we start going for regime change? Art of the deal, baby. You already know. He's going to play the classics.
Weapon and proliferate nuclear technology. The chances of them using it is one thing, but it changes how seriously you must take that nation immediately. Like, we have to take Pakistan a lot more seriously just because they developed a nuclear weapon. So here you have a terrorist state that could potentially have a nuclear weapon. And when Trump speaks...
Yeah, but we didn't take it, so we never thought to invade, try to denuclearize Pakistan in the way that we're attempting to do with Iran.
You should absolutely listen. President Donald Trump in November of 2011 said, quote, Iran's quest for nuclear weapons is a major threat to our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear, period.
This slobbering. When Trump speaks, you should listen.
Now, the tweet that I sent that has gone very viral, I'm going to read for you right on air. And it's very simple. And by the way, no one should be, I think that we have a very moderate, very America first perspective here. And let me tell you kind of the two different camps that I can't stand online right now.
Very moderate, very America first. That's the take you're about to hear.
One is the rejoicing. People that are just overly celebrating. No, guys, got to have humility with this. These things can escalate. Americans can die. Simultaneously, the people that are just doomerism. Oh, this is World War III. Just come on. No. Sometimes in life, there's more than just a sloppy binary. And especially in this situation, you must have a lot of heaviness and say, okay, first of all, great for the American troops. President Trump had the weight of the world on his shoulders, sitting in the Oval Office looking at two separate options. And he made the choice with prudence and decisiveness and practicality. And he saw this as a threat to United States national interests. Here was my tweet. Iran gave President Trump no choice. For a decade, he has been adamant that Iran will never get a
So now, like, warfare, if it keeps America safe? Where have I heard that before?
nuclear weapon. Iran has decided to forego diplomacy in pursuit of a bomb. This is a surgical strike, operated perfectly. President Trump acted with prudence and decisiveness. Now, additionally, there's another, let's actually read President Trump's Truth Social, which, by the way, is the first we heard of it. This is how amazing these B-2 bombers are. None of the Iran...
Oh, see, you guys, Iran gave President Trump no choice. For a decade, he's been adamant that Iran will never get a nuclear weapon. There it is again, you guys, a reference to the decade-long moral clarity that Trump has always held. Iran decided to forego diplomacy. That's one way to say that Israel decided to preemptively strike them and derail diplomatic talks, but okay. The diplomatic talks that we were engaging in because Trump ripped up the JCPOA, but okay. In pursuit of a bomb. No evidence for that, of course. This is a surgical strike operated perfectly. President Trump acted with prudence and decisiveness.
Like, no one even knew.
Like there was, I think, when like Israel launched their
Do you think that the White House pays him? Does he just do it for free? Does he get paid to simp for him this much?
Initial strike,
or is it for the love of the game?
Lebanon being like, oh yeah,
I see the planes.
There's planes are flying overhead. This was just like, okay, 90 minutes later.
And by the way, we're live on Real America's Voice. We have 47,000 on YouTube. We're live on Rumble. I want to hear from you. freedom@charliekirk.com. Do you support what America did tonight? freedom@charliekirk.com. I'm going to read the emails in a second here. And so here's what Donald Trump said. It was the Truth Social heard around the world. And the Truth Social heard around the world is this. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. All planes are now outside of Iranian airspace, and our payloads of bombs was dropped on the primary site. Bombs, all capitalized, by the way. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
He always says that.
I love that.
Yeah.
Now, and by the way,
I guess that explains the whole, not even Russia could do this or whatever, because he's just echoing what Trump said.
The President Trump doing this, he's also had another one following up, saying that Iran better not respond. So now really all eyes are on Iran at this point. Iran has a lot of options. I have heard estimates from people in the intel world that there could be upwards of 1,000 sleeper cells here in America. Could be. Again, that could be fear-mongering.
Wait, what? Where did you hear this? This was repeated on Fox News as well.
Iran has a lot of options. I have heard estimates from people in the intel world that there could be upwards of 1,000 sleeper cells here in America.
Okay, so that's awesome. So you're just like that. I don't even know if that's true, but let me just grant it. So you're telling me that Trump knew that there's 1,000 sleeper cells in the United States, Iranian sleeper cells that could be fucking activated, or maybe he meant near U.S. military bases and personnel, and that in response to U.S. involvement, military involvement, direct military involvement in this region, that was on the table as a potential retaliation from Iran. Trump knew this, and he decides to do it anyway. Fuck it, yeah, risk activating the 1,000 cells. He literally just said a few minutes ago, this was for American security.
Could be. Again, that could be fear-mongering. That could be BS. It could be 0. It could be 100. But we don't know because Joe Biden had a wide-open border. And that, by the way, that President Trump had...
Guys, keep in mind that we don't know because Joe Biden had a wide-open border. Those Iranians crossed the border from Mexico or something. And there's sleeper cells. And even though we're carrying out a mass deportation, I guess we just don't know where they are.
The fact that
why are we eroding all of these civil rights then? What's the point if you're not going to get the 1,000 Iranian sleeper cells in the United States? So you're just going to sit back and blame Joe Biden?
Into his decision. In some ways, you're almost kind of pinned up against the wall when you do something like this. Like, hey, if you bomb Fordow, all of a sudden Joe Biden's open border invaders might come after you. Number 2, right now, the prayers need to go for the American troops that are in U.S. bases within Iranian ballistic missile proximity. Can we put up a map there, Blake? There definitely is one in Qatar. So the Qatar air base is outside of Doha. It's in the middle of the desert. So Qatar is one of the smallest of the Gulf states. You can actually see Qatar right there on the southern part of your map. It's right between the Persian Gulf. From the northernmost point of Qatar to Iran, it's only like, what is that, Blake, 250 miles maybe? I'm approximating. So the American Air Force Base is very, very remote. That is a juicy potential target for Iran. Now, Iran actually has a warmer relationship with Qatar than they do Saudi Arabia, so that would be potentially a very risky thing. Now, remember, though, and this is a very important component, when Donald Trump took out Soleimani in 2020, Iran did try to kill American troops. It was not just performative. In fact, I was talking to a high-level guy in the U.S. government last night, and he says, Charlie, you might not remember, when we took out Soleimani, as soon as we took out Soleimani, all the bases are on high alert. So here's how this works. All the bases go on high alert. Right now, they have all the planes fully, literally, they have engines running. They have cars ready to go. You could tell when a ballistic missile is taking off. And because of our technology, we could tell within a couple of miles where that ballistic missile is going to go. So we have right now full radar capacity all over Iran. As soon as a ballistic missile starts going, so ballistic missiles have to go up and they go down, right? They're different than javelins, right? Where they can kind of go a little bit more horizontal. These go up, they go down. As soon as we have a vague idea that there might be a ballistic
when I'm just talking about whatever
missile launch near Qatar, one of our bases, there will be an evacuation order. Now, understand, when they struck one of
this show was clearly brought to you by like ChatGPT. There's no way he has this knowledge, even this like cursory knowledge of this region this quickly.
Bases in Iraq in 2020, after we took out Qasem Soleimani, they literally hit a tent that a lot of service members would be sleeping in. They hit their target and they killed how many troops? 0. Because our military was properly prepared. So the prayer right now is if Iran tries to go after...
He has to like go back and forth between Iran having like 1,000 sleeper cells that could be activated in retaliation, but also they're incredibly weak and they can't hit any U.S. military personnel because we're too strong and they just can't do it. But also it's a security threat, so Trump needed to bomb, but also don't worry about it because they're very weak. Like he'll just go back and forth between these points.
One of our military bases that all of this preparation ends up kind of coming to fruition. So what does that mean? That means that they're going to be able to go into bunkers. Now, by the way, some of the troops got concussions, but they didn't die. And these bases are on the highest level alert. Now, there are Patriot defensive missile systems as well that could be launched and intercept partially ballistic missiles. Blake, you want to try?
Yeah, I just want Iranian hackers still DDoSing, attacking Truth Social. That did happen, right? It's just like a minor thing.
We have an image up there that.
But yeah, they compromised Truth Social.
Foreign Relations. So this is U.S. military presence in the Middle East, basically as of right now. They keep this pretty regularly updated. Any of those red dots you can see are active U.S.-controlled bases. There's a bunch of them in Kuwait. We have, I think, 13,000 troops in Kuwait. That is 100. I bet at the closest, those bases are maybe 100 miles from Iran. Blink of an eye.
Which is nothing.
A big legacy, obviously, from the Iraq War, both Iraq wars. Then, yeah, as you mentioned, that air base in Qatar, that's a very large one. We also have a base in Bahrain. We have a base in UAE. Any of these orange dots are places that have some kind of U.S. military presence. So we have some troops in Saudi Arabia. We still have troops in Iraq. We have troops in southeastern Syria. We have troops in Jordan. We have guys all over the place. We also have naval vessels. We have the Carl Vinson carrier. We have
the U.S. sleeper cells.
Nimitz carrier, I believe, was on the way from the Indian Ocean. And those can be vulnerable, too. Iran has a naval force that is actually designed for the level, like the huge gap between Iran's capabilities and our own. They have a lot of motorboats. They have guys who can, frankly, do suicide attacks on our ships. So if they decide to go very aggressive, you might see something where...
Whoa, no way. They have things like suicide bombers. This is some high-tech stuff, you guys. Sounds like we gotta bomb it to get rid of it.
I know that you might roll your eyes. Some people roll their eyes at sleeper cells. But let's just put it this way. Forget sleeper cell. What if there's just a sympathetic Iranian? Like a sympathetic Mohammedan that's here, potentially. That might
radicals, what if a guy just gets angry and he goes and he rents a U-Haul truck? And he drives it through a 4th of July celebration. Those are happening.
What if a guy gets angry, rents a U-Haul truck, drives it through a 4th of July celebration? Guys, could you imagine if that happened? Guess we have to bomb Iran.
In a couple weeks?
Like that keeps being, these things keep being brought up to lead you to the natural conclusion that Iran must be bombed.
And so again, I'm not here to fear.
To prevent that, or that, like, imagine if this this death wish scenario like comes up or whatever, this like low probability events, this thing that's already criminalized and would not be put up with. Imagine if that happened though.
I'm just looking. We're going through here, just factual threat analysis. Now we're getting tons of emails, freedom@charliekirk.com, and based on the chat, my team is saying it's about 50-50. Let me tell you where I stand, and you guys know. And by the way, one day I'll tell you everything I did this week. Blake knows, but All I can say is that my position privately has been my position publicly. I trust President Trump, and I've been very consistent. But
I have consistently been a little fucking like lickspittle to Trump. I don't even know what you would call a dick suck like Charlie Kirk. Even though, again, we just watched like all of these different clips of him being like, Trump would never do this. He's the anti-war president for 10 years. He has this moral clarity. He understands we need to not have forever wars and endless wars. He's not going to drag us into that. And then my position's been very, very consistent. I am consistently a disciple of our Lord and Savior, the Great White Hope, Donald J. Trump. And so I am. I mean, he's not wrong. He's like Gollum. Gollum just wants the ring. So he'll say and do anything that he needs to do to get the ring. Charlie Kirk just needs to suck up to Trump. He'll say and do anything that Trump asks him to. Even when the White House personally calls him, he's answering on that first ring and it's like, I already did it. Don't worry. I got you covered. Like the idea that they need to call him to like shore up support. Like Charlie Kirk wasn't, again, going to just do that anyway.
I have and still do know that when you enter situations like this, they can escalate. I've always been against a nuclear weapon. No one wants a nuclear weapon. If you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, that's a completely irrational position. I have no time for that. Okay, the more important question, though, and we're going to see, okay, did this actually take out Iran's nuclear program completely? We don't know. Did it delay? Did it buy us time? That is a situation that is kind of unclear. It's a little bit murky. Number two, though, and I think this is a very important component, which is how many Americans might get caught in the crosshairs in response. And we should pray that that number is zero. We should pray that that number is zero. And then number three, which I think is critical and that I've kind of been insistent about, is can we make sure that this does not now go up an escalatory ladder? Can we just say in, out, and done? President Trump's Truth Social was basically a foreshadowing like he wants us to be like Soleimani. I take your guy out, you go launch some missiles, we're done. Now, here's where it might get very hairy, and this is where, for those of you at home, should pray, and we should keep a close eye on this. By the way, this all might happen right now. There might be a
thoughts and prayers, guys.
We got President Trump speaking in 15 minutes, because President Trump said if you even lay a finger on a U.S. service member, they're going to have problems if they take out a U.S. service member, and then President Trump responds with more...
If you even think about renting a U-Haul, there's going to be hell to pay.
More bombs. That could end up being an escalation. My premise has been this. Is it going to be effective? Iran claims they got all the Iranian out. I think they're just a bunch of liars. Okay, I mean, we don't know, right? I mean, we're gonna trust Iran's. You know, that sounds like
Iran claims they got all the Iranian out.
They said a lot of.
Do you mean uranium? First, I like. Wait, what?
Is it going to be effective? Iran claims they got all the Iranian out. I think they're just a bunch of.
He said Uranian, but I think he meant to say uranium.
Okay, I mean, we don't know, right? I mean, we're gonna trust Iran's. You know, that sounds like a major.
They've said a lot of things in the last week.
By the way, I mean, first of all, can we just say whether you're for or against this, the Iranian social media game is the worst in the history of the digital world. Tonight,
just AI slop.
So, right, I'm gonna throw to Andrew. Tonight there will be something that will be heard for centuries to come. Really? What? Like, okay, they launched some missiles. Like, okay, for centuries to come. I mean, just give me a break. So the final point on this, and again, I've been very, very consistent, both privately and publicly, in all of my advocacy and my commentary. My thing was this: exhaust every possible option before this, because again, I don't like the people that are rejoicing. You should not enter into situations like war with pride. Can we get shock and awe? Can we get the night we went into Iraq shock and awe news reports? Because we thought, oh my goodness, it's all the way. When we drop bombs, it should be done with heaviness. It should be done with humility. I'm not saying we never should. I'm not a dove. I'm not an isolationist. No one watching this program, I think,
no
has
labels.
That opinion. But when you do it, you should not get a thrill up your leg.
So do it, but feel bad. Do it, but feel guilty.
Chris Matthews, when you're listening to Barack
Shoot and then cry.
Obama. It should not give you some sort of deep excitement. Let me put it that way. Andrew, before I throw it to you here, what is the chatter like online, especially amongst some of the MAGA online folks, like the MAGA youth folks? Where is the sentiment? Where is the chatter? Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, there's some doomerism, Charlie, saying, Trump's lost 80% of his base. This is a betrayal. This is...
That's like not, I wish that were true. That would, it is just, to say it's doomers, it's just like not true. It's just a lie.
This is always how it's going to go. I completely disagree with that sentiment. I think there's a lot of people that are very online. I think
I totally agree. I think the doomerism is...
Unlike these guys who definitely touch grass.
Yeah, and I would also say X has become kind of a bot-riddled place right now. Musk is...
What? Oh, now we hate Elon Musk. Criticizing the everything
there's
app.
A lot of reports that are suggesting that the bots are trying to sow division in MAGA. I want to give you credit, Charlie.
There's a lot of reports that the bots are trying to sow division within MAGA. Care to elaborate?
You have You have been steadfast, even at times when I would waver or when Blake would throw out.
Like, the way that these people will just casually throw out like this insane conspiracy and just not give it like any second thought and just move on, and nobody will press them for any sort of clarification or answer what's up, man? What did you just say? What?
Contrarian positions, you have been steadfast.
Elon Musk, who was like, as soon as he was done with the ketamine binge, immediately deleted tweets and was clearly trying to get back in the good graces and favors of like MAGA. Maybe not Trump. Maybe it was not going to work, but he was not looking to cause any more controversy.
And you have succeeded in frustrating both sides, remaining true to your beliefs that we should not rush into this with some sort of zeal or a fevered, desire for war and just.
So we're not talking about not rushing into it, period. We're just talking about not rushing into it while feeling like gleeful or something. You need to feel bad.
Drop bombs. Some of our friends haven't. Yeah, some of our friends haven't understood it. A lot of our enemies have doubted your position, and I just want to say it's been consistent and sincere, and you've had the president's back in spite of that. And I want to give you a hat tip because you don't get enough credit for that, Charlie.
Well, thank you. It means a lot, and it's been a unusual week because I've had friends in different camps annoyed, and it seems that everyone that isn't like either no intervention or like hyper intervention actually has been very appreciative. And by the way, the show is doing better than ever as a result. People seem that are very, I think, fair and nuanced, and measuring in the complexities has been
nuance. Nuance is when you come up with a random scenario where an Iranian sleeper cell rents a U-Haul and gets explosives and drives through a 4th of July parade and activates. And you use this as the pretext to justify bombing a sovereign country. That's nuance and complexity.
Very well received. That's very kind, Andrew. Thank you. And by the way, so tonight, my take is very simple. We trust the commander-in-chief and his judgment. We don't know all the intelligence that was in front of.
Here, my take is simple, guys. Just do not question Donald Trump.
Now, by the way, there has to be.
Yeah, the N-word nuance.
There has to also be an understanding that for those of you that are like overly celebratory, I just want to try to humble you. You don't know how tonight is going to end. You might say, tonight is an awesome night. It is in some ways so far, but we don't know how tonight's. Can we get some of the B-roll here? Basically, I mean, Fordo looks like Mordor. I mean, it's just. Can we get some of that B-roll up on screen?
Yeah, they had some of Isfahan. Let's play the Isfahan B-roll that we had.
Yep.
And Trump is speaking in 10 minutes, by the way.
So, so in 10 minutes, we're going to take that live. And by the way, I'm texting with all the guys in the admin right now, trying to get a pulse. I'm, texting with all the main, all the main decision makers and stakeholders. We're going to get Jack Posobiec on here in a second. And so
he was texting JD Vance in the middle of this, you guys.
The situation that's where we're seeing right now. We just want to make sure all that is real B-roll, by the way, as we're playing it.
So it says it looks very odd, or I don't know if we have sound. It looks strange. So
I don't know. So
awkward.
What happens next? Here's the best case scenario. The best case scenario is
that Trump does this. We don't get dragged into an endless war that he said he wouldn't drag us into, and no one dies.
That on July 4th, everyone forgets about this. It kind of just goes into our memory. There is no real.
Jeez, he went off script for a second there. He was like actually a human being for once.
The best case scenario is that on July 4th, everyone forgets about this. It kind of just goes into our memory.
Yeah, this gets memory hold. We forget that we did this. Trump does this thing that everyone's going to forget about this by 4th of July, surely. I guess he's like talking about like the big, beautiful bill getting off the ground. He's got other donors to please, it seems, because that's probably to the extent that he has pressure that he can't deal with. It's because it's like, oh yeah, I have to make those like the Koch brothers happy, and they want that passed, and this could done this depending on how it goes.
There's no real. There's no real stickiness. There's really no permanency to all of this. And, we get to say, okay, we move on. Iran has been completely derailed. A kind of worst case scenario is that this escalates and that it forces our hand in a situation that we might not like. But Iran, they're playing with fire here. If Iran decides to get engaged and gets involved, that will be that will not be a good decision for them. Can we get Netanyahu's speech here? Netanyahu has said, quote,
Did you think that Iran just wasn't going to respond? What?
Congratulations, President Trump. I do want to hear from you also, though, in the audience, supportive, not supportive, and also do you remain pro-Israel? I am curious, has this changed your opinion at all of whether or not you are in favor of Israel? freedom@charliekirk.com. I'm reading all the emails live. I'm scanning through them. freedom@charliekirk.com. So let's first go here. This is actually a very important map. This is in, they say Farsi. That's the speech, the dialect in Iran. So this is Iranian state TV displaying a map of U.S. military bases in the Middle East, promising retaliation. So these are a lot of sitting ducks, but understand, they're sitting ducks, but as soon as they know that there's going to be a launch, airplanes will get up in the air. Back when they did this with the Iraqi retaliation, when they went after a Iraqi base, they were literally boom, 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 boom. There were 15 planes that got up in the air, and they literally circled in the air, Blake, until the ballistic missiles hit, and they actually hit where the planes were. Now, I
mean, people forgot that Biden did strikes against the Houthis without congressional approval last year. Yeah, but the thing is that like this is getting far more press than any of the like stuff related to Operation Prosperity Guardian and the Houthis and all of that, because it's the talks about like the nukes and stuff like that has caused it to be something that's more front and center than like, oh, we're attacking these people that like are delaying shipping lanes and stuff.
Important and trickiest part was, where do you land?
Because like the Houthis don't have any ability to like attack like what on U.S. soil potentially or whatever, but they're like, they have these narratives surrounding Iran and all of its power about like the fear mongering surrounding like these fucking sleeper cells in the United States. So when there's action towards that country, it's like, oh shit, now we have to like not say that that's untrue, because then we'd admit we were lying and fear mongering, but we also can't get people scared that that's actually going to happen, because then they'll be mad that Trump did this.
In the planes. And so there were some close calls, actually. So they were circling. 15 planes were circling. They hit the runways because they were going after all these guys, the ballistic missiles were. And so they had to go find runways that were long enough to be able to land like F-16s. An untold, amazing story of the response to the Soleimani. So here's Iranian state TV. Mr. Trump, you started it, and we will end it. Look how many military bases there are within ballistic missile range. Play cut 252. Oh, it's just B-roll. Okay. So the U.S. has committed a crime against Iran by violating Iran's airspace, and has no place in the West Asian region. The President of the United States, you started it, and we will finish it. Okay, great. Okay, great.
This guy is crazy, man. This crazy religious fanaticism on display here.
By the way, they've been nothing but talk since Israel has bombed them. Blake.
I just want to flag, we got this donation on Rumble from Sir Ianokai.
Why is he saying that they've been nothing but talk when like they had probably the most intense retaliation in response to the Israeli strikes? What?
But he says he is messaging with people close to where the bombs dropped. I mean, don't know if this is true, but he's saying it. Even though scary, they are happy America dropped the bombs. He says 80% of Iran, I assume, don't support the current regime, love America, and want peace. I think we would all be very happy if that's true. I would caution. I think it's very easy for people to believe this, because who are the Iranians you're most likely to have contact with? It's going to be the people who are most open to the West, most pro-West.
I was gonna say it's gonna be like expats that like fucking PBD that like absolutely love the Shah and like they love Israel, they hate Iran. They're definitely not indicative of like the average opinion of an Iranian.
Probably the most urbanized. This is a country of 92 million people. And I think you can easily imagine that, say, when you're talking about America.
Yes.
Imagine someone who's like, well, I live in Brooklyn, and everyone I know hates Trump. Trump has a 0% approval rating. There's no people who like Trump. Yeah, okay, go to rural Ohio, go to the Dakotas, go to Montana. Iran has its equivalent of all those places.
So I'd say the emails are about 50-50.
Yeah, Iran has their Montanas, you guys.
Right now, support and oppose. Now, if you email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, I want to hear from you. Please include your age. Please include your age. I'm curious if the age has any determining factor of whether you support or oppose this.
Creepy.
And you might say, Charlie, do you support or oppose
I feel
this?
like a sound drop of Charlie Kirk being like, please include your age. Please include your age.
I support President Trump. That's my answer.
That's his answer. He supports Trump. Okay. All right. So I don't want to see any of it. I just need to see like, okay, like what happens if I just like skip forward 2 hours? And all said and done after Trump addresses everyone. God, we talked to Jack Posobiec for a lot. But let's see. Where are they on this after like 2 hours or so?
Nuclear weapons secret.
If nobody would have pushed back. And so now that you've unleashed Pandora's box, there's no way to fully predict what's going to happen next.
So, Blake, let me ask you a question. By the way, email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast at the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We're getting a lot of emails here. So let me ask you a question, Blake. Do you give any credence at all to the idea they might already have a nuclear bomb?
I doubt it.
No.
I feel like this sounds weird to say. I feel like
But if they did, Trump took it out, man, with the bunker busters.
if they had it, they'd announce it. They would say, "We have a nuclear bomb. Do anything at your own risk," because the value of any weapon like this is its deterrent power. There's not a lot of value in having nuclear weapons secretly. The closest you get is Israel's never really publicly admitted they have nuclear weapons. I think
I was going to say what that like it being an open secret can still be a deterrent because it's like it's basically acknowledged that like Israel clearly does have them.
They did once a few years ago, but for a long time theirs was secret. But that was a lot about not getting sanctioned. They had their reasons for doing it, but I don't think there's a lot of value in Iran if they're just concealing that they have a nuclear weapon. The entire point kind of this is the deterrent value, the ability to check people trying to overthrow the regime.
So,
but JD Vance told me that they were like taking out weapons of mass destruction or whatever. He like literally said that. No.
Breaking news from the New York Times. Just kind of awesome military stuff that you'll love. The bombers that did this flew nonstop for 37 hours from their base in Missouri. So the bombers they had in Guam was just a total diversion.
All the way from Missouri. That's a long flight.
But so there's 3 or 4 pilots. Apparently inside a B-2 bomber, there's a bed and a toilet.
I was literally about to ask, do they have to wear a diaper? Or do they have
it's insane. Like actually,
yeah.
I bet they take drugs though. They have to focus drugs like Adderall.
Yeah.
He was first Charlie. I skipped forward when Charlie Kirk was like, "Please email me your age. I really want to know your age. Please email me your age." And then I skipped forward. They're talking about diapers.
Like you have to.
Or if they have
Jack,
like a team.
Jack's our military guy. Jack, come on, they got to take something, right, for focus.
There's go pills. There's things like that. I wouldn't say drugs, but
blah blah blah. Israel can do whatever they want. America first.
There are certain certain supplements that have been known to be.
So it's very funny. Our Andrew knows this friend, our former Intel friend. I'll never forget this. And we were doing a book tour, which is right. Remember the COVID thing, Andrew? We did like the book tour with MAGA Doctrine, and he was like, "Hey, take this pill. I always take it whenever I land in country, and it really helps me focus."
So at 13 years,
I took it. I did not sleep for 2 days. I remember I literally could not sleep. I was like, "What is going on?" And I remember taking this pill. Jack, that stuff's insane. Like,
so Charlie, let me ask you this:
it's unbelievable.
So after you took the go pills, you
oh my god, this is their shilling for like whatever bullshit. Like I was up for 2 days.
2 days, you were.
But not tired. Explain.
Pre-workout.
What were the Nazis?
I can't remember the exact specifics.
They were up for like 3 days straight.
Yeah. They would take stimulants for.
Dude, how does this get 1 million views? It's so boring. It's not like give me PPD. Let's see what the PPD boys are up to. Investor makes entrepreneur take a lie detector test for $10 million. They like strap Vinny up to a lie detector test. Trump orders bunker busters. Netanyahu played Trump. Heated debate. Trump asked for God's help. This is insane. Time to open Iran. Walmart is bigger than Iran. Okay, let's see. Let's do Netanyahu played Trump. What the hell is this heated debate? This just going to be Adam trying to call somebody an anti-Semite? Heated debate explodes over U.S. bombing Iran nuclear sites.
Remember 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were talking about when Israel attacks Iran. Iran didn't attack Israel first in this case. They used proxies. So this was Israel's way of saying, hey, you're using proxies. Allegedly, we're going to come after you. Great. They made the attack. And then Iran acted very...
You're using proxies allegedly? It's not a secret that Iran funds the proxies.
It's not like Khamenei helped. He's like, we're going to give you the kind of attack that they will remember forever to come. If you're going to talk like that and you don't attack, you're showing how weak you are. If you're so strong.
Does Hamas fight in a way to maximize civilian casualties? I just wanted to know if you live in the same reality. Not going to answer. You just sent this, asshole. 1 and 2. No, they don't.
Why don't you make your attack? Now, if they, right now, you hear rumors.
But see ya.
How worried they are. There was a message the other day that Ahmadinejad, the former president, was shot and killed. He wasn't. His team reached out to us and told us that did not happen. So we knew about the fact that didn't happen. Khamenei, now President Trump says in a tweet, I don't know if you guys saw this one, we know exactly where you are. You're an easy target. We talked about this with Nancy Mace on the previous podcast. Now, the gamble why President Trump's voice cracked for half a second. His voice never cracks. The only time I've ever seen President Trump be nervous.
Thank you for subscribing, Gordlock.
Is the first time he had to debate with Hillary Clinton For the first 10 minutes, he was breathing hard. Just go watch that debate. First one. After that, he's been locked in. And the second term that
analyzing like a half-second voice crack from Trump, apparently.
He's been in. I've never seen him be this resolved about the decisions he's making. The way he's handling the media is the best, maybe the best we've ever seen in the history of presidents handling it. Matter of fact, I would say it's probably the best. You would put Reagan up there because Reagan kind of used humor in a way to kind of bring them down. But as active as Trump is, so what makes me kind of process this one here is the fact that as we're going through this next phase, the gamble is Iran now going to retaliate? Will they? What happens if they do? Do you think this is President Trump's way of saying
it was never a question if Iran was going to retaliate? Obviously they were. It was just about it was a question of the scale. Why would they not retaliate?
If you do retaliate, you don't want to know what we do to you. I'm willing to bet that message has been sent. And by the way, a tweet came out from the president. I don't know if you guys saw this or not from the president. It was from a news site, if you guys haven't seen this, that said, Rob, you can find this here, that our administration has told Iran that the only thing we don't want you to have is a nuclear weapon. We're not wanting a regime change.
Mr. Iran, PBD wants to lead the movement to liberate Iran. No, he's all for this. He really wants like a regime change. He loves it.
That was just released 45 minutes ago. Okay, Rob, you can pull this up. That breaking news that, U.S.
Is my necklace a key? Yeah.
Team is telling Iran, we don't want a regime change. We only want what? For you to not have nuclear weapons. Now, if I'm Iran.
I mean, like, it's been between, they need to not have nukes. Also, we need to do a regime change. Also, we're trying to, like, weaken the proxies.
I'm Iran. Do I believe the president? I don't believe, I don't believe him. So now, here's the next problem. Who is the candidate? Who is going to come? Who is going to replace? And we'll get to that here in a minute. But I want to kind of talk to one thing that a lot of people are worried about, saying the fact that this may be Afghanistan, $2.0, $3 trillion, 20 years, hundreds of thousands of people, whatever the numbers. One body is too many because it's someone's son, husband, father, brother, sister, whatever it is. We don't want any of that stuff, especially a guy who was at the 101st Airborne Division, Aerosol. I was there when Kosovo, Bosnia, a lot of stuff was going on. We did not want to have those stories. The calls were the worst calls when I had to watch a couple of guys that are going and telling stories.
This has been BBD just like talking for like practically 4 minutes straight. Nobody else has gotten a word in.
No one wants that. Trust me, it was very disturbing when I had a friend whose job was to go do a lot of this stuff. You don't want that kind of a job. And it happens. It's reality. But what is the biggest difference between this and Afghanistan? What is the biggest difference between this and 9/11? The correlation where a lot of people say that gives them credibility is weapons of mass destruction. Okay? Iran has nuclear weapons. They're months away, if not weeks away. There's a lot of correlation there. Same threat, same fear porn, right? If
here's why it's different.
They have access to it. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. Okay, I'll give that. But does that mean we're going to go there and send troops? Does that mean we're going to send trillions of dollars of going there? Does that mean, is that what's going to be happening next? Is this the same thing that happened with Afghanistan? Adam, what are your thoughts on that? I know you just joined us, but I know you've been listening to this.
It's like it was like a massive risk. It still is a massive risk. It could still absolutely happen.
Yeah, I just landed.
I mean, like, we didn't go into Iraq like expecting it was going to turn into like a 20-year forever war.
DC, and I'll tell you,
you don't ever like, that's not ever like the plan. That's the reason why people were incredibly skeptical of this. It just happens.
So while I was in DC, I saw protests very much pro-Iran in the middle of DC, which I can talk about. But I want to start with what we can say.
The grabbing and touching of the face seems like nervous tics. Oh, you would be mistaken, because these are alpha men who never get scared, shaken, nothing like that.
About Trump, and I want to give Trump immense credit for this. Trump is willing.
I wonder if somebody went through the transcripts for every single Valuetainment clip, video, podcast, whatever, and see like what the average amount of times Trump is mentioned per episode.
Willing to do what no one else is willing to do.
Trump is so brave, you guys, for bombing Iran. He's so awesome for doing that. It's definitely really, really hard to get the United States head of state interested in like bombing campaigns in the Middle East. Historically, very difficult.
And we've seen it time and time again, whether that's calling out what's going on the southern border, even the northern border, whether that's the tariffs taking on the world, whether that's taking on China, whether that's taking on fentanyl, and now, first and foremost, taking on Iran. Trump and the IDF are doing the world's dirty work. And you'll notice one thing. It's easy to see what the Ayatollah has to say, but where are the allies of Iran at this point? Who's speaking out in the Ayatollah's favor? Is Saudi? Is Syria? Is Lebanon? Is anybody in the Middle East basically saying, hey, no, don't do this? Because here's what I know. Trump just did a full-on Middle East peace tour. Went to Saudi, went to the Emirates, went to Qatar, and he had these exact conversations. What will the world look like without a nuclear Iran? And he got feedback. And he conveniently did not visit Israel.
I mean, did he just ask, what would they look like without a nuclear Iran? Iran doesn't have nukes. That world exists. That's the world. The way the world looks is how it is. That's how it would be because they don't have nukes.
Wrong. And he got feedback. And he conveniently did not visit Israel. Let's put one thing to rest. To anyone who thinks that the United States and Israel are not completely on the same page, you're living in a fantasy land. So for all the people that said that Trump...
This looks so bad in a way that he doesn't understand, of course.
Trump and Bibi had beef. Well, maybe he was just playing you and so was Netanyahu. It's pretty clear the United States and Israel are on completely the same page. It's
almost like that's the issue, Adam. That's like he's saying this like it's a good thing.
That Trump, when he said a million different times...
Guys, don't worry. Israel and Iran, Israel and the United States, same page. They want Trump will do whatever Netanyahu wants and vice versa.
Campaign trail, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. So it turns out Iran, all your threats, death to America, death to Israel, death to England, death to the infidel, turns out all these threats, you know what's worse than threats, Ayatollah? Action. And what Trump did was take action, and I'm sure it was not easy to do. And he was commiserating, thinking, you thank God.
Yes, Trump really hates to be doing this.
It was.
Why do they say this? Charlie Kirk said the same thing, that this was done with a heavy heart.
I know for sure. They called this Operation Rising Lion. One thing I completely will...
Stupid name.
Validate.
Like the
Iran
dumbest
is nothing
name.
but a paper tiger at this point. All their proxies have been dethroned, declawed, decapitated.
Well, not vice versa. We have an incredible amount of leverage over Israel. It's just not exerted because neither Biden nor Trump are really interested in using it.
And now Iran, with zero defense in the sky, is looking like a sitting duck and a paper tiger at the hands of the greatest military that the human has ever seen in the United States of America. So for all the people that thought that America was not going to get involved, I guess we know where Trump stands.
Pat, can I say one thing really fast, Pat?
Yeah.
Adam, Bibi and Trump haven't been on the same page the entire time. Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, was fired because he was in cabinet meetings texting with Israel on a signal chat and got caught. That's why Trump was pissed off at him, and Trump didn't want to talk to him when he was on that tour.
You want to talk about
on the same page.
There were no consequences for that.
I barely even know who that is, but what I can tell you at this point, it's pretty clear they're on the same page now, are they not?
Can I finish up?
Like Adam just cutting him off. I don't even know who that is. Back to my point.
It's pretty clear they're on the same page now. Adam, something changed. Trump went from I want peace, I don't want no war, to let me take care of it, let me talk to everybody, to his national security advisor secretly talking with Israel and Bibi in a meeting. So you can't say that they're on the same page all the time. Something has shifted and something has changed, Adam. You have to at least be able to play and think, look back. I get it. You're emotionally involved. You're Jewish. I
ran to Greece straight away. I heard that wasn't true. I think the Greece memes were funny, but I don't think it's true that he actually went to Greece.
Understand?
Unfortunately, even though it was funny.
To do with anything.
You're speculating that because you can't.
I'm going to ask you a question that I get asked all the time. What's your point?
How did this is only heated not because they disagree really? It's heated because they're both screaming over each other.
What's the point? Hold on. What part of that didn't you get? You act like they've been on the same page the whole time. They haven't. You said people were saying that they weren't talking with each other. They weren't because he was undermining him.
This is heating because again, Vinny just screams his head off.
He was undermining.
He's literally about to explode right now.
Well, it turns out maybe you interpreted incorrectly because it seems as if now they're completely on the same page.
Yeah, so what happened?
I don't understand that.
Adam, that makes me think, what happened? What would make somebody say,
I see what you're getting at. I see what you're getting at. AIPAC came in and Bibi Netanyahu and the Israeli lobby who control the United States convinced Trump what to do.
Adam
is not above calling even the PBD crew members an anti-Semite. I don't know. Did Vinny think that he was going to be spared from that?
I don't believe in that conspiracy. I don't believe every congressman has an AIPAC handler. I don't believe that. I didn't say that.
What are you saying?
I didn't say that. No. I was just correcting you. That's all I said because you said they.
So let me do this, Vinny. Adam, let me do this. Vinny, let me ask you a question with Waltz. So none of us know what it is to be a U.S. president. Is that fair?
100%.
None of us have access to the information that they have, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that even with the team that he puts together, he doesn't know who's who? Meaning, some of the jobs you gave to a person could have been a favor. It could have been like, hey, if I get this, you get this. That's kind of how this works, right? There's conversations that happens in politics. And then very quickly you'll learn, no, that guy's not on our team. And you fire him, okay? Yes. Whether it's Waltz or when you say to Tulsi, which is what he said. Look, it's his job. He won this. He's the guy that put his life on the line. He gets to make these calls. And a lot of people are saying the fact that he doesn't have the right to call the war and, all that other stuff. And there is a response to it through Grok, ChatGPT, a lot of different stuff. Does the president have the right?
There's a response to it through Grok and ChatGPT.
To do what he did. The president has authority as commander-in-chief to launch targeted strikes without congressional approval, particularly for urgent threats under Article 2, Section 2. Historical examples include Clinton's 1999 Serbia strikes, Obama's 2011 Libya campaign, and Trump's 2020 Soleimani strike. However, Article 1, Section 8 gives Congress war declaration power, implying oversight for major action, which is what Nancy May said 2 days ago when we were talking, saying they have to go through us, but no president in the past
Love when they pull up ChatGPT
has ever used it. They don't even look at it. They just kind of go past it, right? The war power resolution requires congressional notification within 48 hours and limits engagement to 60 days without approval. Significant strikes like a hypothetical Iranian nuclear site attack, like risk escalation and legal scrutiny if prolonged. The issue remains contentious, balancing executive flexibility with congressional checks. You think Trump's going to go tell Congress, hey, we're about to attack, Iran's nuclear site? Hell no, he's not going to do that. You wouldn't do that. If you were president, you wouldn't do that. Now, here's the thing. Watch this. So to me, the one thing that, Adam, I don't know if I'm with you on the fact that they're 100% on the same age.
I didn't say 100%. I said they're on the same page.
And I'm saying, I don't think they're 100% on the same page. But here's BB just came out and said the following. If you want to play the clip by BB, Rob, for them to see it, because I'm going to transition to the last.
This has turned into none of us know what it's like to be president.
Story.
It just turns into a game of Risk.
BB, this is the message he just gave 45 minutes ago.
This is like a tabletop game for them.
Go for it.
Congratulations, President Trump.
If you just see it through that lens, suddenly everything that they're saying becomes a lot more amusing and less scary. That oh shit, this many people listen to these dumbasses talk about this stuff all day. Oh my god. And just imagine it's like a tabletop game and you're like, oh, okay, it's not real. It can't hurt me.
Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to
again follow my lead into this regional conflict.
The world's most dangerous regime, the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength.
This is 1984 shit. Okay, so this is reminding me of an article that I read from Ken Klippenstein. This came out the 19th. This was a few days ago. Trump secretly greenlit Iran war. Israel wants regime change. The U.S. is fine with that, sources say. This was June 17th. Donald Trump is lying about almost everything regarding Israel and Iran. Trump knew that Israel was going to attack Iran, knew the basic outlines of the strategy, and implicitly gave the U.S. okay. Trump also quietly and enthusiastically embraces Israel's unstated goal of regime change. Two high-level U.S. officials involved in internal discussions tell me. Trump hasn't officially approved anything, but hasn't committed anything to paper and hasn't signed off on any specific act. But in the dance of phone calls and back-channel messages and things said and not said, the two countries found agreement. Trump has given Israel a green light by not saying no. This is the world of statecraft at the highest level, where leaders say one thing and do another. This is not only for deniability's sake or to intentionally mislead the public. It's just the way of the world that includes a set of rules and workarounds that allows leaders to never be frank. There are massive risks involved in Israel's campaign and in America's implicit support, but in the ways of national security, we just don't get to discuss them. It all started during the Biden admin, the two knowledgeable insiders tell me, when Israel first pitched America on the campaign playing out now. Fearing escalation and things spinning out of control, fearing the U.S. getting dragged in, fearing Iranian civilian deaths, Biden vetoed, quote-unquote, Israel's plan that is under the table and off the record in the shadow world of deniable diplomacy. So he lays out the ways that he came to believe that Trump, sanctioned this insofar as he can implicitly, and then contrasted that against things that Reuters ended up reporting. Like this. So this one says, Reuters confirms my reporting that Trump knew about the Israeli campaign beforehand. Then he takes this as a screenshot on June 19th. That May 13th ultimatum received little attention at the time, but behind the scenes, the president already knew an attack on Iran could be imminent. and that there might be little he could do to stop it, according to U.S. officials. By mid-May, the Pentagon had begun drawing up detailed contingency plans to aid Israel if it followed through on its long-held ambition to strike Iran's nuclear program, the official said. And the U.S. had already diverted thousands of defensive weapons away from a war-torn Ukraine towards the Middle East in preparation for potential conflict, according to a Western source familiar with the matter and a Ukrainian source. No. He ended up tweeting this out. Of course he did. Of course he did. And then this was the other one. Reuters also confirms by reporting that Trump did not say no to Israel's campaign, head of state code for Go Ahead. While it's unclear if Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu or Trump's more hawkish allies ever got him to a yes to Israel's plans, but the days leading up to the strike, he was at least not a no, according to 2 senior U.S. officials and a senior Israeli source. Well, he didn't say no, so that's basically a yes. And then this is where he compared it. So this is what he said. In the dance of phone calls and back channel messages and things said and not said, the two countries found agreement. Trump had given Israel a green light by not saying no. And then this is literally this. I wonder if they have the same source leaking to him about this.
Then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump.
So you can pause it right there. I get the point of the message. Let me tell you guys, if I'm opposition to Trump, you know what I say in a situation like this? Say I'm not a Trump guy. It's such an easy opening to say Netanyahu played the president and got him to do the job that U.S. was never going to have boots on the ground, et cetera, et cetera. Netanyahu tricked America to finish the job that he started but knew he couldn't finish. And then in this setting, he's saying to the world, oh my God, let me edify the president. The president did this. I didn't do this. He did this. The U.S. showed all this strength and all that other stuff. By the way, those guys who say that, they can make that argument.
Why are you only at 480p on YouTube? Probably because my internet, because of the thunderstorms in my area, knocked out my internet for a second, and then I don't think it ever really came back up to where it should be.
And then the audience can go decipher and, process and say, I don't.
But maybe after I'm done streaming, the VOD will process and it'll be nicer.
I agree. All of a sudden, they can do whatever they want to do. That's totally fine. The other part could also be the fact that, U.S., if this thing ends up being good, if to the people that believe Iran is the main reason for the chaos in the Middle East, because only 2 nations have ever said death upon America, North Korea in 1954 and Iran, when they said death upon America, do you really want Iran to continue having the power? And I see that USA hats fires me up. I know this is a phase of fear porn, scared, I don't know what to do, all this other stuff. This is when leaders rise up. This is when leaders rise up and believe the future looks bright. It's okay for us to believe.
This cut directly to a shill. Amazing.
So at 13.
And then the Iran must agree to end this war. Trump orders bunker busters strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. Trump confirms U.S. strike on Iran's nuclear sites. What now? 60% support the attack. Are you one of them? Chad, are you one of the 60%? 60% of who? Of what? What data do they have?
We're officially live due to an announcement that was made less than 2 hours ago from President Trump, causing us to do an emergency podcast. We were getting a bunch of text messages. And this was the tweet that...
A bunch of text messages and people were like, please, I really need the PBD take. I need to hear your voice right now, Patrick.
Literally send shockwaves
to keep me grounded.
Rob, if you want to put it up, we have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Esfahan being the one place that I went vacation, the only vacation I ever went on with my mom and dad when I was a young kid in Iran. Esfahan's got a lot of rich history. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site. Fordow, all planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So while this was done and the announcement was made, right afterwards, the president announced that around 10 o'clock tonight, he'll be going live. The moment he does, we will be showing it with you and we'll be reacting to it together. I will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House regarding a very successful military operation in Iran. This is an historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you. While this was going on, we have some clips, disturbing clips that you must see on what this looked like, that some locals in Esfahan were
you have to see these disturbing clips.
Pull up some of these clips here There are some. I mean, right now, X must have the type of traffic. Maybe it's the most traffic day on X.
Why do they always talk about this in terms of X traffic? He does this a lot on the show.
Definitely the last 2 hours.
Like comes up with this weird scenario that could happen, and then he always goes, "Imagine what it's going to be like on X the day that happens." It's his favorite thing.
This announcement being.
He's a child.
Rob, if you got any of the clips to show, so the audience can kind of see what's going on there, go ahead and turn them on if you're ready, Rob.
I do, Pat. I think we should go. I believe the president is speaking to the nation now, so I'm going to pull him up.
Let's just go to it first. Let's go to it first. Rob, if you've switched it, we can't see it.
Oh, what's the technical issues? Valuetainment.
Okay, here we go.
Spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
God bless Israel.
Very interesting.
Wow, that
has got to be the shortest press conference he's ever done. That has got to be the shortest announcement he's ever done. When they took out al-Baghdadi, that was roughly a 45-minute speech that he gave. This was less than 4 minutes, less than 2 minutes. Came out, gave the speech. Rob, if we have some, by the way, if you notice who was there, you had Hegseth, you had Rubio, and you have JD right there standing next to him after the speech was given. Rob, if you have some of the clips, let's show some of the clips of what happened, what these explosions look like, and how I have a lot of thoughts on this, and I know you guys do as well. Jeez. This is Iran. Rob, which one is this?
Cloud. It's a mushroom cloud from Iran right now.
Where is this, Rob? Rob, do you know where that is?
That's at Fordo. That's one of the
Fordo. Okay, got it.
Fordo. Dude,
Rob, you have the one with Esfahan where the lady is in the back reacting to it?
I can grab that. Hang on one.
I texted it to you. I think it's in the group text that we have. Tom, what are your thoughts with this? Well, again, I have a lot of thoughts I want to share, but what is your thoughts?
Tom, how do you feel about that? Give your thoughts on this disturbing scene.
Thoughts on this? What's going on?
Well, my initial thoughts are last week, countries and companies have been selling weapons to each other for 200 years, since the invention of the cannon, and some other countries said, hey, how much for your cannon? And I don't mind it if Israel buys our weapons and conducts an action that they think is important. I also believe that Iran can't have nuclear weapons. And I didn't want boots in the ground. I didn't even want a pilot in the air. I really wanted us to be supporting the mission for Iran not to have nuclear weapons and not be able there. And now
I really just wanted to use Israel as the proxy for this one, you guys.
We've done it. And I was hoping this was a surgical strike, single strike, in, out, get it done. But even in the president's short words just now, he said there are other targets, many other targets. And that sounds like a lot more engagement than I really hope to see.
Tom is stressed.
I hope that this is over, that incredible video we just saw, I hope that is a precision strike, an authentic video, because that certainly looks like something just disintegrated. I hope what disintegrated was Iran's nuclear capabilities. But I'm a little processing what I just heard, Pat. It's like there are many.
This guy in this extremely nice home in Florida is like petrified. Like, is in any danger at all?
Targets. It's like I don't want to be in, but I'm glad to help and sell whatever I have to in terms of weapons, provide, advise, and all that.
Yeah. So here's a couple of things, Tom, when you're talking about that, because one of the angles is they said 2 weeks. So you say 2 weeks, allowing Iran to think they have 2 weeks to react, and then boom, you hit them. Catch them off guard. The entire world is like, what? If you want to talk about a surprise attack, this was a surprise attack. Look, Rob, can we run a poll and see what people say? Support what the president just did. Don't support what the president just did. Okay, just put it right there. Very simple on the attacks. I'm curious because we can say whatever we want. I mean, you guys, the Republican Party right now, when you're looking at, different people to talk to. And by the way, X is not really America. X is just a So often we look at X, we're like, the entire America's on X. It's not. X
is such a self-report. Only he is talking about X.
The most actively involved, interested Americans on these topics are on X. But if you watch it, a lot of people are not happy about this. There was a very deep conversation.
He's like fighting with himself.
With Ted Cruz versus Tucker Carlson, one representing the fact that let's take
he brought up the point like X is gonna go crazy, and then he was like, "Oh wait, guys, remember it's important to remember that X is not just America. Like anybody." Like he was responding to a point somebody else made, even though he made that point.
The other one saying we don't want to get into another war. So if you give credit to anything with Trump's administration, there's a lot of questions. These are the questions I'd like to address today, guys, in the next 45 minutes. I don't want to go longer than that. The questions I got is the following. One, is this the next Afghanistan? And how different is this from Afghanistan? Because that's the biggest worry a lot of people have. Is this going to be another one of those $3 trillion? We can talk about that. Two, if this does happen, will Iran be retaliating to what just happened right now with the attacks that took place? Three, Netanyahu just came out and gave a talk, with a message that he gave. What is his reaction? He knew he didn't have the weapons to be able to get these things done. As much as we hear about Israel's Air Force and as much power as people give to Israel, guess what? Israel needed America to get the job done. If we want to talk about that, for the longest time, we've been told Israel has the best Air Force. If you did, why couldn't you get this job done? You needed Americans to get this job done. So it still validates that America has the greatest military in the world. Four is now, let's just say Iran does happen. A part of this is to American people. The other part is to the Iranian people. To the American people, what's about to happen to Iran? To the Iranian people, what are you going to do with the small little finite opportunity timeline that you have to create the revolution that you want in Iran? I'm specifically talking to the Iranians that live in Iran. What are you going to do? Who's your replacement? Is it Reza Pahlavi? We have a clip about how Reza Pahlavi, when he was asked just yesterday, his answer is still vanilla.
Specifically talking to the Iranians in Iran that are currently watching the PBD podcast, please get back to PBD as soon as you can. At your earliest convenience, he really needs to know.
Still a vanilla answer that he's given. He cannot give a backbone answer already. Yes, no. The Iranian people that want to see something happening here, he still is given a vanilla answer. I don't understand this guy. Get out the way or say you're going to do it. Stop playing with people in Iran that are wanting some kind of a decision to be made. So those are the things I want to talk about. But let me go to the people that are, what's the split on the poll right now, Rob? I'm just curious. I don't know what it's going to be. I want to know how many people voted, and I want to know what they're saying, Rob. What are you noticing with the poll of who's for it and who's against it? Sounds about right. So 9,000 of you have voted. 60% of you guys support what he did. 40% of you guys don't support it. It actually makes sense to me. It seems like the 40% right now is louder than the 60%. So let me explain to what I mean by that. The 40% is much more louder. So a lot of people are thinking it's 80% that don't want it. But quite frankly, 60% are saying yes with all the stuff that is taking place. One credit to Trump's camp. I want to give. I can't give a lot, but I'll just give you one credit here. This is
one. Can't give a lot to Trump. Credit to Trump's camp. What?
It's not easy to go through.
When is he doing anything other than glazing the Trump administration?
Watching the political party, people who got you elected, now saying impeach him. This is not what I voted for. This is not what I wanted. And you still having the thick skin to say, we're going to get the job done. And on top of that, nobody leaked anything the last 4 or 5 days, which means he has taken the circle of everybody having access. And whether it's he or Susie Wiles, one by one, they're saying, nope, you're not in this circle. You're in this circle. You're in this circle, but you're not in this circle. He's out. They're out. This person's out. Tulsi Gabbard is wrong based on what he said just yesterday or 2 days ago. I'm willing to bet they got rid of all the people that they did not want to know this decision was being made or a threat was made, a business type of threat. I swear.
Got rid of all the people that he didn't want to know? You mean the handpicked toadies that he put in his administration, in his cabinet? He cast them out of the decision potentially. And you're supposed to feel secure and give credit to Trump about this.
God, if I find that anything was leaked and it was because of you, you're the first person I'm firing publicly. Very simple. They stayed united and then they shocked the world. They shocked Iran. They shocked everybody. Nobody knew except for the people that were involved. That part, you got to give credit to them. It's very hard to do. It's not an easy thing to do, to get the right people that are unified on an issue like this. And I see that USA hats fires me up. I know this is.
And the rest of this just a shill, I guess. Damn. Okay. If you're watching me on Twitch and you're not subscribed, what is wrong with you? You should subscribe to me so you can get access to an ad-free experience as well as different emotes that I have. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream or subscribe to me if you aren't already, because I go live absolutely every single day, practically, usually, for a long time. And I'm at straight8 or straight8_ on everything. But if you want to support the stream, you can go ahead and follow the donation links pinned in my chat, my Twitch chat specifically, but in my YouTube description box. otherwise. But I think I'm done for tonight, you guys. And we will be back tomorrow to see if this ceasefire comes to fruition. Whatever. I sincerely fucking doubt it. Subbed earlier, but you had to do it via mobile browser, so I don't think it notified. Thank you. Thank you, House of Mates, for subscribing. But I'll be back. I'm trying to be, don't say, oh man, I'm trying not to stream into the night. I'm trying to have a regular schedule. Okay? It's gonna be better. Who are we rating? Let's see. Who's live? We got, is Kid not live? Maybe Peace Goes live. Kid not live. So let's see. Maybe Pisco? No, Pisco's not live. Maybe you guys are going to Resi today. Does anybody have any ideas though? Let's see. Might send you to a drama stream for once. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna raid Resi. He's covering fake boogie drama. So you kids have fun. I'll be back tomorrow to talk more Iran, America, fucking World War III shit or whatever.